Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 8th Annual Seoul Climate Energy Conference 2021. I am Corinne Valarche, the MC of today's conference and a student of the Green Business and Policy Program. It is a great honor and pleasure for me to be here today at this special conference co-organized by the KAIST Graduate School of Green Growth and Coalition for Our Common Future. This year's theme is turning carbon neutrality into action, challenges and opportunities. We have invited leaders and experts from all over the world in the fields of climate and energy to create a platform for discussion on the topics of sustainable development, green growth, and radical solutions to the carbon neutrality challenge. Today we will have 6 plenaries on the themes of 2022 Climate Energy Agenda, Republic of Korea presidential candidates, achieving Korea's carbon neutrality target, student research presentations, green finance and ESG, waste-free society and circular economy, and last but not least, voices from the young. Members and participants will have the unique opportunity to take part in this multidisciplinary, transgenerational conference, and due to COVID-19, this year, it will be held online and will be live streamed through KAIST's official YouTube channel. Thank you again for your full participation in today's conference, and we hope it will be a meaningful experience for all of you. With this, the opening ceremony of the 8th Annual Seoul Climate Energy Conference 2021 will now begin. Please welcome Lee Kwang-hyung, the President of KAIST, who has prepared a special video message for us. Let's take a look.
Hello everyone and welcome to the 8th Seoul Climate Energy Conference. Thank you to all our distinguished speakers and at home and abroad and all the participants watching online. I would especially like to extend my appreciation to the Minister of Environment, Jung and the Mayor of Seoul, Seoul, and for your congratulatory remarks. Thank you to Secretary General Kim Pan and former Prime Minister of Denmark, Lars Løkke Rasmussen, for your special messages. I also would like to thank the presidential candidate for major parties for presenting on their climate and energy policy directions at this conference. Thank you to Professor Kim Sang-hyuk, Professor Ji-hong, and the Chairman of Coalition for Our Common Future, Yeo Hoon-gu, and their teams for making this conference possible. Distinguished participants, this pandemic seems to be a wake-up call for failing to care for our ecosystem. We are also witnessing more and more extreme weather events worldwide, and addressing climate risks has become an important priority of the global community. The Korean government declared its intention to go carbon neutral by 2050 in line with other major economies. This is another crucial step forward. However, turning carbon neutrality in action will require rapid and extensive innovations in energy and environmental technologies, financial and policy innovations, international collaborations, and the public awareness and active participation of the younger generations. In that sense, the theme of today's conference, Turning Carbon Neutrality into Action, Challenges and Opportunities, resonate as a crucial mindset we must adopt to reverse climate change. I look forward to this conference serving as an opportunity to collect and disseminate our wisdom for the prosperity and sustainability of the entire planet. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President Lee. Next, I would like to welcome Han Jung-ae, Minister of Environment for the Republic of Korea, who will provide some congratulatory remarks.
Good morning. I am Han Jung-ae, the Minister of Environment of the Republic of Korea. Allow me to begin by conveying my sincere appreciation to President Lee Kwang-young of KAIST, Professor Ji-young, the head of KAIST Graduate School of Green Growth, and Chairperson Hyun-gu of the Coalition for a Common Future for hosting this conference in such a timely manner during the Carbon Neutral Week. Let me also thank Professor Robert Stabbins of Harvard University for his keynote speech and the distinguished speakers and guests for participating in person and virtually. Despite the devastating pandemic, we, the global community, joined forces in adopting the Glasgow Climate Pact. In Glasgow, we have stressed the urgency of enhancing ambitions to keep the 1.5 degrees goal alive, phasing down the coal power, and scaling up the action and support the enhanced adaptive capacity of developing countries. We stood united, calling for the global shift to carbon neutral society. To this urgent call for action by the international community, Korea has already given its answer in Glasgow. The answer was to reduce greenhouse gas emission by 40% from 2018 level by 2030, phase out coal-fired power generation by 2050, and promote cooperation with developing countries, including North Korea, in their effort for climate change response. The message is clear. We vow to bring about changes in all areas, energy, industry, transportation, even in our daily lives, to become carbon neutral. The next decade, therefore, will be crucial for us to keep those vows and turn the words into action. Now is our time to reverse the climate crisis, save our future, and build forward better. In this regard, the theme of today's conference, Turning Carbon Neutrality into Action, Challenges and Opportunities, is pointing us to the right direction. Finally, I wish today's conference will give us meaningful insight into the rapid changes in all sectors and unlock new opportunities in a carbon neutral future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Han. Next, I would like to welcome Oh Se-hoon, Mayor of Seoul for the Republic of Korea, who has prepared a special video message for us. Let's take a look.
반갑습니다. 서울시장
Greetings, I'm
오세훈입니다.
Oseon, Mayor of Seoul Metropolitan City. I'd like to congratulate the successful opening of the 8th Seoul Climate Energy Conference. I'd like to express my gratitude first to President Lee Kwang-young of KAIST, Mr. Ji-young, head of KAIST Graduate School of Green Growth, Chairperson Hyun-gu of Coalition for Our Common Future, Mr. Kim Sang-yeon, President of Jeju Research Institute, and all their staff members for making this event possible. Globally, the new climate regime was actually discussed in 2014, and that year saw the beginning of the Seoul Climate Energy Conference. Celebrating the 8th birthday, the conference is about to discuss the carbon neutrality this time. Facing the COVID-19 pandemic and climate change, the humankind, in order to survive, has collected their wisdoms together to curb the temperature rise by no more than 1.5 degrees Celsius, and the COP26 recently achieved a meaningful outcome as leaders agreed to set a higher target. Seoul is also working hard to be part of this international effort. Last September, a blueprint of the future Seoul, Seoul Vision 2030, was announced, which also mentioned the importance of EV distribution, charging infrastructure, zero waste campaign, and these carbon neutrality tactics are being implemented one after another. Going forward, Seoul will continue to work harder to fight climate change and create more sustainable future. Once again, congratulations on the successful opening of the conference, and as we are joined by like-minded experts, I hope that this conference can generate a framework for carbon neutrality and create a venue where detailed action plans can be discussed in a constructive manner. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Oh. Next, please can I have your special attention because we have received a video message from Ban Ki-moon, the 8th Secretary General of the United Nations. Let's take a listen to his message now.
At the outset, let me express my heartfelt congratulations for the opening of the 8th Seoul Climate Energy Conference. It is my great honor and privilege to take part in this very meaningful event today. I would like to thank President Lee Kwang-hyung of KAIST, Korea Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, and Professor Kim Sang-hyuk, founder of Coalition for Our Common Future, co-organizers of this conference, for inviting me to deliver a special message on carbon neutrality. I also would like to recognize the online presence of the Honorable Lars Løkke Rasmussen, the 25th and 27th Prime Minister of Denmark. I expect his valuable contributions to this event. Ladies and gentlemen, our planet is getting sicker and grayer. I sincerely appeal to all the world leaders to do more for realizing carbon neutrality by 2050. The COP26 summit, recently held in Glasgow, United Kingdom, brought parties together to accelerate action towards the goal of the Paris Climate Change Agreement and the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC. I commend the efforts of the leadership of the host country, United Kingdom, for attempting to make progress at the summit. However, my assessment on the outcome of the summit cannot be fully generous. It was successful, but not satisfactory. Many member countries did not present their NDC, nationally determined contributions, to the summit for cutting carbon emissions by 2030. For the first time at the COP conference, there was an explicit plan to reduce use of coal. However, countries only agreed to a weaker commitment to, quote, phase down rather than phase out coal. Carbon neutrality 2050 was challenged by India and watered down to, quote, by or around the middle of the century instead of carbon neutrality 2050. Those countries who are not committed to carbon neutrality 2050 should realize that they can try to avoid their international obligations for the noble cause of saving our planet, but they cannot avoid catastrophic damage, which will occur to them in the not-too-distant future. It is clear to me that collective and strong will of the international community is the only essential tool to save our planet, which is getting sicker. I share concerns of many observers who claim that the result of COP26 was not enough to contain temperature rises below 1.5 degrees Celsius. Current pledges at the COP26 will only limit global warming to about 2.4 degrees Celsius. The nature continues to send a warning to all human beings. Nature has its own way. We cannot negotiate with nature. COVID-19 pandemic is one of the signals. We should listen to the voice of the nature. Omicron demonstrates that be-first nationalism does not work. International cooperation and coordination are required. Advanced countries should go hand in hand with the developing countries. The My People Only vaccination created a more dangerous variant of corona, which is Omicron variant. In this regard, we should not forget the importance of adaptation of the climate change. While most of our efforts have been focused in mitigation, we need to invest wisely to adaptation to overcome the climate risks. In particular, the developing countries are under stress of lack of resources for adaptation. Unfortunately, the pledge by richer countries to provide $100 billion a year by 2020 was not carried out. However, fortunately, COP26 pledged to double the financing on adaptation by significantly increasing funds to help poor countries cope with the effects of climate change and make clean energy possible. I also would like to take note of several positive side events of the summit. First is the US-China agreement. It pledged to cooperate more over the next decade in areas including methane emissions and the switch to clean energy. China has previously been reluctant to tackle domestic coal emissions, so this agreement was viewed as recognizing the need for urgent action. Second is that leaders from more than 100 countries, with about 85% of the world's forests, promised to stop deforestation by 2030. This is regarded as vital, as trees absorb a vast amount of CO2. Third is a scheme to cut 30% of methane emissions by 2030. It was agreed by more than 100 countries. Methane is currently responsible for a third of human-generated warming. The big emitters, China, Russia, and India, haven't joined, but we hope they will join later. Fourth is that world financial organizations agreed to back clean technology such as renewable energy and direct finance away from fossil fuel burning industries. I strongly urge the world leaders who made pledges and agreements at the summit to put them into action. Civil societies and ordinary citizens should watch carefully the leaders of their countries for implementation of the agreements. At the same time, we should utilize the market operation system to catalyze private companies to do their parts to reduce carbon emissions in meeting net zero targets. If they want to survive, they should channel investments on technologies that reduce carbon dioxide. At the same time, we need to support an international campaign for encouraging the ordinary citizens to select the environmentally friendly goods and services. And also we should change our daily life routines to make waste zero. Finally, it is imperative to keep temperature rises to 1.5 degrees Celsius. However, WMO, World Meteorological Organization, and the IPCC, in its most recent assessment report, warned that global temperature rise has already risen 1.1 degrees Celsius, leaving only 0.4 degrees Celsius. We must take all possible action to make sure that we keep global temperature rise within 0.4 degrees Celsius. That is why carbon neutrality 2050 is so crucially important. Ladies and gentlemen, now is the time for action. Let's move together toward saving our succeeding generations and the only planet we have. Thank you, and I wish every success of this conference. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Secretary General Ban. Last but not least, we have received a special message from Lars Løkke Rasmussen, the 25th and 27th Prime Minister of Denmark.
I am indeed honored to deliver this message on the opening of the 8th Seoul Climate Energy Conference. Of course, I would have preferred to be present at the conference in Korea, but it is less than a month ago I last returned from Korea, where I spoke at the HR Business Forum, so I hope you will forgive me for reaching out through the internet. But I can assure you that it is among my New Year's resolutions to be back in Korea next year if the corona pandemic allows me. It is particularly an honor to speak back to back with my friend, former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, with whom I work closely together in the preparation of the COP15 in Copenhagen back in 2009, where we actually managed to agree on the main architecture behind the later Paris Agreement. I am delighted that he had taken on the hard work, leading the Global Green Growth Institute after me. What started as a kind of loose idea, born in Korea, Mexico, and Denmark, is now turned into a full-fledged UN-recognized organization, assisting countries around the world implementing the green transition without jeopardizing economic growth and thereby prosperity and the well-being of their people. And this is crucial because we need to find a pathway where we can combine carbon neutrality and economic growth. If not, it will be impossible to ask countries and people, perhaps the majority of world's population, which still struggling with poverty, infant mortality, and illiteracy, to join the fight against climate change. We cannot ask them to refrain from the standard of living, which feels natural in countries as Korea and Denmark. So, ladies and gentlemen, greening the economy, whether it is in Korea or Denmark, in an economically sustainable way, is therefore truly walking the talk and leading by example. I therefore applaud the presence of all 4 presidential candidates on this occasion and interpret it as a strong signal of continued Korean leadership. Whatever outcome of the presidential election, I count on that and a continued strategic partnership between our 2 countries. Since my recent visit in Korea, and that was just a month ago, the Danish Parliament has agreed to establish an additional 2 gigawatt of offshore wind before the end of 2030. The expansion corresponds to the electricity consumption for approximately 2 million Danish households and take place on top of an already ambitious expansion of offshore. If you consider those, combined with the fact that last year, 2020, Danish wind turbines already delivered the equivalent of 46.1% of the Danish electricity consumption, you will realize that we soon, Denmark, will be more than self-sufficient. Therefore, we invest simultaneously in Power to X in order to expand the use of renewable energy. It is in many ways a success story. Since we constructed the world's first offshore wind farm 30 years ago in 1991, the Danish windmill adventure has decoupled CO2 emission and pollution from economic growth. And it has created more than 32,000 jobs. And now the technology has reached a maturity level where public subsidies is no longer needed. Therefore, we now stand ready to turn a new page in the fairy tale. And this fairy tale is better than anyone written by Hans Christian Andersen, and is called energy islands. The energy islands marked the beginning of a new era for the generation of energy from offshore wind, aimed at creating a green energy supply for Danish and foreign electricity grids. Operating as green power plants at sea, the islands expect to play a major role in the phasing out of fossil-fueled energy sources in Denmark and Europe. The plan envisages the establishment of an artificial island in the North Sea that will serve as a hub for offshore wind farms supplying 3 gigawatt of energy, with a long-term expansion of potential of 10 gigawatt. The energy island in the Baltic Sea will be the island of Bornholm, where electrotechnical facilities on the island will serve as a hub for offshore wind farms off the coast, supplying 2 gigawatt of energy. With these energy islands, the turbines placed further away from the coast, and thereby they will have less impact on nature and environment, and at the same time they will serve as hubs that gather electricity from the surrounding offshore wind farms and distribute it to the energy grid in different regions and countries, giving households and businesses access to the green electricity. This allows electricity from an area with vast energy sources to be more easily routed to areas that need it most, while also ensuring that the energy generated from the turbines is utilized as efficiently as possible in terms of demands for electricity. Upscale power to X facilities can easily fit into this concept. I trust that Danish companies such as CIP, Copenhagen Infrastructure Partners, stands ready to share this new concept with Korea. Ladies and gentlemen, each country needs to find its own way forward, but no doubt, any country could benefit from a clear strategy for carbon neutrality and well-defined targets. I'm proud of the Green Growth Alliance between Korea and Denmark, established in 2009 during my first term in office. It already materialized in the establishment of GGGI, and my hope is that it can facilitate mutual inspiration and business-to-business cooperation as we are moving forward. In his opening remarks, Mr. Ban Ki-moon emphasized the importance of strong international cooperation. I could not agree more. There's simply no way around it. We must step up in our fight against climate change. It's not just a moral issue. The fact is, we do not own this planet, but have borrowed it from our children. It is in our own best interest. If we lose control, we will witness natural disasters. We will witness conflicts, battle for land and water, refugee flows that will destabilize our civilization. So it is time to wake up. It is time to respond. It is a personal responsibility. It is a corporate responsibility. It's a national and international responsibility. However, not everyone can wait for everyone. Denmark, as well as Korea, are doing our part, but we can do more. We can do more separately and together. So let us get started. Let us lead by example. I would like to thank President Lee Kwang-kwang of the Korean Advanced Institute of Science and Technology and my very special friend, Mr. Kim Sang-hyuk, founder of Coalition for Common Future, co-organizers of this conference, for inviting me. And I wish you all a fruitful conference. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Minister Rasmussen. With this, we end the opening ceremony of the 8th Annual Seoul Climate Energy Conference 2021. Thank you again for your full participation. Now we will have an overview of this year's conference by the co-organizer of the Seoul Climate Energy Conference, Kim Sang-hyuk. Kim Sang-hyuk is president of the Jeju Research Institute and a visiting professor at the KAIST Graduate School of Green Growth. He is also founder of Coalition for Our Common Future, a think and do platform which examines issues on the Korean Peninsula, including climate change and population change. Welcome to the stage, Kim Sang-hyuk.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kim Sang-hyuk, and I have been co-organizing this conference since 2014. Yes, 8 years. And I'd like to share some snapshots of today's conference. Today's main topic is about Korea's carbon neutrality, how to turn it into real actions, not just empty words. As said, Korea made a promise to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050 at the COP26 in Glasgow last month. 2050, it may sound far away, a long, distant future. Then how about 40% cut by 2030? Only 8 years from now on. And it is directly linked to the future of 2050. And it is not just about environment. It is also about our economy, our energy, our life, and our civilization itself. But then again, are we really ready for this big change? Look at this slide that shows fluctuating trajectory of Korea's emission growth rate. It went down and then went up and then back to the place where it used to be. With this fluctuating trajectory, can Korea really realize the pledge we made? At least we need to cut more than 4% at least to meet the new target we announced in Glasgow. Can we really do that? How to turn it into real actions with sustainable economic growth, as Prime Minister Rasmussen emphasized. What are the challenges and opportunities in the course toward carbon neutrality and green growth? That is the main focus of today's conference. For that, we will begin our opening plenary by looking at the global context first, especially the outcome of the recent Glasgow meeting held last month. And we will have a special session with presidential candidates of Korea, because carbon neutrality and climate energy policy absolutely deserves presidential top priority in the next government. We have the right to hear from them directly to make a right choice for our sustainable future, I believe. Then we are going to explore pathways toward carbon neutrality with scientific and professional eyes. Top-notch experts and policymakers are here with us today. Following this, research presentation on various subjects will be done by students of Graduate School of Green Growth, KAIST. Please travel with us through Metaverse. Money is critical to make things happen. That's why we prepared an in-depth session for green climate finance and ESG with top speakers and panelists. Waste is another big problem we must overcome for carbon neutrality. We will do the quest for circular economy with armed clean technology and green entrepreneurship. And it is the young who are real stakeholders in the era of climate change. The 20 and 30 years young generation, young people today, are going to be 50 and 60 years old in the year 2050. That's why they are real stakeholders. So we must listen to the voices from the young and support their capacity building for empowerment. As I said, we have run this conference for 8 years. From green growth education to national carbon neutrality for our common future. We talked about many things. We made many good promises. But frankly speaking, to my eyes, we made no substantial progress, no big change yet. So I can't help asking, what good is it? What kind of meaning is there if the promise only to be unkept? We should not repeat this again because the time may not be on our side anymore. Okay, that's it. And I'm going to move to the opening session with top 3 speakers. First, Professor Robert Stabbins at Kennedy School of Government, Harvard University. Professor Stabbins is one of the renowned scholars in the field of climate change and energy economics. He sent his video message from Boston.
I'm delighted to be with you to talk about what happened at COP26 in Glasgow. I wish I could be present in Seoul, but this is the second best alternative. So I'm going to talk about 4 categories of major issues at COP26. The ones that were big in the press, the ones that were important for most of the delegates, the ones that were important for policy wonks like me, and then one that was, I think, important, I thought, for everybody. In terms of the big issues for the press, the first issue, of course, was whether the old and new NDCs add up to consistency with the 2 degrees centigrade target, let alone the 1.5 degrees centigrade target that's in the Paris Climate Agreement. The outcome is that we had 3.7 degrees centigrade trajectory before Paris. With the Paris NDCs, 2.7 degrees centigrade. If we look at the updated NDCs from the United States, the European Union, Korea, and other countries, that would take us to about 2.4 degrees centigrade and as low as 1.8 degrees C if you include all of the aspirational statements about the year 2050 that aren't really part of the Paris Agreement about net zero emissions and the like, both from governments and also from private industry. Prime Minister Johnson called the COP26 the last best hope, but during the second week, he wisely decided to instead push for more ambition, not at this COP, but at next year's COP. So he kicked the can down the road. Now, some wanted a statement in the decision. The Glasgow Climate Pact voted out at the end to endorse a phase out of coal and the elimination of fossil fuel subsidies. That wasn't endorsed by the G20 in Rome, so not surprisingly, it got modified at the COP to be a phase down of unabated coal and to reduce inefficient fossil fuel subsidies. There were also some other side agreements on methane, forestry, and I'll comment on these in a moment. Now, most of the delegations to the annual conference of the parties are, of course, from developing countries. And so one of the two big issues for them was finance, achieving the $100 billion a year commitment and more for both mitigation and adaptation, and making up for the shortfall because, of course, we didn't get to the $100 billion commitment in the year 2020, and it's not clear when we will. The outcome was that the Glasgow Climate Pact urges, it doesn't direct, but it urges countries to double their commitment in the future, which is ironic that we're talking about doubling the target when the target has not yet even been achieved. Another important issue is loss and damage, referring to the fact that even with adaptation, there will still be damages, particularly in the most vulnerable countries and particularly in small island states. This was finessed in the Paris Agreement, where loss and damage was included, but then in the accompanying decision, it said it's not the basis for compensation or legal liability. The outcome is that the wealthy countries of the world blocked the proposal for a new fund for loss and damage payments in Glasgow, and instead they set up a dialogue for research and discussion in future conferences of the parties. Now, in terms of the big issues for policy wonks, one of them was, would China and the United States return to global co-leadership on climate policy by returning to the spirit and reality of cooperation that existed under the Obama administration, as opposed to the spirit and reality of confrontation that we got during the Trump administration and that sadly continues during the first year of the Biden administration. There was a surprise joint announcement by the USA and China on Wednesday of the second week, but it didn't advance ambition and it really didn't influence other countries. The other big issue for the policy wonks was, would the Article 6 rulebook be completed with sensible text as opposed to counterproductive text? And here, the outcome was not perfect, but two problematic elements, one called overall mitigation of global emissions, the other of share of proceeds, both of which are either an explicit or an implicit tax on trading, were included in Article 6.4, essentially a continuation of the clean development mechanism, but fortunately are not included in Article 6.2, which is the accounting mechanism to make sure there isn't double counting when different jurisdictions link their policies together and they carry out exchanges from one firm to another in different jurisdictions. Not part of the negotiations, but obviously potentially important, is the deal of more than 100 countries to cut their methane emissions by 30% by the end of this decade. But we should take note of the fact that China was not included in that. Now, in terms of an issue for everyone, it was the elephant in the room. I thought it would be much discussed by delegates, by civil society, and by the press, and that is, could this new and very ambitious nationally determined contribution from the United States Biden administration, a 50 to 52% reduction below the 2005 level by 2030, is this achievable with reasonably anticipated policies in the United States, either laws or regulations? Not hoped for policies, but reasonably anticipated ones. And the answer is probably not, because of congressional politics and because of legal challenges we anticipate for regulations. But the outcome, interestingly enough, in Glasgow was that all three groups, delegates, civil society, and the press, seemed to be so happy to have the Biden administration instead of the Trump administration in power and having rejoined the Paris Agreement, that there was a remarkable willing suspension of disbelief by the delegates and by others, and this issue was hardly discussed by a polite conversation. So I will thank you for that. That is my quick summary of the results of COP26. I went through it quickly. If you'd like more information, I encourage you to go to the website of the Harvard Project on Climate Agreements, where I have an essay that I wrote that's much longer than this brief keynote message. Also, the Harvard Environmental Economics Program, my own website, my blog, to which I hope many of you subscribe. And of course, you can follow me on Twitter. So I encourage you to go to all of those. And again, I really do thank you very much. Delightful to be with you in Seoul. I wish it could have been in person.
Well, thank you. Well, the secretariat of this conference kindly said to me that it's okay for me to remove my mask because this room is fully secured against coronavirus. Thank you. Well, yeah, I'm also happy to have Mr. Biden as the President of the United States rather than Mr. Trump. But it is still sad to hear that even the U.S. will be having hard time to keep its enhanced NDC target, enhanced pledge, due to the domestic political struggle. And as he said, I also found despair and hope in Glasgow when I attended the conference last month. But I'm trying to be positive because there is no other option but to be positive. Then what would be the Korea's perspective on the outcome of the Glasgow? For that, we have Climate Ambassador of Korea, Madam Kim Hyo-eun. Good morning, Ambassador. Are you with us?
Good morning, Professor Kim. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you for joining us. And now the screen is yours, and after your remark, a speech, I'll do a brief Q&A. Would that be okay?
Absolutely. First of all, thank you very much for organizing this meaningful session. I think this is a very important opportunity to reconfirm Korea's commitment regarding carbon neutrality and also achieving the NDC by 2030. Therefore, I'm happy to share Korea's assessment about COP26 and also what should be done from now on. So before I start, I would like to share my short presentation. Just a second, please. I'm sorry for this inconvenience.
It's okay, but then how about this? Before you do
Yes.
prepare presentation, we can invite another speaker for the time being. Would that be
Okay, I need to, so maybe it's better for me to
maybe you
send this
check,
file
well,
to
your staff
Secretary
and
Simek. Yes.
our secretariat will check the problem and we will get back to you within 5
Okay,
minutes,
great.
okay?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Well, it happens all the time, you know?
Thanks.
And well, I understand Korea played a very important role in making annual youth forum attached to the conference of parties. And I'm so glad to hear the news that Korea played a role in making the role of young generation more powerful in the climate negotiation. And having said that, representing young generation, a student from China, Zhao Tongyi, is with us. She graduated from Beijing University and entered the Graduate School of Green Growth last year. Zhao Tongyi, good morning.
Good morning, Professor. Long time no see.
Yes, how are you there in Beijing? How's the weather?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. It's really cold right now.
Well, due to the as you know, the coronavirus, she's studying green growth in Beijing this time. Okay, I'm so happy to have you, and please have your say. to our audience.
Sure. Thank you, Professor, and please take your time, Ambassador. Good morning, honorable guests, dear Seoul Climate and Energy Conference organizers, my dear professors, and my fellow KAIST friends. It is my great pleasure to be with you all this morning to give this address at a conference of such importance. Now, to both offline and online delegates, I would like to send you all my most sincere regards and wish you all stay warm and, most importantly, sound and healthy before we say goodbye to 2021. Now, although the pandemic is still rampant across the continent, and we still have 3 weeks left before officially entering 2022, the past year has been no doubt a year that has embraced bold changes and challenges. Take myself as an example, I made up my mind to take on the new track of green growth. And over the past year, with the help of my kind colleagues and professors at KAIST, I tried to give my solutions with my friends in various courses and competitions to tackle the environmental challenges. I am sure that this conference is offering us more professional and scientific perspectives that would be constructive in forming the participating student delegates' unique responses to the world challenges on energy and climate change. For those who care about our Mother Nature and students who have determination to build their career upon the belief of a better, sustainable world, we are fortunate enough to have welcomed a year of making promises and plans to deliver such a vision. At the COP26 that just took place in Glasgow, we're glad that young people have made their demands and ambitions heard at one of the most important climate conferences in the world. Youth have declared that they are critical stakeholders in creating solutions and contributing to climate change. And we are certainly should be anticipating new opportunities suggested in the promising document of the Manifesto of Youth for Climate, of which one of the key messages is to request the governments to scale up financial, administrative, and logistical support to foster the engagement of youth to effectively drive climate ambition and concrete actions. Now, this reminds me of the very first assignment when I began my study here, where our honorable Professor Kim Sang-hyuk asked us to describe what we believe to be the biggest risk facing our time. Despite the foreign students mentioning risks ranging from financial crisis to climate change, most of the Korean students, as far as I can recall, mentioned the risk of being unemployed and a sense of insecurity and uncertainty of their future. While it is true that sometimes misfortune is a blessing in disguise, the manifesto called for the most urgently needed holistic, diversified, and inclusive energy transition by 2030 and requested financing for capacity building, research, and technology sharing to ensure a transition with decent jobs, providing adequate support for the affected and vulnerable communities. The reality of a growing, uncertain world is making supporting the most vulnerable a priority in response to the current crisis. I am very glad that this manifesto is not simply another declamation of fancy but void jargon that shows only the naivety of young generations. It touches upon the necessity of capacity building that equips us with the tools that we need to create a future for ourselves. Within the coming days, we will all be exposed to a wide range of topics on energy, climate change, green finance, carbon market, etc. And the conference has kindly offered our program the chance to communicate our research and business projects with our honorable guests. This is indeed a precious opportunity for us to receive valuable feedback on our works. On the other hand, it is also a good time for our guests to communicate with us about the most akin issues and topics that we are concerned about. I'm very proud to be in the same position with an amazing student body with diversified academic and professional background. And I feel just the same excited about the coming days of active exchange of opinions and knowledge on climate and energy issues. This conference, I am sure, will not only bring about greater understanding and cooperation between the many parties that are represented here, but will look to bold new initiatives. Now, may I wish you an enjoyable and productive conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tongyi. for your great contribution to our conference. Well, the US and China are the two biggest economy and biggest emitters in the world, but they are in deep conflict now. But as Professor Stabbins said, in Glasgow, we witnessed, rather than cooperation, we witnessed confrontation. To a young person like you, how do you feel?
Thank you, Professor. This is a very tricky question, but a question of great importance. I feel very honored to be sharing my own perspectives on this issue with you guests here. The word conflict is very precise in describing the situation that we have now. And personally, I don't think that the China-US competition will go away, at least in the near future. However, I do argue that how this competition is framed would have a great influence. If we stick to the lazy arguments that the two nations are culturally or ideologically destined to clash, then the result of the competition might be disappointing to all of us. However, if it is framed correctly, I am convinced that it will actually bring attention to solving the common challenges. So if you look closely, it's not hard to find common problems and challenges. Climate change, as we have been mentioning, has been acknowledged by the leaders of the two countries as a crisis that takes effort to tackle with. Social inequality, as another example, is not only described as a problem in capitalist societies, but also a task for the Chinese government as well. So in other words, a new framework to look at the reality today could tell us about the real nature of competition, which is not about outdoing the other party, but about which superpower solves its domestic problems first. So both President Xi Jinping's Common Prosperity and President Joe Biden's Build Back Better are doing just that. So that would be my short answer for your question, but I certainly look forward to more discussion.
Okay, thank you. Please stay healthy and see you in person as soon as possible. Now I think we have Ambassador Kim back. Thank you. I'm sorry for the trouble. Then I think we are ready for Ambassador's presentation. Okay, the screen is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, the Secretariat is ready to share the. Yes, it's on. There are mixed views regarding the outcome of COP26, and Professor Stabbins, he delivered very useful view from the perspective of civil society leaders. By the way, Korea believes that COP26 outcome, Glasgow Climate Pact, is a balanced outcome on mitigation, adaptation, and finance, particularly reflecting all parties' interests. I know that that document, the outcome of COP26 is not 100% satisfactory. However, because we didn't meet the target of 1.5 degrees Celsius, if 120 world leaders gathered together and then they announced their net zero by 2050 plan and also their enhanced NDC ambition. However, according to the IEA, International Energy Agency, if countries will 100% implement what they committed, then the world is going to reach 1.8 degree rise by the end of this century. Therefore, we still have a gap. And in that sense, COP26 results is not 100% satisfactory. However, I would like to say that we are in the right track, and all countries, they reconfirmed the strong commitment to achieve a 1.5 degree ambition. Therefore, the COP26 outcome is a good basis for further actions in the future. And I would like to highlight US-China joint Glasgow Declaration on enhancing climate action. It was announced at the very later stage of the negotiation, and it provided meaningful driving force. Of course, some particularly the outside of the of the government experts. From their perspective, it is not completely satisfactory. However, it was a good agreement to provide clear signal to the world that US and China, they are willing to work together on climate change issue. And in COP26, there were many sectoral and coalition approaches, such as Methane Pledge, Breakthrough Agenda, and PPCA, and many others. Therefore, I would like to emphasize that COP26 was the most inclusive climate conference, inviting not only government officials, but also like civil society leaders, business sector representatives, youth representatives, and many others. And in line with that, COP26 recognized the human rights component in climate action, and also the strong role of youth, indigenous people, women, and other stakeholders. And finally, we agreed that we are going to invite host country of the future COP meeting to organize annual Youth Climate Forum, because we believe that youth, they are the strong stakeholder in global climate action. Next slide, please. So COP26 made a progress. We confirmed keeping 1.5 degree Celsius ambition alive. And we have a good timetable and mechanism to accelerate our actions, because we agreed to start a new work program, and we agreed to start annual ministerial roundtable to accelerate the actions to increase the ambition of NDCs. And also, many people express the disappointment regarding the word of phase down coal power plants. However, we must bear in mind that this is the first time in COP outcome document which has coal power plants. Therefore, it's a good starting. We are going to accelerate the phasing down coal power plants. And then if we continue phasing down, then we will phase out coal power plants. And also we agreed to scale up adaptation finance. And as Professor Stabbins pointed out, yes, still there is a gap in the climate finance, climate financial support from developed countries to developing countries. The developed countries didn't meet the commitment of 100 billion. Still, we have almost 220 billion gap. However, we agreed to accelerate to implement the commitment. And also, we are going to start post-2025 climate finance from next year. And Paris rulebook, so-called Article 6 regarding international carbon trading, and also Article 13 regarding the reporting, and also common time framework of the NDC, all those key elements of Paris Agreement were agreed. And I believe it gives a very strong signal, particularly to the private sector, that this is the direction and strong climate action will continue. Next slide, please. So the impact of COP26. COP26, we prepared for almost 2 years. Therefore, I would like to invite people to think, to focus on the preparatory process of COP26. If we're looking at COP26 as a process, huge shift took place, not only in Korea, but also globally. Therefore, the global community, we put ourselves in the right direction. Particularly clear shift we can witness from the private sector, business sector, and finance sector. And also, as I already mentioned, the Article 6.2 and 6.4, the international carbon trading, I think this will work in the future for particularly business people to invest and work further in strong climate areas. Next slide, please. So what Korea should do after COP26? We already announced our net zero target by 2050, and then we announced the very ambitious NDC 40% cut by 2030, and also President Moon Jae-in, he declared the phase out coal by 2050. Therefore, now what we have to do is implementation. Implementing NDCs and carbon neutrality target. So declaration is one thing and implementation is another. And also at Glasgow COP, we agreed very detailed reporting mechanism. Therefore, there is no exception among countries not in reporting what they are going to do. So I would like to emphasize again the strong action to achieve the target of NDC and carbon neutrality. By the way, I would like to highlight that Korea is also contributing in helping developing countries of their climate action. We doubled our contribution to Green Climate Fund, and we will create Green New Deal Fund in Global Green Growth Institute. And we also increase our ODA, green ODA, up to the level of the average of the OECD countries. And finally, I'd like to emphasize there will be one more very, very important global event to be held in Korea next year. That is World Forestry Congress in Seoul, which to be held in May 2022. That's the biggest global forestry meeting. And we all know that forestry is a key component of global climate action. And Korea is a model country who successfully achieved forestation in last 50 years. Therefore, I believe that Korea has many things to share with the developing countries in forestation and REDD. Therefore, I would like to invite all audience of this meeting to pay attention to this important global event in May next year. Okay, I must stop here, and thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share what Korea's assessment about COP26.
Thank you, Ambassador. I didn't know that we are going to have a very big global forestry forum because it is natural CCS, carbon capture and storage system. So as we are running out of time, I'm going to ask a very brief question. Mr. Boris Johnson, Prime Minister of UK, the host country of COP26, said that we need more ambition and we shall meet again next year to raise our ambition. Does that mean Korea needs to enhance its target more? And what worry, we didn't started yet our new journey. So what worries you most? What is the most challenging part of Korea's carbon neutrality?
That's the question I receive quite often after COP26 meeting.
Okay.
Yes, the Glasgow Climate Pact says we invite countries to review and revisit their NDC if necessary and submit enhanced NDC by the end of 2022. But it is mainly inviting countries who submitted weak NDC or NDCs which is not in line with 1.5 degree ambition. But I would like to emphasize that Korea's NDC with 40% cut, it is closely and it is very seriously aligned with net zero by 2050 and also 1.5 degree ambition. Therefore, Korea doesn't need to revisit and redevelop the NDC by next year. We will submit our 40% cut NDC by the end of this year, and then we will start implementation.
Thank you. Thank you. So Korea's new NDC is strong enough to be aligned with the global goals. What is important is how to make that promise into actions. Thank you. Well, now this is how I'll conclude my opening session, and now we are going to move on to the next session with 4 presidential candidates. Thank you. Karen?
With this, we end the opening ceremony of the 8th Annual Seoul Climate Energy Conference 2021. Thank you again for your full participation. Ladies and gentlemen, let us start the first session on the subject of 2022 Climate Energy Agenda, Republic of Korea presidential candidates. I would like to welcome the host of this session, Kim Si-yu, Youth Representative of Coalition for Our Common Future.
Good morning from the 8th Seoul Climate Energy Conference. I'm Si-yu Kim, Youth Representative of Coalition for Our Common Future. And it is my honor to welcome you to the Plenary 1 2022 Climate Energy Agenda, Republic of Korea presidential candidates. Considering the growing importance of climate energy leadership, in this plenary session, we take this opportunity to look into the climate energy agendas and policy directions from 4 presidential candidates of Korea, candidates of Democratic Party, People Power Party, Justice Party, and the People's Party. We requested each presidential candidate to evaluate within 7 minutes to evaluate the carbon neutral policy of the current administration and discuss the gist of candidates' climate energy policy direction, including measures for bipartisan governance, social consensus, and measures for the young generation who are the real agents of change. Given that the CEC is an international conference, I speak English as a MC, but we ask presidential candidates to speak in Korea in their video messages, considering their audiences are targeted to Korean voters. Without further ado, I would like to welcome and start with presidential candidate Lee Jae-myung of the Democratic Party of Korea.
여러분은 헛된 말로 내
You have
꿈과
stolen
내
my
시절을 훔쳐갔습니다.
dream and my childhood
스웨덴의
with
10대
your empty word.
환경운동가 그레타
This is the
툰베리의
outcry of
절규였습니다.
Swedish teenager Greta Thunberg. Thunberg warned that the wrong response from the current generation in climate and environment approach is killing people and pushing the Earth ecosystem to the brink of destruction. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Lee Jae-myung, presidential candidate for the Democratic Party. So, the current generation must provide clear answers and clear actions for the future generation. Korea has already pledged to the international society a 40% reduction by 2030. This may pose a threat to the manufacturing and export-oriented Korean economy. However, I firmly believe that this era of great energy transition is an opportunity for us. Modern Korean history is full of stories of development within crisis, and the people and the youth were at the core. I believe in the great power of our people and youth. The global economy has already ventured into the era of energy transition. A great carbon trade wall is being erected in Europe. Carbon neutrality is an unavoidable generational quest, and we must actively seek ways to change. I, Lee Jae-myung, will not stop in this change against the crisis. I'll create a new opportunity for Korea with the youth to overcome the hurdles of the climate crisis and energy transition. And from now on, I'd like to present 2 social systems that will be at the core of Korea's transitional growth. First, future energy system. The global economy is quickly transitioning into a decarbonized economy. We have no time to wait. Korea, rather, must lead the change. The US President Biden decided to invest over 1,400 trillion won to innovate social infrastructures. The Democratic Party's Lee Jae-myung administration will not wait. I will make a national level, quick and massive investment, changing and constructing the future energy system. As such, I propose to the people Korea Future Energy System, which is called the Energy Highway. Energy highway is the essence of a distributed energy network where anyone can produce and sell renewable energy anywhere. It is where production, supply, and consumption go hand in hand. Simultaneously, Korea's new technologies based on advanced fourth industrial revolution such as ICT, AI, and IoT will be incorporated into the power grid to construct the smart energy foundation such that the people and the industry will benefit from the comfort and profits. In addition, I'll introduce the energy dividend where the local population can participate in the renewable energy development process. I'll open the era of renewable energy annuity where the sun and wind becomes asset, forming the basis for the solar annuity and wind annuity. Realizing this policy will lead to the income increase to the local population. People will go back to the countryside, providing a foundation for the development of rural areas. Energy highway will be directly related to the development of new industries. In addition to solar wind generation, VPP, ESS, and VGT come under this criteria. A more active investment in efficient renewable energy production technology such as Pervo, Fisk, and the future mobility-based technologies like solid-state batteries will form the basis for future innovative growth. The Lee Jae-myung government's energy highway, like the industrial highway by Park Chung-hee and information highway by Kim Dae-jung, will be the iota of the innovative growth that leads to in innovative industries. Second is equitable and just transition system. Energy transition inevitably bring about many changes. That change, however, should not be or by a single person. This country should interfere to correct the justice and imbalance and create opportunity for growth for country and people. Lee Jae-myung administration, based on a strong social safety net, will ensure an equitable and just transition system. The end of coal power generation, the end of internal combustion engines are not a story of a future. Decarbonization will make many jobs disappear. Currently, areas concentrated with power plants and industrial complexes now suffer from fine dust and environmental pollution. In the future, its core economy will suffer from loss of jobs, double suffering. Special sacrifice requires special rewards. That is an equitable and just transition. Lee Jae-myung, who knows best the tears of the poor and the honest sweat of the workers, will now leave you to be the sacrifice of social change. Creating a considerable just transition fund, an ample social network will be ensured for companies, workers, and the disadvantaged classes hit by the transition. Areas hit by drastic industrial transition will be designated as a special district for just transition and will be supported in full for job transition and revitalizing the local economy. In addition, new jobs will be created in green industrial areas like the green district platforms, smart green city, zero energy buildings, carbon emission reduction facilities, and high energy efficiency projects appropriate for the energy transition. I'll create an environment where our youth can become leaders who lead the transition through energy startups and talent trading. I, Lee Jae-myung, can state that with confidence, anyone can talk about overcoming the climate crisis, but not anyone can solve the climate crisis. All having been verified in action rather than words, I'd like to end my presentation quoting Greta Thunberg. The world is waking up and change is coming whether you like it or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Presidential Candidate Lee. Now I would like to welcome Presidential Candidate Yoon Sung-yeol of People Power Party.
안녕하십니까. 국민의힘 대통령 후보 윤석열입니다.
Good morning. I am Yoon Sung-yeol, the presidential candidate of the People Power Party. Congratulations on the opening of the 8th Seoul Climate and Energy Conference, and I'd like to thank KAIST and Coalition for a Common Future for organizing this very meaningful event and giving me the opportunity to discuss future policy directions for climate and energy. The rapid climate changes that we are experiencing stem from abuse and misuse of fossil fuels. The international community has committed to carbon neutrality by 2050, and Korea, as a responsible community member, will actively take part in the effort to reach carbon neutrality. In order to create and implement a specific roadmap for carbon neutrality, there needs to be an agreement among stakeholders as well as a social consensus. However, the current Korean government has made the very important decision to cut NDC by 40% by 2030 without listening to the industry and without social consensus. Non-experts have led the decision-making process without clarifying detailed action plans or who will pay for the cost and how. Climate change is a critical challenge that is closely linked to energy, key industries, and jobs. So climate issue is an economic issue, as well as a national security issue, an issue of life and safety of the people. I respect the spirit of the Paris Accord, which says the NDC commitment should not be retreated, and will implement the following policies based on national consensus. First, I will reassess the populist policies of nuclear power phase out. In order to attain carbon neutrality, there has to be dramatic reduction of fossil energy, which is a main source of CO2 emission. Then, the only energy sources that remain available to us are nuclear and renewable energy. This is why most of the nations are planning their energy mix for carbon neutrality with renewable and nuclear energy sources. I will carefully review the harmful consequences of the populist nuclear power phase-out policy. Through in-depth discussion with leading nuclear power experts and social consensus among the stakeholders, we will forge a new energy mix scheme for carbon neutrality, which will include nuclear power. Second, I will ensure that science, not ideology, is the basis for climate change policy formulation. Globally, tens of trillions of dollars are being invested into climate and energy sectors. Of course, we need the best professionals, not amateurs. This is why President Biden has declared that science is back at the White House. I will establish a presidential science and technology governance body and make sure that climate change is dealt with as a core responsibility of the president. Third, I will set up 3 pillars of response, namely green technology, green financing, and green human resources. Response to climate energy changes are related to global technology hegemonic competition. In order to survive such competition, cutting-edge, leading technologies are needed. I will ensure that green technology, which will determine the future of national economy, receive a massive investment flow. Global competitiveness in major technology sectors such as energy, mobility, battery, semiconductors, intelligent power grid, and CO2 capture will be achieved. As can be seen with global interest in ESG, finance is flowing towards values that put emphasis on environment. Private-public green financing system will be established in order to capture and utilize opportunities that have just emerged. What is really important is people. The real stakeholders in the climate change dialogue are the young people in their 20s and 30s. I will help develop capabilities and power of these young people so that they can draw and make decisions about their future. World-class green education programs and business environment will be developed so that the youth can become experts in environment and energy sectors. Climate changes should not be subject to political negotiations or ideological novice idea contests. Carbon neutrality will be attained based on science and technology, and green transformation will be made into an opportunity for a new leap forward. I will listen carefully to all the suggestions made today to make sure Korea is able to lead the global green transformation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Presidential Candidate Yoon. Now, I would like to welcome Presidential Candidate Sim Sang-jung of the Justice Party.
Good morning. My name is Sim Sang-jung, presidential candidate for the Justice Party. Thank you for inviting me to the 2021 Seoul Climate Energy Conference. And I have taken a moment to ponder about a reason the conference has invited the presidential candidate of each party. It mostly likely is because the climate crisis is an issue that is directly related to our survival. As the COVID-19 pandemic struck the weak members of the society the hardest, the climate crisis is becoming a catastrophe. Surely a bigger one for the weak. A worker working outside during the summer collapsed from overheating. Flowers bloom in orchard but do not bear fruit due to the cold. The pain of the elderly living alone in a small room without air conditioning is getting worse. The weak are not the only ones being threatened. Korea's central industries such as automobile, shipbuilding, and steel are carbon-based. Without a proper response to the climate change, the Rust Belt will be a common picture across Korea. Workers in the front and rear industries of the carbon-based industrial complex will be driven into massive unemployment. Young people having to endure the era of the climate crisis are intuitively aware of the danger to come. According to a European survey, 53% of the young may come to support an authoritarian government if the regime come up with climate measures. Unfortunately, there is no sense of urgency for the climate crisis, although it is the biggest threat to the democracy in Korean politics. Democratic policy candidate Lee Jae-myung says he will achieve carbon neutrality by 2040. However, his policy includes the ban on the sales of internal combustion engines rather than the ban on driving altogether. People Power Party candidate Yoon Suk-yeol has virtually no climate measures other than nuclear power generation. The crisis in the two-party system is that they are not aware of the urgency felt by the citizens concerning the climate crisis. I, Sim Sang-jung, will be the climate president facing the crisis and making decisions. Neither the government, business, nor individuals can live as they have done until today. Economic growth, industry, and individual lives must be reconfigured within the limits of the earth. The climate agenda will be the number one strategy in the Sim Sang-jung administration. Korea's 70-year-old construction, gray and carbon-intensive economy will be transformed. In order to dramatically transform the carbon-based industrial structure, just transition will be the basis of state administration encompassing energy, industry, and jobs. To overcome the climate crisis, the Sim Sang-jung administration will push for the strongest governance in which every citizen participates beyond the domain of the government and business. To this end, I will promise the following policies. First, my administration will reduce carbon emission by 50% compared to the level of 2010 by 2030 and create 1 million green jobs. Coal generation will be shut down and renewable generation, currently lagging at 7%, will be expanded to 50% by 2030. We will build housing power plants, village power plants, and community power plants owned by cooperatives or communities throughout the country. Solid government support will be ensured. Small modular nuclear power plants which take 10 years to commercialize cannot be an alternative. It only delays the timetable for carbon neutrality. An immediate shutdown of nuclear plants is not what I'm stating. My denuclearization policy is to close nuclear power plants that have reached the end of their lives and stop building new ones. Nuclear power generation will stop by 2040, considering that the life of the current nuclear power plants is over. Second, my administration will supply 10 million electric vehicles by 2030 and establish a sustainable transportation system. During my term, we will electrify public transportation such as bus and taxis and introduce congestion fees in the 6 major cities. Free public transportation fees will be provided to the vulnerable to facilitate their mobility and reduce carbon emissions. Third, my administration will overhaul Korea's fiscal policy to establish the foundation for a decarbonized socio-economic system and a green state. We'll secure an annual 20 billion won through the newly proposed carbon tax, which will be used for the Just Transition Fund to support the socially disadvantaged. No single president, party, or government will be able to overcome the climate crisis. All political parties must combine forces. In addition, we'll only overcome the crisis through mastering the participation of all citizens. Conflicts that arise over the installation of renewable energy facilities in local regions result from excluding the local population. I propose a National Climate Emergency Committee where not only politicians but also locals and civil societies can participate in. It is through this committee that I intend to muster the wisdom and the will of the entire country. The climate crisis of today has resulted from the current generation's greed for infinite growth and development. It is the gravest of the international justice issues that threaten the survival of the future generation. Until today, our ancestors have handed down to us a bounty more than they have received. The current generation has inherited 13% more than what our previous generation have. Nonetheless, this is in stark contrast to the fact that we have inherited as little as 40% less in natural capital. Following this destructive trajectory, our basis for survival may simply disappear. Our desperately fight to resolve the climate crisis, succeed in green transition, and give back the future to our future generation, one that they deserve. Overcoming the climate crisis is a farewell to the 200-year-old fossil fuel civilization. It is the sharpest political issue in that the whole country must mobilize to its fullest. In that sense, this presidential election must be an election of the climate, and I urge my fellow citizens to vote for our climate. I, Sim Sang-jung, will be the first climate president. I, alongside you, will race to reach the green coexistence society, one where human and nature coexist. Thank you.
Thank you, Presidential Candidate Sim. Now, I'd like to welcome Presidential Candidate An Chol-soo of the People's Party.
안녕하십니까.
Good morning.
국민의당
I am An
대통령
Chol-soo,
후보
the presidential
안철수입니다.
candidate for the People Party.
제8회 서울
Congratulations
기후에너지
on
컨퍼런스
the
개최
opening
축하드립니다.
of the 8th Seoul Climate
지속
Energy
가능한 지구를
Conference.
위해서 행사를
I would like to
개최해
thank
주신
Christ Graduate School of Green Growth and the Coalition for a Common Future for organizing and hosting the conference for a sustainable planet. As Professor Robert Stabbins has remarked in his keynote speech, nature will not remain silent indefinitely. Climate crisis is a global challenge that threatens humanity's sustainability. We have an obligation to ensure that the future generations be able to enjoy the environment and benefits of the nature that we have enjoyed. What I can say for sure is that Republic of Korea's key strategy to respond to climate crisis is through carbon neutrality. Since time is limited, I want to focus on power generation, which is just one part but an important part of achieving carbon neutrality. The current government's ignorance and bias for the past 4.5 years have eroded national energy strategy and made carbon neutrality impossible to achieve. The whole world is saying that carbon neutrality without nuclear power is impossible. But the government, immersed in political ideology, has been obstinate about phasing out nuclear power. Now, based on scientific facts, we need to correct the incorrect policies. I will legislate an act on climate crisis and set up a national climate change commission so as to responsibly and proactively deal with climate change. Korea's excellent nuclear power technology, including SMR, will be developed as part of a national strategic project and will receive strong support for export. Given Korea's circumstances, it will be impossible to be carbon neutral with only renewable energy. Solar and wind power are not efficiently generated on the Korean peninsula. It is not possible to generate electricity at night or when there is no wind blowing. And electricity production cost is also very high. Therefore, energy mix of nuclear and renewable power sources is essential in stably supplying power without carbon emission and maintaining the nation's export competitiveness based on affordable electricity is absolutely essential. Carbon neutrality 2050 is a tremendous challenge for us, and as forecasted by the experts, doubling of electricity demand will be exacerbating the situation. The government's role at a time like this is to secure the essential energy sources and at the same time achieve carbon neutrality. In order to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050, I will set up a national energy strategy with nuclear, renewable, and other energy source mix. I will bring back lost 5 years of nuclear power. And with the energy mix strategy, I will achieve carbon neutrality, energy sovereignty, and economic growth on the road to 2050 carbon neutrality, a promise to our future generations. I will listen with high expectations and interest to the in-depth discussion as the experts discuss about carbon neutrality 2050, green financing, and ESG, zero waste, and circular economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Presidential Candidate An. So to summarize briefly on my end, Presidential Candidate Lee Jae-myung pledges to make climate crisis to a growth opportunity with the young generation, suggesting a energy highway, a distributed energy system with fair and just transition process. And Presidential Candidate Yoon Suk-yeol pledges to revamp nuclear phase-out, forming triangular formation of green technology, green finance, and green talents, especially for the young, and making science center of the climate energy policy. And Presidential Candidate Kim Sang-jeon pledges to become a climate president, making climate #1 national strategy, promising community-oriented power plants and sustainable green mobility, and under just transition for decarbonized economy, budgetary reform. She promised that again. And Presidential Candidate An Chol-soo pledges fact-based scientific decisions and a combination of renewables and nuclear in his strategic energy mix, thereby achieving carbon neutrality, energy sovereignty, and economic growth. And all of four candidates have emphasized the role of young generation in their policy direction. So for presidential pledges, There is real estate economy, COVID-19, and job creation, and there are many other issues. But watching presidential candidates with their committed climate energy policy directions, I can feel that climate crisis has become now a presidential agenda, not only around the world, but also in Korea. And personally speaking, as youth representative, this session was meaningful, not only because climate change is an existential issue for the young generation, but also because many analyze younger generations in their 20s and 30s as a casting vote in the 20th presidential election of Korea, and the votes from so-called MZ generation are expected to be affected by how effectively their issues and their interests will be handled rather than a specific political orientation. And this session, in this sense, was such an opportunity to see how climate energy policy directions will be headed, which by far is one of the main interests of our generation. So there is only 89 days left before the 20th presidential election of Korea, and with a hope of having more climate presidential agendas and having more climate leadership, this is the end of our session. Thank you.
Thank you all for your presentations and ambitions for the Republic of Korea. Plenary 2 will now begin. Now we will start the second plenary of the 8th Annual Seoul Climate Energy Conference 2021. There will be 2 presentations and a discussion on the topic of achieving Korea's carbon neutrality target. I would like to welcome the moderator of this session, Jung, who is co-organizer of the Seoul Climate Energy Conference and head of KAIST Graduate School of Green Growth.
Thank you. Thank you, Karin. Good morning, everybody. As you know, Korean government has declared carbon neutrality target in October 2020, last year. I think now it's time to turn this ambitious goal into action. It's my great honor to moderate a session on achieving Korea's carbon neutrality target in this crucial moment with only 28 years left to achieve the target. In this plenary, we plan to discuss concrete energy technology and policy strategies to achieve Korea's carbon neutrality target. And I have organized the plenary around the following questions. What are the enablers and barriers to the carbon neutrality target? And how can we improve the feasibility of Korea's carbon neutrality target? And what will be the necessary policy measures and institutions and investment needs? Here we have distinguished speakers and panelists joining online. Vice Minister of Ministry of Trade, Industry and Energy, Park Ki-young, is joining, and Deputy Minister for Climate Change and Carbon Neutral Policy, Ministry of Environment, Kim Jung, is joining us, and the President of Green Technology Center, Jung is joining, and KAIST Professor of Nuclear and Quantum Engineering, Professor Im Man-sung, is joining here. And Head of Asia Pacific Research, Bloomberg NEF, Ali Izadi, is joining us. And lastly, Managing Director of Solutions for Our Climate, Kim Joo-jin, is joining us. Without further ado, let us hear our first presentation by Vice Minister Park. Vice Minister Park, can you? Okay, so could you start your presentation first?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Kyung Park, the Vice Minister of Trade, Industry and Energy. The 2021 United Nations Climate Change Conference, also known as COP26, closed last month on November 13th. The parties adopted the Glasgow Climate Pact and pledged to ramp up their efforts to achieve carbon neutrality. At the conference, Korea announced its updated NDC to the international community. As the transition to carbon neutrality is well on the way, the energy sector is expected to see many changes in the times ahead. In this regard, today I would like to talk about how we should set the direction of energy policy in the age of carbon neutrality. Starting with why the energy system needs to change, I will talk about what actions Korea has been taking to go carbon neutral, and then what direction Korea's energy policy should take. Let me first explain why we need to change the energy system to achieve carbon neutrality. Since the 48th session of UN IPCC in 2018, many countries have scrambled to declare carbon neutrality. Carbon neutrality has now become a global new normal that no country can dismiss. As of November this year, 138 countries, including the US, EU, Japan, China, and India, declared carbon neutrality. At the COP26 summit in last November, governments affirmed once again their commitment to achieve carbon neutrality. At the end of 2-week-long discussions, they decided to adopt the Glasgow Climate Pact, which has become the first UN climate agreement to explicitly mention the use of coal. They also made voluntary declarations as part of their cross-sector efforts to achieve carbon neutrality. The US and China surprised the COP26 climate summit with a joint declaration. Even amid escalating tension around the economy, trade, and human rights issues between the two countries, they agreed to work together to tackle challenges to addressing climate change. All countries entirely agreed that achieving carbon neutrality is vital to fight climate change, and that on the pathway to carbon neutrality, the role of the energy sector is particularly important. These graphs highlight the importance of the energy sector in achieving carbon neutrality. About 3/4 of global greenhouse gas emissions come from energy use. Its proportion is bigger in Korea, with the energy sector accounting for 87% of the total emissions. On this account, it is not too much to say whether Korea succeeds in realizing carbon neutrality depends crucially on the innovation of the energy system. And now, I will talk about what actions Korea has been taking to work on carbon neutrality. The Korean government and the industry sector have put a lot of effort into the reduction of greenhouse gases in various dimensions. In recent years, the Korean government has been pushing for the transition to clean, safe energy by increasing the share of renewable energy while reducing the share of coal. The government started early to promote emissions reduction in the energy and industry sectors through the introduction of the renewable portfolio standards and the emissions trading scheme. The industry sector, including the steel and cement industries, has been making green investments which have been supported by the government's policy efforts. As a result, Korea has recently seen a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions despite our continued economic growth. In October 2020, Korea declared that it would join other countries in going carbon neutral by 2050. This year, the Presidential Committee on Carbon Neutrality was established in May to serve as the control tower of the country's emissions reduction plans, and the Framework Act on Carbon Neutrality and Green Growth was passed by the National Assembly in August. Korea has now become the 14th country in the world to mandate the carbon neutral goal. At the COP26, Korea also officially introduced its updated NDC that revised its 2030 emissions reduction target to 40% from its previous goal of 26.3%. While other countries, such as the US with at least 50% and EU with at least 55%, have set much higher targets, Korea is expected to be faster in meeting the 2030 target with the largest annual reduction rate. Now, I will move on to discuss the direction of Korea's energy policy in the age of carbon neutrality. First and foremost, Korea will gradually phase out coal-fired power generation and make transition to LNG generation. We also plan to promote the widespread use of carbon-free power sources like ammonia and hydrogen. And we will step up to increase the share of renewables in our energy mix. The Korean government plans to improve licensing-related systems, including the establishment of one-stop shop. In addition, Korea will lay the groundwork for expanding the use of renewables by requiring power generation companies to generate a large share of electricity from renewable energy. Korea also will make proactive investments in electric power grids and expand flexible resources like energy storage systems. We will advance more active policies on demand-side management that encourage broader public participation. This includes introduction of energy efficiency target control programs for energy-intensive industries and the extension of energy-saving incentive programs for the general public. The Korean government will take carbon neutrality as an opportunity to create jobs and a new driving force for economic growth. To this end, we will invest in the innovation of breakthrough technologies. The government has increased the next year's budget for carbon neutrality R&D. It also plans to continue putting enormous financial resources into the development, demonstration, and deployment of key clean energy technologies. We will also lay the foundation for the growth of future energy industry. The government will boost hydrogen consumption by providing all-around support in its production, distribution, and use. We also plan to contribute to promote future clean energy technologies like next-generation solar cell technology. Korea also plans to further develop CCUS technology and build a domestic CCUS facility. The budget of up to 3 trillion won will be assigned to research projects for CCUS technology over the next decade. We will also work hard to create a new business ecology of the energy industry combined with digital technologies. The Korean government will endeavor to come up with measures to make good use of existing coal and gas energy facilities and to support workforce transition. And it will establish a legal foundation to boost the economy of the most affected regions. Since going carbon neutral cannot be done with one country's efforts alone, Korea will fully cooperate with the international community. Overseas reduction would be an effective means for cutting global total emissions by contributing to emissions reduction of developing countries with greater reduction potential. Therefore, Korea will offer active support for private companies' overseas reductions and for the development of new carbon neutral technologies through bilateral cooperation. The Korean government will announce energy carbon neutral innovation strategy that introduces its long-term vision for energy sector's carbon neutrality and contains all the important points made in this presentation. Now, I'm going to wrap up my speech. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Minister Park, for delivering the perspective and concrete actions from the perspective of the ministry. He has emphasized the three things at the end, and accelerating energy transition through various energy technologies development. And the second one is creating new economic growth engine, and fair, lastly, in the fair and inclusive transition and international cooperation. Because of the time, we will save questions and comments to the last. Now the second presentation, we'll move on to the second presentation, and second presentation is mine. Okay, so while waiting for my slides. Okay, thank you. Let me take this opportunity to introduce, to the best of our knowledge, the first scientific study for Korea's carbon neutrality target, and I have conducted with students from KAIST and researchers from University of Maryland. Next slide. Okay. Next slide, please. Oh, okay. I'll do that. Okay. It seems that Korea's carbon lock-in seems significant. This figure shows, the left-hand side shows we have been heavily reliant on coal and gas, and nuclear power has played a significant role in providing baseload so far. And then we are targeting carbon neutrality by 2050, which is only 28 years remaining. So we need drastic changes in our energy system. The right-hand side figure shows the age structure of coal plants we have built so far. As you can see, the coal plant stock in Korea is relatively young, and even if we assume no new coal plant introduced from now on, complete phase out of coal power plant would take nearly 25 years at least, which is by the mid-40s. This pace of decarbonization is not at all compatible with our updated NDC target and also our carbon neutrality target at all. Okay, so given these challenges, I should say that Korea's challenge is very unique, as energy transition is now being made for currently carbon-intensive economy with the simultaneous phase-out of coal and nuclear power as an option. Here, my research question are the following. What would Korea's 2050 carbon neutrality target require for a national energy system? And what is the role of the power sector for the transition? And what does the availability of so-called critical mitigation technologies such as carbon capture and storage and nuclear power mean for us? And then lastly, what might be the technology strategies to increase the feasibility of the carbon neutrality ambition? To address these questions, these important questions, we developed scenarios spanning key uncertainties associated with the target based on an integrated assessment model called GCAM KAIST 1.0, assessing policy feasibility by contextualizing them with the history. Okay, so we built 4 different scenarios. The first scenario is current policy scenarios, which reflects Korea's current and planned energy and climate policy measures and instruments, and where electricity generation profiles following 9th National Power Supply Plan and then 5th Renewable Energy Basic Plan. And here, the total energy demand and energy consumption of individual end users reflects the 3rd Basic Energy Plan and other sector-specific policy targets, so which is basically reference policy scenario. Now we have three other scenarios, which are net zero or carbon neutrality scenario in different forms. The second scenario, called net zero 2050, is actually to implement additional policies to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050, in addition to policy instruments employed in current policy scenario. And where the annual greenhouse gas emissions are assumed to decrease linearly until they reach net zero in 2050. The third scenario is nuclear-assisted carbon neutrality scenario, which we call net zero 2050 nuke, which shares the same assumptions as net zero 2050, except that nuclear power expansion is allowed based on its economics. The last scenario is CCS-constrained carbon neutrality scenario by 2050, which we call net zero 2050 limited CCS scenario, which shares the same assumption as net zero 2050, except that CCS deployment, which I think is very much important option, that deployment is restricted due to assumed higher capital cost and resource limitations. Here, this figure shows our current the scenario projection of current policy. The red line shows the current policy scenario greenhouse gas emissions pathway over time, and the blue line shows net zero 2050 scenario pathway. As you can see, our current policy instruments and measures are not at all actually fall short of our ambition, our carbon neutrality ambition, by a lot. However, the most recent updated new NDC, National Determined Contribution, of 436 megaton of CO2 equivalent is broadly in line with our carbon neutrality ambition. This figure shows the target the carbon prices pathway that are consistent with our the carbon neutrality ambition. As you can see, compared to net zero 2050 carbon price pathway, when the CCS is constrained, then we will have to have higher carbon price by 2050 through 2050. And when you have nuclear-assisted carbon neutrality scenario, then we will have lower carbon prices. However, all these scenarios actually these results suggest that all these scenario is quite challenging and quite costly and quite requires a huge effort for the entire economy. This figure shows the greenhouse gas emissions by scenarios. As you can see, current policy scenario, we have continued decrease in greenhouse gas emissions over time. However, that is not at all the close to zero emissions target by 2050. And then now we have three other net zero scenarios, and then they all achieve zero emissions by year 2050 by rapidly reducing greenhouse gas emissions over time. There are a couple of findings we got from these results. The one is basically we have still residual greenhouse gas emissions remaining by year 2050, emissions coming from so-called hard-to-abate sectors like agriculture sector and building sector and industry sector. Whereas that residual emission is perfectly offset by negative emission sectors such as land use and forestry and direct air capture technology, which is the future technology of absorbing CO2 emissions from the atmosphere. And also we have negative emissions coming from the power sector. And this huge reduction, rapid reduction in greenhouse gas emissions would require drastic changes in our energy system. As you can see from this primary energy consumption figure, the current policy scenario, we have continued decrease in coal and oil. However, we have continue to increase in gas energy sources and also increase in renewable sources. When we have carbon neutrality target in place, we have much rapid reduction in coal and oil and even gas over time, and coal phases out by year 2035, and gas, although we have gas, but gas will remain as a form with carbon capture and storage. And we have also a very rapid increase in renewable sources over time. The most important transformation sector is power sector, and the power sector also experienced drastic changes over time. In current policy scenario, we have relatively stable size of power sector over time, although we have phase out of coal and very rapid increase in gas over time, accounting for about 40% of total power generation by year 2050. In net zero 2050 scenario, we have that the phase out of coal, the accelerated phase out of coal over time, and also the gas. The gas will be installed with carbon capture and storage over time, but renewable sources will account for nearly 60% by year 2050. When this carbon neutrality target is assisted with nuclear power, then we will have much lower share of renewable, about 40% of renewable power generation, and where the nuclear power will account for about 40% of the power mix by year 2050. When the CCS is limited, then the situation is even worse. The situation is that the renewable sources actually accounts for nearly 80% of the total energy system, which is quite challenging scenario. And final energy tells a very similar story, so I will skip this scenario. And then, what would all these scenarios mean for our terrestrial and geological resources? So here, this figure shows our CO2, carbon dioxide sequestration picture for all these net zero scenarios. As you can see, by year 2050, depending upon the availability of critical mitigation technology, we will have to save about 0.6 gigaton of CO2 up to 1.8 gigaton of CO2 by year 2050, which is quite a big resources requirement. And then just for your information, the report by Carbon Neutrality Committee has said that has suggested that we will need about 1 gigaton of carbon storage site by year 2050, and then when the foreign resources can be combined, then we will have to secure 2 gigaton of CO2 by year 2050. So this CO2 storage will be critically important limiting factor to our pursuit of carbon neutrality. And so this figure shows actually whether or not our target is feasible enough. This figure shows our capacity expansion over time. This line, the solid line, shows our capacity expansion over time of wind power and nuclear power and solar power. The dotted line shows the expansion rate, the rate of expansion over time. And then the numbers before 2020 is our history, and the numbers after is our scenario results. As we can see, the wind power-wise and nuclear power-wise, the expansion rate is totally in line with our history. So it will not create significant challenges our energy system, at least from the perspective of numbers. However, solar power, you can see all of those scenarios actually will require unprecedented rapid expansion in solar power system, except for the nuclear assisted scenarios. And then this requires about, by year 2050, about 3 to 4 times the size of Seoul area, which will create which would create quite a challenging issues in terms of social acceptance. And here the figure shows policy costs over time. As you see, the net zero target requires huge cost to our economy. But nuclear, when the carbon neutrality is assisted with nuclear, then we can significantly reduce our policy cost in our pursuit to carbon neutrality. So here is a summary. The carbon neutrality target requires rapid decarbonization of the energy system over time and incur substantial policy costs. That's for sure. And none is easy for us. Korea's current policies and policy instruments fall short of what its existing 2030 NDC target and recently proposed revision would require. The power sector play a pivotal role in Korea's carbon neutrality transition. And the power sector's rapid decarbonization should be combined with the rapid electrification of the end-use sectors. And coal power phases out by 2030s. In the long term, negative emissions technologies come online in a considerable proportion to offset hard-to-abate emissions from the economy. And economics-based expansion of nuclear power would reduce the need for rapid build-up of renewables and CCS and alleviating the stress on terrestrial and geological system in Korea. Yet, exclusive reliance on renewables without any contribution from nuclear would require unprecedentedly rapid ramp-up of solar power and CCS. This means significantly higher policy costs, a measure of difficulty of achieving carbon neutrality target. So here are two implications. The first, strengthening climate policy is needed to achieve the ambitious carbon neutrality by year 2050. Instruments for the new NDC target need to be urgently but carefully developed to send a credible signal to investors of the country's commitment to carbon neutrality. And emissions cap for KETS need to be declined over time with its long-term schedule announced early on in a way that is compatible with the carbon neutrality target. For sectors currently not covered by KETS, introduction of economy-wide carbon tax that rises over time in line with the KETS allowance price would help achieve carbon neutrality. The second, I think carbon neutrality, in order to achieve carbon neutrality, we need to also guarantee technology neutrality as well. The technology neutral approach to 2050 carbon neutrality can help reduce transition costs and increase feasibility of the target. Facing the dual challenges of power system reliability and climate mitigation, it would be worth reconsider the existing nuclear phase-out plan and increase the R&D support for CCUS technologies and exploration of storage reservoirs would also help increase the viability of carbon neutrality. And I would say, just as there is strong support for CO2 mitigation in the near term, there would also be need to equivalent support for longer term negative emissions technologies. So that is my final remark. Okay, now it's time for now it's time for our panel discussion. Deputy Minister Kim Bop-jung is online. Deputy Minister Kim, are you there online?
Okay, I'm here.
Yeah, could you
hello everybody.
Yeah.
Okay, hello everybody. Thank you for having me at this conference, and I appreciate excellent presentations. First of all, I'd like to remind you of Korea's contributions at COP26. In Glasgow, Korea has made 3 promises to the international community. First, 40% of greenhouse gas emission reduction, including 30% methane reduction by 2030. Second, cooperation for international forest recovery, and through inter-Korean forest cooperation, reducing emissions on the entire Korean peninsula. Third, joining global efforts to reduce coal use and completely ending coal-fired power generation by 2050. Considering challenging circumstances of Korea, such as high share of coal-fired power generation, the 40% is an ambitious target, but now is the time to turn words into action. Based on the Carbon Neutrality Act enacted last August, Korea will establish the 2030 greenhouse gas reduction roadmap to present a blueprint for 2050 net zero and 2030 target. To this end, government ministries are working together to develop various climate policies, from reducing emissions to laying institutional foundations. First is making deep emission cuts from emission incentive sectors. Coal power will be dramatically phased down from 40% to the low 20%, and renewable power will be scaled up significantly from 6.5% to 30%. Nuclear power will maintain the current level around 23% until 2030. But by 2050, the share will be lowered down to 6 to 7%. To reduce emission from industry sector, emissions trading scheme will be gradually strengthened. Also, we need to study more closely on how to replace the existing transportation and energy tax with carbon tax. Also, all the diesel cars will be scrapped early on. Instead, electric and hydrogen vehicles will be on the market in an increasing number. With the circular economy policies, organic waste and waste plastics will turn into biogas and refined oil. Second is promoting climate adaptation and just transition. The government established climate change adaptation framework plan every 5 years in different sectors, including water, forest, transportation, and agriculture. When it comes to just transition, community support centers are to be established to protect vulnerable areas and workers affected by climate crisis. The centers aim to attract investment and provide retraining and reemployment services. Third and last is creating enabling conditions for green transformation. The government plans to conduct climate impact assessment for major national plans and large-scale development projects before they're implemented. Carbon responsive budgeting is also to be newly introduced in government budgeting system. We'll also introduce Korean green taxonomy and promote green finance, such as investments in green bonds. We will improve R&D in technological innovations, focusing on top 10 core carbon neutral technologies in hard to abate sectors, such as green hydrogens and direct air capture. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Kim, for sharing a perspective from the Ministry of Environment. And then he has emphasized, as you heard, the many important and enabling instruments to achieve carbon neutrality target. Now we also have other panelists, distinguished panelists, and the GTC President Jung. President Jung, would you share your opinion? You are muted. President Jung, you are muted. Yeah, now on. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. As we have an interpreter, I'd like to use Korean for discussion, actually. 앞서 말씀하신 분이 이제 기술의 중요성, 기후 위기 대응과 탄소 중립에 있어서 기술의 중요성에 대해서
the importance of technology in achieving carbon neutrality. Well, according to International Energy Agency, in order to achieve 2050, the technologies play a significant role. The currently commercially available technology as well as the future technology account for 80% of the contribution. And in renewable energy or the energy efficient technology advancement are needed to achieve carbon neutrality as well to further reduce the emissions. And we also need to electrify the end users as well as commercializing CCUS and other technologies. And for these sort of technologies, we need more R&D activities by the government. And I want to emphasize three things. We need R&D that is needed by the market. We have Korea R&D panel basis. And so despite the R&D investment, we have not been able to have a sufficient innovation. And so this is a Korea R&D paradox. We've had a sufficient discussion about the causes and the solutions to the paradoxes. We need to improve overall improvement in the R&D activities by the state. And so we are trying to avoid short-term views. We are trying to have R&D activities that is more targeted for long-term. And so we need to have challenging, innovative R&D for carbon neutrality. And for that, we need some new challenging systems or the R&D activities. And I believe that such technologies can contribute to carbon neutrality. But that's for the mid to long term. In the short term, we need already available technologies. We need to be able to efficiently commercialize some of the R&D outputs. We need to use the convergence of the existing technologies to advance the existing technologies. That's what we need to do first. And second, we also need a region-led technological innovation. Well, they are important emitters. So we need to have localities and the regions participate in the reduction of emissions. And in the current carbon neutral basic plan, it says that the local government as well as the central government are the major actors or the players in reducing the emissions. So we do need to have plans for regional or the local governments. And we need to make sure that these local governments have the necessary resources and the capacities. And these plans, of course, need to incorporate the regional characteristics. And we need to have inventories of per region. And we also need to be able to share our resources. And we need to reform or we need to review the industry-wide and the region-wide projects. And so, so these projects are being conducted, we need to have R&D activities as well. And third, we need to have innovative ecosystem. So with the universities, research centers, local government research centers, we need to form some sort of a consortiums to solve local and regional problems. And we need to provide support for those projects, and we also need to increase local acceptance. And we also need technological innovation in collaboration with the global community. The Paris Accord stresses international cooperation in technology. without international cooperation, the target for the tangible neutrality will be postponed by 40 or 50 years. And so international communities support for new standards and for new demonstration and pilot projects need to be implemented. And our 2030 NDC plans or the 2050 neutrality plan, where they do talk about the need for the international cooperation about the CCS and about supply the hydrogen supply securing, and all these and other the things are discussed. And so we need to have plans, and we need to work with international cooperation. So with the leading countries, we need to be able to share the technologies, and with such cooperation, it will be possible to reduce the cost for the development. And there are some countries that have similar industrial structure as Korea, and so we would need some sort of a strategic partnership with those countries. In terms of economy scale, and those countries that are more industrialized and have better economic structures, but still are deemed as developing countries. So we need to work very closely with those countries so that we can open up each other's market. Thank you very much.
President Jung. He has shared the importance of the promotion of high-risk, high-return research and development and region-specific planning, and also the strategies and measurement issues as well, and international technology cooperation. And now I think he says this is a perfect balance, because Deputy Minister actually shared his opinion about the policy instruments and measures. Now President Jung shares his opinion about the R&D investment. Now is our third important panelist, KAIST Professor Im Man-sung. Professor Im, could you share your insights?
Thank you, Chairman. It is my great pleasure and honor to be part of this great symposium. The issue of carbon neutrality is such an important matter, something that this generation of the global community must tackle and resolve for the future and sustainable growth of mankind. But then, as many of us already noted, this is a huge challenge. Not a single approach, not a single technology can solve this problem. It's dealing with issues of human needs, human wants, and population growth, choice of technology, how to control release, how to capture the release. All those issues are part of this problem. But I think we heard very interesting talks from the presidential candidates earlier as part of this session, and we can see a very different approach to the problem. Part of the reason why they're talking about different approaches is this energy sector in particular is an important part of this greenhouse gas reduction. Currently, according to 2020 report from global community, energy sector accounts for about 73% of total greenhouse gas emissions. So what we do with the energy sector is a huge factor in terms of how we achieve the carbon neutrality. And then depending on how you look at the energy issue, I think very different approaches can be considered. And right now, South Korea, for example, is going through this nuclear phase out energy transition, part of the, I think, historical development in energy transition as we noticed in other countries as well. But then I think one key issue here in our discussion is how we're going to look at the issue of intermittency of renewable energy. As Professor Um's presentation already pointed out, some of the issues, I think renewable energy is a dream of humankind. It is something we should tap into, something we can use without really utilizing on other resources. But at the same time, renewable energy, especially solar power and wind power, comes at its own cost. It has a very low energy density. Compared to nuclear power, the energy density is 10 to the 15th or 17th order of magnitude difference, meaning you need to have a huge infrastructure to cover the same amount of energy coming from a different source. especially the intermittency issue of renewable energy. Sun doesn't shine all the time. Whenever there is a night, the sunlight goes out. Whenever the wind doesn't blow, the wind turbine doesn't rotate. So this wind intermittency, which cannot be well predicted right now, brings huge challenge and burden to the electric grid. So how are we going to handle that? Intermittency is a key issue. I think MIT's Energy Initiative report 2011 pointed out that the global community moved too fast with the penetration of renewable energy without considering the cost and consequences and implications. That's what we are talking about here. So right now, the intermittence of renewable energy means you have a difficulty in controlling the frequency. In energy generation, you have to have a perfect match between production and consumption. Without that, you will have a difficulty in maintaining quality of electricity, especially if you have a high penetration of renewable energy. There is something called balancing effect, meaning renewable energy is such a nice and cheap way to produce energy. Basically, all other energy sources will be reduced. Their generation portion will be reduced. So there is a basically balancing of this electricity, meaning other generating sources are not producing energy or reducing their producing energy. But then when sun goes out or wind goes out, suddenly there is a need to produce energy from other sources, and that's what we call a duck curve. South Korea is already noticing duck curve in Jeju Island. Many countries, Taiwan, Europe, Germany, or California, they're all experiencing this duck curve. The problem with South Korea is, in the case of California or Europe, they are connected with the other grids. So if you have a huge imbalance, you can import electricity from the neighboring grids. But in the case of South Korea, it is an island. We don't have a neighbor. We don't have a connection with other countries. Although we are talking about Northeast supergrid, the amount of electricity that will be shared will be very small. It's like 1 gigawatt, say, for example, with China. So this issue of balancing effect, the dirt curve, creates huge burden on the system, it potentially leading into system collapse. So that means you have to have a backup or storage. A backup right now, South Korea's policy is based on using natural gas. Natural gas is much better technology compared to coal, but it is still fossil fuel. It produces half of the greenhouse gases from coal, and it produces significant amount of fine particles, which is a huge problem in South Korea right now. And I think the issue of the storage is something that we want to achieve, but storage technology is not enough at the moment. The capacity of storage technologies cannot handle the electric grid demand at the moment. And the most reliable technology like battery is very expensive. I think if you're talking about storing 1 day use of electricity for 1 day in South Korea, you're talking about more than $600 billion. In lifetime of 15 years, it's about $48 billion. Yesterday, I was participating in a conference or workshop organized by National Academy of Engineering between South Korea and the United Kingdom. One of the speakers talked about the cost needed to produce the power grid to accommodate this intermittency and allow flexibility will be $733 billion per year. It's a huge cost that probably this country is not able to handle. And I think basically the battery expert from Germany, Dr. Frank Anders, he says energy transition without energy storage is technically impossible, and energy transition with energy storage system is economically impossible. So this indicates a huge challenge of going to decarbonization strategy with renewable energy only. Another challenge is system marginal price. With the increased use of renewable energy, right now, South Korea's system marginal price is like $0.50 per kilowatt hour, which is very low. This system marginal price is the wholesale electricity price. If the electricity producers cannot recover the cost, then they potentially have a bankruptcy. This was happening in UK in the 2002. So South Korea's energy market is potentially heading toward energy market collapse if continued growth of renewable energy leads into further decrease in the system marginal price, something we don't really talk about. This means we have to have a different approach. And I'm a nuclear engineer, but I'm not necessarily just promoting nuclear power. We have to have a sort of a phased approach and sort of a symbiotic approach. What is the low carbon energy? As already mentioned by some of the speakers, it's renewable energy and nuclear power. People talking about nuclear power and renewable as a competition or some sort of adversary, but we should find a way to have a sort of a symbiotic relationship. You should help each other. It is not a competition. It is a harmony. It is a hybrid energy system toward the future, sustainable growth. So I think earlier, one of the presidential candidates said SMR is not a solution because it's going to take a long time. But I think right now, the current large reactors can also participate in this picture. Large reactors are currently used in other countries for cogeneration, for desalination, for district heating, or for this industry heat production. Basically, the electricity produced from nuclear power can also be used as excess electricity to produce hydrogen. In our research group, we have also done some economics analysis. Using excess electricity, can we produce hydrogen in economic manner? Answer is almost there. Economics almost there. And also excess electricity from nuclear power can also be used to charge electric cars. So there is no really need to go for other sources when we have already enough energy infrastructure to produce electricity for excess electricity. I think SMR, can be also a great way in the future for harmonious hybrid energy system, for distributed energy system, but I will not dwell on that. So my point is, there is a way to have this collaborative relationship between renewable energy and nuclear power to address this decarbonization challenge. One related issue is the public acceptance with the nuclear power, obviously, the fear associated with nuclear power, the issue with nuclear waste, but those issues can be handled, as an example, in countries like Finland, Sweden, UK, United States. Those countries were able to handle those challenges, social challenges. So we have precedents that we can follow, we can learn from. And hopefully through this harmonious symbiotic utilization of energy sources, I think we can better handle the challenge of decarbonization. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Im. Thank you so much for sharing your important insights. Turning carbon neutrality into action actually requires for us a different gear. We need to be very much serious and very much realistic. We can no longer be hopeful anymore. So in that regard, Professor Im's comment is very well taken. Our next panelist is BNEF Asia head Izadi. Ali Izadi, are you there?
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to begin by thanking the Seoul Climate Energy Conference for giving me this opportunity. If I may, in the interest of time, I will keep my comments focused on policies. I believe you've already heard quite a lot of interesting views around technology choices for achieving carbon neutrality. If I may, I would like to begin by highlighting the importance of recognizing we cannot solve challenges that are primarily around market design with technology innovation. We can debate a lot whether renewables are better or nuclear or the combination of those, but fundamentally, if you don't have the right energy market, you're not going to be able to actually reduce emissions fast enough. In Korea, the last time there was significant energy market reform was back in 2000, back when President Kim Jung was in power. So the Electricity Industry Restructuring Act was passed in 2000, and the major impact of that was in 2001 when we had the KEPCO subsidiary set up and then the Korea Power Exchange. Unfortunately, by the time President Roh took power, the energy market reform slowed down, and ever since then, we haven't seen any significant changes. And the challenge that we have today under the current market structure in the power sector, we don't have the right signals to investors, to consumers, to facilitate the energy transition that needs to happen. I was a little bit, if I may say, a little bit displeased that none of the presidential candidates are willing to actually talk about fundamental energy market reform. Yes, they all have their technology choices, but no one is really willing to take on what fundamentally is needed. If you look at the current debate, it's a little bit unfortunate that, for example, there is a proposal in the National Assembly right now to actually allow Korea Electric Power Corporation, KEPCO, get back into direct investment in power generation. Fair enough, we do need more investment in renewables, but actually this misses the entire point of the last rounds of reform that happened 20 years ago. It would be, and I do apologize, some of you who may have seen me at other conferences over the last 10 years, you may have heard this message before. If Korea really wants to accelerate decarbonization of the power sector, it needs to be willing to fundamentally reform the energy market. And a really good model of that is studying the EU third energy package and how EU took on that. It doesn't mean that KEPCO doesn't have a role. KEPCO has a fundamental role, but more competition and transparency on the generation and the retail side is extremely important. The second comment I have is around the Korea emission trading scheme. So Korea was well ahead of its Asian peers in introducing carbon cap and trade mechanism. Before the KTS, of course, there was the TMS as well. So almost a decade of experience with carbon cap and trade. The challenge, as Professor Kim Sang-yeop showed us in his opening remarks, if you look at the amount of emission reductions that Korea has managed, so during the phase 1 of KTS, there was almost no reduction. Phase 2, to be fair, has been a little bit more promising, and now we are at the beginning of phase 3. The main challenge is there's simply too many free allowances. If you give the carbon credits for free, obviously you're not going to have an emission reduction benefit of that. So under phase 3, particularly given the new 2030 emission reduction target, the next government has to really relook at it and reconsider the free allowances that put in there. The last comment that I have is around public funding. Now, we heard from Vice Minister Park as well as Deputy Minister Kim, and then certainly among OECD countries, the Korean government, under successive administrations, if you go back to President Lee Myung-bak, for example, under Green Growth, under President Park, and under President Moon, there has been really good public funding for energy transition. Unfortunately, it hasn't been very efficient from a prioritization perspective. So for example, for about a decade, Korea has been subsidizing stationary fuel cell power plants that are using natural gas. Those fuel cell power plants have no emission reduction benefit. Actually, if you run that natural gas through a combined cycle gas turbine, you get a better emission profile than running them on a stationary fuel cell power plant. So ensuring that the public funding is going first to hard to abate sectors that really need that funding is important. As our chairman, Professor Ohm, mentioned, for example, prioritizing funding for CCS or technologies such as DACs, which really need public funding, is critical. Similarly, looking at new nuclear technologies like SMR, again, those are areas that really public funding is crucial because the private sector on its own will not be able to fund it. The other element of it is in sectors where the technology is already mature, it's already ready for deployment, for example, when it comes to passenger electric vehicles, no longer subsidies are necessary. Here, it's about regulations. If you look at China as well as the European Union, they're already reaching higher levels of EV adoption than Korea, even though they have, particularly in the case of China, far lower subsidies. And actually, China pretty much for certain segments has already phased out those subsidies. But they have very strong regulations in place in the form of, in the case of EU emission standards, or in the case of China, in the form of the new energy vehicle standards. So this is another thing to be very conscious of. You don't need to subsidize. Actually, if you try to subsidize your way to carbon neutrality, you will never be able to achieve it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ali Zadi. Thank you for your insights. Especially I like you mentioned about the fundamentals. So the target is very challenging, and we need to go back to our fundamentals. What is fundamentals to us? The fundamental is market. So we need to get the prices right. We need to let the markets work. So those are the things that the current government should address. quite very rapidly, I guess. So our last discussant is SAF4C Solutions for Our Climate Director Kim Joo-jin. Kim Joo-jin, Director Kim, are you there?
Yes, thank you very much.
Could you share?
I have my slide up. I hope everybody sees. It's above all, it's very grateful to be here. Thank you very much to KAIST and Inclusions for a Common Future for inviting me. I also appreciate the efforts that Vice Minister Park or Deputy Minister Kim have exercised during the update of our NDC. As many know, our NDC, I think also mentioned in the presentation earlier, our NDC, the power sector seems to be the most important component of our NDC. And in 2030, the NDC envisions that we will have 22% of coal power and 30% in renewables. Science says, and also endorsed by the IEA recently, says that OECD nations will have to phase out coal by 2030. And KAIST research that Dr. just shared right now says that in order to be carbon neutral, we will have to have at least 40% of renewables by 2030. Unfortunately, our NDC doesn't say that, and I think that comes from lack of confidence within our government about renewables. I think there are two reasons that happens. Number one, fears about social acceptance, and number two, concerns about the reliability of renewable energy. I think Dr. Lim also mentioned a little bit about that during his presentation. I would like to go into those two problems and see whether that's actually a problem or if that's something that we could easily reform. I believe the problem of, I think 30% of our lack of confidence of the renewables, 1/3 of our lack of confidence in renewables is about bad construction permitting policy. We are not using the right construction permitting policies or offshore maritime policies needed for renewables. And I think the PV, the problem that the PV industry, the photovoltaic industry is experiencing, especially with siting renewable power plants, solar power plants, is a very good example. We did a study last year showing how much land will be available under the siting regulations that are national, subnational, forestry regulations, and will make available. And according to our research, if you overlap all the layers of siting regulations that our government, subnational governments, and forestry service imposes on PV development, in many cases, in many counties, in many municipalities, you only have less than 1% of the land available for renewable development, PV development. The reason why this happens is basically our national government has delegated too much authority to our subnational governments, despite the industrial importance of renewable development. Because of that reason, we have almost 200 sets of different PV permitting schemes. The way we resolve this, easy. We are a very centralized nation. A lot of our policy is centralized. Why is PV an exception here? Our government has to go in and organize this situation. They have to preempt. They have to kind of impose limitations on what kind of things that the subnational governments can do. Because if you don't do that, subnational governments are very much exposed to the political pressure from residents. They have smaller voting pools. And one village talking about renewables in the wrong way exposes the subnational governments to a lot of pressure. And that's not right. It's not politically right. It's not right from a social justice perspective. And I think the same problems exist in onshore wind projects and offshore wind projects. There's just too vast extent of delegation to provincial governments, and our government national government has to come in and preempt some of that authority. And I think if I were to have to say one thing to the president of Korea about climate, I would tell him, Mr. President, the way to exercise climate leadership is not going out and saying it, giving it good NDC. It's going into the details and organizing this mess here, organizing this construction permitting mess. And I think with this, we will have a lot of renewable. I also very much agree with Mr. Ali Azadi's points about our energy market. And I think the Jeju case, what's happening in Jeju Island really, really well represents the problems of our power sector. In Jeju, as many know, wind power projects are experiencing 3 to 4% curtailment of its power production. Jeju is also an interconnected grid, and they are sending up power produced in Jeju province up to the mainland. It's interconnected, but still these problems occur. Jeju has an average load of about 600 megawatts, and it already has 800 megawatts of wind plus solar power plants. So theoretically, it's possible to make Jeju 100% renewables. Actually, it's very common to see Jeju operating on renewables 60% of Jeju's power mix to be renewables during the day. At the same time, Jeju has 900 megawatts of gas, diesel, oil power plants. And all of these plants are owned by KEPCO. Meanwhile, the renewable energy side is different. Solar and wind power plants are private. There's also KEPCO-related plants. It has a different merit mix. So if the capacity factor of gas plants or oil plants go up, KEPCO earns a lot of money. If the capacity factors of wind and solar power plants go up, KEPCO loses money because the energy used in Jeju Island is the same. There are technical solutions to curtailment, and I know that it's not a difficult. It's technologies that the EU have been using. The US has been using for the past 10 years. Real-time intraday markets, flexible power markets, battery systems, feed-in premiums, virtual power plants. Those are all available as technical solutions to the situation we have. Nevertheless, why does the people in Jeju say about why does curtailment happen, and why aren't these technologies deployed in Jeju? And I think on that point, we have a very serious energy sector governance problem. What happens? I'm not sure whether everybody knows about the concept of a grid system operator. The Korea Power Exchange is our grid system operator, and what they do is basically do the balancing of our grid. Why are these technical solutions that I mentioned right now are not available despite the availability? First of all, let's think about who will lose money if the renewable power plants are curtailed less and fossil fuel generators curtailed more. As I mentioned, renewables have a mixed ownership structure, but the fossil fuel power plants in Jeju are 100% KEPCO. So if renewable power plants are curtailed less, have a higher capacity factors than now, Korea Electric Power Corporation, KEPCO, will lose money. Then who decides the reliability standards applied to the grid, including whether or not to introduce real-time intraday markets or compensate battery services, or how to compensate battery services? It's the Korea Power Exchange, as I mentioned. Korea Power Exchange is our national grid system operator. Korea Power Exchange was established to become an independent system operator. It was benchmarking what the PJM, KAISO of the US was doing. These are independent system operators. So independent system operators should be neutral to technology. But will that be happening? And what happens if KEPCO holds majority of KEPCO member meeting voting rights and substantial presence in the KPX boardroom? Because KEPCO does have more than majority of the KPX member meeting rights, and it also has multiple seats in the boardroom of the Korea Power Exchange. What happens? Obviously, it's going to be very difficult for the Korea Power Exchange to be technologically neutral. It's going to be very, very difficult for the Korea Power Exchange to suggest technical alternatives that will detrimentally affect the cash flow of KEPCO. KEPCO may say that we're a very fair organization, but even fair governments also have concerns when it comes to losing their seats and losing their opportunities. It's a very sensitive issue to KEPCO. And will KPX be able to say what they need to say when it does affect KEPCO's business? I think no. And I think the same thing is happening not just in Jeju, but nationally and also regionally. Korea's energy regulators, Dr. Kim, Deputy Minister Kim, has been probably saying that we have a reliability problem. But let's think about where you get that reliability related information. It's probably from KEPCO, and there is a conflict of interest when you say when you look into KEPCO and decide that we have a reliability problem. There is the information that sometimes our government relies on here may be tainted. That's my concern.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah.
My last point. my last point is about, this was my improvisation after listening to the presidential candidate speech. I wanted to show this data to show where nuclear stands in the world energy industry. This comes from a rather outdated IEA report that it annually puts out. You can see the light blue line there, which represents new investments in nuclear. And this is what we are debating about, whether this small sliver of nuclear is our future or not. But look at the green part. That's where the money is going into, and that's where the future of our economy is. And it's kind of disappointing to see that a big chunk of our discussion on energy is not focused on this green part, but on the sky blue part. So thank you very much, and once again, thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to the director, Kim. Thank you for sharing your insights and also the problems we are facing now in our pursuit of carbon neutrality. So because of time limitations, we cannot have a long discussion here from now on. So instead, let me ask one question to all of you, if you wanted to comment on that. So it seems that in order to turn this carbon neutrality into action, I think probably our government should play a different role than they had so far in Korea. So how would you comment on that? So should they play a different role, and what role? And should they decrease its role or increase its role, and so forth? Maybe Deputy Minister Kim, could you comment on that? Or maybe Dr. Jung, or maybe Professor Im? Yep.
Okay, thank you for your question about role of government. I think government is important to get net zero by 2050. And so we have to focus kind of supporting technology innovation, social innovation, and financing. But anyway, have you heard about Chinese environmentalist? If we lose our weight, we have to diet eagerly and kind of exercise, not just doing take care of our health. So we have to move toward green transformation, and all of us we have to do our part. So apart of from government effort and industries, so civil societies and academics will have worked together toward carbon neutrality. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to take one last comments from other panelists, if you have. Any comments about the new role of government, if possible? Professor
If
Im?
I may?
Yep.
Yes. I think I agree with the last panelist point about the market and the systems issue, and also our speaker, Ali Azad. But I think the issue with the South Korea's market system is there are a lot of laws to support or promote this, but they are not connected. There is no centralized, unified control tower to push for this development. And it's very hard to basically pull those issues together to make something happening. So I think there should be more government leadership in making these things happening. At the same time, I think there is a strong need, a drive for the decentralized, deregulated market in South Korea. But that at the same time is not necessarily a panacea. Many countries who have gone through this decentralization having difficulties. I think UK is, for example. I think it's country-specific issue, we have to be very careful, maybe a balance between centralized versus decentralized market to be able to meet the needs and specificity of South Korea, I think. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor Im. I think it's time to conclude. Now we have had a very interesting discussion and presentations so far. We have talked about the critical technology options for carbon neutrality, which includes renewable sources and hydrogen, and also nuclear. And also we talked about the technology R&D, and then how to prioritize hard to abate and high risk and high return sector investment in R&D. And also some of the panelists, actually I think we all share the same idea, same opinion, I guess, is how to restart market reforms, especially state-owned enterprises in particular, to attract private investment and competition, which I think is very important. And policy instruments also needs to be well devised that is compatible with our carbon neutrality ambition, and that is to be made very soon, and then in the form of KETS or some other policy instruments. With that, let me finish our second plenary right now. Thank you so much for joining our talk.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all for your presentations and discussions, which truly contextualized the process of turning carbon neutrality into action. There was the importance and emphasis placed on difficult sectors such as agriculture and buildings, as well as intermittency involved with green energy technologies, but also solutions mentioned such as greater energy storage, green hydrogen, and effective climate leadership. Thank you all again. We will now begin Plenary 3, where we will have the opportunity to hear research from students of the KAIST Graduate School of Green Growth. I would like to introduce the moderator for this session, Park Sang-chan, who is a professor at the KAIST College of Business. Please be aware that this session will be conducted on the Metaverse platform, and so please make your way to Metaverse now.
Okay, thank you, Karin. It's my pleasure and privilege to have a number of great students for this session. They are young scholars who will present state-of-the-art research projects and share the most interesting insights from their research. We have assigned their research to one of the 6 categories based on topics such as energy, power, and carbon neutrality, corporate environmental management, ESG ratings, environmental assessments and forecasting, sustainability in an international context, and circular economy and sustainable consumerism. Now, I invite you all to join us for a lively discussion with our students, and I'm sure you will instantly understand what enthusiasm really means, and you will also enjoy the entire learning process with us. We will do this at Gather Town, the Metaverse platform, as Karin just mentioned. And the link is available in the chat and also below the screen in the description of this streaming service. We recommend you use desktop computers rather than mobile devices, which have limited functionality. So without further ado, let's move on to our Metaverse session, and we'll wait for you there. Thank you for your participation.
Thank you all for your fantastic presentations and discussions. Plenary 4 will now begin. I would like to pass the mic on to the moderator of this session, Professor Kwak Pyong-jin, Chief of the KAIST Finance MBA, who will be leading a discussion on green finance and ESG.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Did you have a nice meal? It is a great honor to host this session, Green Finance and ESG. Achieving a carbon neutrality target in 2050 is not only very challenging and debatable in some sense, but also it is very, very costly task. So to achieve this goal, a lot of financial resources are required. So in this session, we will discuss the ways to develop, stimulate, and vitalize green finance, and eventually invest more financial resources into green industries to accomplish the carbon neutrality target. We have two main presentations from two international organizations, GCF and IFRS Foundation. And also we have three discussions from Korean government, Korean National Fund Service, and our Korean Environment and Energy Research Institute. Let me introduce the first presenter, Dr. Oyun Sanjasren from GCF. Dr. Sanjasren is the Director of External Affairs of GCF, where she leads the fund's work on resource mobilization, partnerships, communications, and advocacy. Before she joined GCF, she served as the first president of the UN Environment Assembly. She is an advisory board member of the Future Earth and served as chair of the Global Water Partnership. As one of the leading politicians in Mongolia, she served as a member of parliament, as Minister of Environment, Green Development, and Minister of Foreign Affairs. Dr. Sanjasren has a PhD in Earth Science from University of Cambridge. Please welcome Dr. Oyun Sanjasren.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests and participants. It's a great pleasure to be part of the Seoul Climate Energy Conference, and the Green Climate Fund, who I represent, has been also, I think, a part of the conference already for the last few years. So we're very happy to be part of this, and congratulations to the organizers as well. So I have a few slides, and I know that Anya will help me to project those slides. At the outset, I would like to congratulate again the Republic of Korea for the 2050 carbon neutrality pledge, but also not only pledging, but also adopting the needed legislation to support its pledge. We deeply believe that the Republic of Korea can be pioneer and leader in climate and environmental multilateralism to pave the path to green resilience for most vulnerable beyond just Republic of Korea. We know that it's demonstrating leadership, stepping up its climate action, both domestically, but also globally. And the Green Climate Fund is one of the clear examples of Korea contributing to international efforts to raise the climate action in many developing countries. And that is not only by hosting GCF in Korea, but also being one of the main contributors and having a very active seat on our board as well. First of all, I would like to, of course, and all of us, I'm trying to move to the next one. Okay, all of us, of course, followed the COP26. The outcomes were very ambitious. Of course, net zero commitments from many countries, enhanced NDCs, albeit not sufficient. Countries need to come back in 2022 with revised ambitions, which is also good because we don't have to wait for 5 years, but the idea is to put the pressure every year. Greater action, of course, to regulate methane and deforestation and move away from coal. Agreements on standards for international trading and emissions reduction credits was also progressed with Article 6. And of course, we also very carefully watched the announcements of global financial institutions, G-funds, Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, which has 130 trillion worth of assets under management, announcing to strive to align their decisions and investments with Paris Agreement and net zero pathways. Of course, you know, there has been a lot of progress. At the same time, we all know realistically that there are a lot of challenges as well. And one of those is, of course, that the impact of those announcements will remain limited until pledges are translated into concrete actions and national laws as well. And again, I commend again Korea for being one of the very few countries, and if I'm not mistaken, only 14 countries so far around the world has actually passed the climate legislation. The global risks are now being dominated by inability to respond to climate change, natural disasters, and extreme weather and biodiversity loss. And of course, those of you who have been following the global risk report of the World Economic Forum, we know that just a few years ago, maybe even 6-7 years ago, this environment and climate related risks will not be on the top of the global risks. There will be sort of traditional security, economical, financial and other risks, and of course, the other traditional risks. But more recently, of course, for example, these five are the top global risks from 2021 report as well. And so no doubt that the current decade, 2020 to 2030, is going to be very crucial. Everybody is saying it's a decade for nature and climate action. But of course, the need to halve emissions in the next decade, halve again the decade after, and reach net zero by 2050, but also reverse biodiversity loss, are really enormous tasks. But many believe, and rightly so, that it is also going to be a disruptive decade, with innovations and technologies that will be needed for a major scale transformation required to limit dangerous warming. There are also opportunities to get the recovery right, to shift the development path towards sustainable growth. And that's why this race to net zero, this major momentum is being built in the last 12-18 months, with not only 140 plus countries, including the major economies, but also private sector very much joining, and also most importantly, public support growing, especially from the new generation. And of course, these are consumers and global citizens. Now, the finance is, of course, is key to catalyze and lead to the systemic changes. Financial sector has been seeing major changes, as also previous speakers this morning indicated. Banks, investors, financiers, asset managers, many started aligning their policies and actions with SDGs and Paris Agreement. And for example, more and more, of course, there is a requirement that companies reflect the risks and opportunities related to climate change in their risk management and decision-making. At the Green Climate Fund, where the key financial mechanism or instrument of the Paris Agreement, and we've been working with developing countries to channel the international climate finance to most transformative climate projects, both in mitigation and adaptation. By now, we became one of the top providers of multilateral climate finance, and our portfolio has grown to almost 200 projects worth of $37 billion US, and with co-financing, of course. Our share of financing is about 10 billion, but with co-financing it's 37 plus billion, and it is in 130 countries. So hence, because we work with developing countries, I would like to focus actually on climate finance that is potentially needed for developing countries. In the lead to COP26 and during COP26, many countries made ambitious climate finance pledges. For example, beyond the major Build Back Better domestic framework and investments of 555 billion proposed by President Biden domestically, and that was to be dedicated to climate investment. Also, President pledged to double its international climate finance contribution to 11.4 billion a year by 2024, and that should also include 3 billion to support adaptation efforts. Canada also announced that they will double to 5.3 Canadian US dollar billion. Italy committed to tripling, and then some of the numbers are here on this slide in the next 5 years. New Zealand, ahead of COP, also pledged to increase the climate finance fourfold over the next 4 years, and Swedish government announced its intention to double official development. But then, of course, that also includes 50% of adaptation finance as well. So there was a lot of also focus, as we all know, on adaptation. OECD DAC members, and we also know, of course, Korea being one of those 30 member countries, issued a joint declaration ahead of COP26, committing to align official development assistance which totaled in 2020 to 161 billion, with the goals of Paris Agreement on climate change. So of course we know that the importance of reaching the target of 100 billion US dollars of climate finance to developing countries that was promised to be delivered by 2020, that has not been reached. I think it reached almost 80 billion, but hasn't reached 100 billion by 2020, but is likely now to be reached by 2023. So I think the trends are on one side challenging, but at the same time, as we've seen with those announcements, the trends are positive and encouraging. However, we all know that even if we reach 100 billion in climate finance annually, and even if all the ODA, for example, gets aligned with Paris Agreement, the public money will not be sufficient to make the major transformational changes and systemic changes. The value of climate finance opportunities in developing countries between now and 2030 are estimated to be 23 trillion US dollars. And again, at the GCF, we see that really political momentum, but also all the opportunities, finance opportunities for greener, cleaner investments are being built, because we get a very strong pipeline of project proposals coming GCF way. At the same time, of course, we see $18 trillion of negative yielding debt in OECD countries. So one would have thought that the flow of climate finance should logically and naturally flow from OECD countries to developing countries, and that would be a natural win-win for both climate action and green recovery measures. But of course, this is not happening, and that's because of perceived risks. Green investment tend to have high upfront capital requirements, longer payback periods, have higher perceived policy, technical, operational investment risks. But at the same time, of course, they can also bring returns if invested smart, and if externalities are taken into consideration, and if public and international finance helps and de-risks those investments. So at the Green Climate Fund, we try to do exactly that, and that is to help to use new financing instruments, of course, grants, but also the standard instruments for the development finance, of course, grants, concessional loans. But beyond that, of course, it's very important to have more financing innovation. And by that, we mean blended finance, equity, guarantees. And we also know for blended finance, where private finance is mobilized through public funds to share risk and crowd and private investment, mostly more than 95% of blended finance happened, again, in the form of relatively safe senior debts directed towards mature technologies, such as on-grid renewable energy in mature markets, rather than nascent technologies, notably in adaptation, in nascent markets. And these are mostly, of course, in developing countries. And therefore, for GCF, and then we feel with our experience, it's very important for any public funding, international development, but also international climate funding that is coming through the MDBs, etc. It's very important that the innovative financing instruments are used. So we can structure financial support through a flexible combination of grant, concessional debt, guarantees, equities to leverage blended finance. And this flexibility allows to pilot new financial structures to support green market creation. We can accept higher risk to support early stage project development, as well as policy, institutional, technological, and financial innovation. I'm not going to go through examples. Please feel free to visit our website. All the detailed information about all the projects on our website, and by now we have 190 of those projects. But one thing I just wanted to emphasize towards, in conclusion, that our experience is that just increasing volume of finance is not sufficient. Innovation is also needed in policy and regulatory institutions, also technology, and that's also financing is needed on capacity building, on national planning, whether it's for NDCs or adaptation. Also, we need to innovate the institutions as well. So that's also where finance needs to go, including on project preparation as well. In conclusion, I would like to state that millions and billions that will be made available of public and international climate finance will have to catalyze the private sector investment so that we can help to shift by those billions, trillions of financing needed to finance the major transition to net zero. And of course, very importantly, we must not forget that adaptation needs of most vulnerable also need to be financed. There's a probably mostly going to be also concessional and grant finance. And this is also essential. And even though we're trying to catalyze private investment, blended finance, we're also funding 50% of our funding goes for adaptation in most vulnerable countries as well. So I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjasren. She introduced the financial investment in green sectors. To save the time, we will get back with the questions later on. Please excuse us, Dr. Sanjasren. The remaining presentation and discussions will be delivered in Korean. However, the translation services will be provided. Stay tuned.
Thank you.
Let me introduce the second presenter, Dr. Sugun Kwak from IFRS Foundation. Dr. Kwak is a trustee of IFRS Foundation and a professor emeritus at Seoul National University. He taught accounting as a professor at Seoul National University and served as a board member of International Accounting Standard Committee representing Korea. He also served for Korean government and Korean Accounting Standard Board as chairman or a member of various committees. He has real business experiences participating in many Korean companies as an independent director. Dr. Kwak has a PhD in accounting from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. Please welcome Dr. Sugun Kwak. 안 들립니다. 마이크가.
Dr. Kwak, I believe that you have
박수근
been
이사님
muted.
소리가 안 들립니다.
Dr. Kwak, you've been muted. You need to unmute yourself.
됐습니까?
Can everyone hear me now?
네네, 죄송합니다.
My
여러분들
apologies.
반갑습니다.
Good afternoon, ladies and
제8회 서울
gentlemen.
기후 에너지
I would like
컨퍼런스에서 오늘
to
발표하게 되면서
congratulate
아주
on the opening of the
영광스럽게 생각을
8th Seoul
합니다.
Climate Energy Conference, and it's an honor for me to be able to make the presentation. I am a trustee of the IFRS Foundation, and that is why I've been invited to make a presentation. COP26 there was a presentation or announcement of the IFSB at COP26. I'm talking about the background and the future actions related to the IFSB and the Korean measures. I only have 10 minutes, so I will not be able to go into the details. I will try to only cover the main topics. And if you would visit the foundation's homepage, I believe that you will be able to get more detailed information. And the International Sustainability Standards Board was established in relation to the actions or activities of the IFRS. IFRS has a three-tier governance structure: monitoring board, trustees, and ISSB. IASB. Now ISSB has been added to this governance model. For more than 20 years, the organization has been developing global accounting standards. Through due processes, the organization was able to develop high quality standards, and that is why the foundation was recommended. And the standards are already being used at over 140 jurisdictions. And the sustainability standards, there was a consensus, can be better accepted as IFRS already has been active in over 140 jurisdictions. In the past, companies have been doing CSRs or the CSVs. And it was up to the companies to do the types and the amount of CSRs. But in case of ESG, this is not up to companies. I mean, it's not a choice. And this is a demand by the market. The capital market has been applying pressure on companies to adopt ESG. And also, there have been increasing a request from different governments for the companies to take actions so as to deal with the climate changes. So there have been many different requests being made of the companies. And because of the various guidelines and the standards have been created and that have caused significant burdens on the companies. And so from companies' point of view, there was a lot of confusion because so many standards and the requirements were being created. And so there was a need to have a single set of standards. And if there were a single set of standards, it would help to reduce the costs of the companies and would also help companies to avoid greenwashing, and at the same time make it possible to make comparisons among the companies around the world, and then can provide assurance to the governments and also enable companies to create a digital reports based on the consistent and unified standards. So because of these reasons, ISSB has been created. And this process has been rather systematic. At G20 finance ministers meeting, as well as the central bankers meeting, there were a lot of discussions. And there were also recommendations that have been created by different stakeholders. And so those were, I believe, preparatory work to create ISSB. And all of these work has been done rather very quickly. And last November, there were 3 announcements. One is that to establish ISSB, and 2 is to create standards and the framework. And that is the consolidation with existing climate disclosure and standard boards and reporting organizations. And third was to have a publication of climate and general disclosure prototype requirements. So there were a few strategic directions that were taken to create the sustainability standards. And one was to develop a global baseline of sustainability disclosure standards. The financial reports of the past, we call them reporting standards. And all the companies had to abide by this single reporting standards. However, in case of this sustainability standards, because the scope is so wide and there's so much of variety, and they were simply a disclosure guideline, the global baseline of a disclosure of guideline, and also the standards were given flexibility so that they can be customized to different needs of different companies, and everything is based on capital market. The investors have need for information. And that was considered utmost when creating the standards. And the companies or the stakeholders, well, there are many different stakeholders that require a sustainability related information, and it is not possible to satisfy everyone. And so, first of all, we'll try to satisfy the standards, or is trying to satisfy the investors and the capital market first. So these different organizations, well, we call this alphabet soup because there are so many different organizations with different alphabet acronyms. And I want to talk mainly about CDSB and Value Reporting Foundation. And so this is an organization that was born out of integrated ITP and IRF and ASB standards. And if you want more details, please, as I said before, visit our homepage. And now I want to talk about what's important going forward. IFRS, it stands for International Financial Reporting Standards. And I believe that there could be some debate as to whether this name is proper or not. For now, we'll be using the name company's value, especially sustainable value. The accounting standards or accounting information is not enough to make that assessment. Companies' value, especially sustainable value, non-accounting, non-financial information also needs to be provided, and that is why IASB has been created. And for ISSB produced information and IASB produced information need to be connected properly or linked properly so the investors can make use of these two types of information to adequately assess the values of companies. So it's very important that these two different types of information are well interconnected. ISSB has two locations of headquarters. One is Frankfurt and the other is Montreal. And Frankfurt, the chairperson and the committee will be located, and there will be another headquarters in Montreal. The reason for this is to enable representation of two different continents and also to get more sourcing. And there will be an office established in San Francisco. And ASB, that is Sustainable Accounting Standard Board, is located in San Francisco. And that is why San Francisco has been chosen as a regional office location. And there will also be another office in London to represent Asia and Oceania. The offices will be set up either in Beijing or in Tokyo. So, chair and vice chairs will be appointed by the end of the year, and disclosure standards, that is the protocol, prototype disclosure standards will be created to receive comments, and advisory groups will also be established going forward. And also the contracts, such as the we already have the contract to consolidate a CDSB and a VRF, and that consolidation will be completed by the end of the year. And there are a few things that need to be done here in Korea. Since the ISSB is established or is to be established in Korea, there needs to be a Korea Sustainable Standard Board has to be set up. It's not a fixed name, but and also Korea needs to identify professionals who will be taking part in the ISSB activities. And Korea needs to create standards that are more will be able to customized the standards that are to be produced from ISSB, and sustainable standards should be used by the companies, and they also need to be produced by the companies. And this sort of information need to be assessed and assured. And therefore, there has to be an organization that's going to do that sort of assessment and assurance work. And there also needs to be close cooperation with the relevant regulatory organization. With that, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you.
He explained the why International Sustainability Standard Board is important, how it is actually formed, and then he discussed about the future steps. We will get back with some questions later on. Let me move on to discussions. We have three discussants. Let me introduce our first discussant, Mr. Lee Se-hoon from Korean government. Mr. Lee is the Secretary General of Financial Services Commission of Korean government. Mr. Lee served various positions within Korean government, such as Department of Finance and Economy, Financial Service Commission, and the Office of the President. He studied in law and also business at the University of Connecticut. Please welcome Mr. Se-hoon Lee.
Yes, thank you. I would like to talk about how the Korean government is promoting ESG-based businesses, and what sort of support and what sort of efforts are being made on the part of the government for the ESG activities. Last August, the Korean government has announced a plan to implement infrastructure for the ESG, and is also providing support to the companies so that the companies can do ESG management. And my organization, that is the FSC, is working closely with the financial companies so that these financial organizations can transition to decarbonization as well as to do more active ESG activities. We talk about ESG finance, we talk about green financing. We actually are doing three things. The finance, we are trying to propel them to move to more sustainable business. And the most important thing is that to set the standards for the scope of sustainable finance. We are working closely with the Ministry of Environment to develop what's called K taxonomy to define the scope for the sustainable finance. And we are also encouraging institutional investors to invest in sustainable businesses. We're trying to provide incentives to these institutional investors. And also what's important is a policy finance. In the past, we used a policy finance for innovation. Going forward, we're trying to make use of the policy finance in order to foster or to support a sustainable business. We also need to have the infrastructure for the sustainable finance. And what's really important here is to have ESG based disclosure standards, and also to manage risks of the companies as they still through these difficult times of climate change, and also how the market assesses the ESG activities of companies. We need to have the relevant assessment tools or the assessment schemes. So those are what I define as infrastructure. We're trying to also increase the awareness about ESG within the financial institutions and at the same develop capacities. And now many financial institutions are developing relevant ESG corporate policies and also developing training and education programs for ESGs. And we are also building a platform so that the ESG information can be shared between the financial companies and the government. We are also going to participate in the international aid for the ESG activities, and we're closely cooperating with the relevant organization. So I have talked about the kind of support that the government is providing to enable ESG systems and ESG activities. As we are in the still nascent stage of the ESG activities, there are many challenges that we face. And one is greenwashing, how to overcome greenwashing issue. And second is how to ensure that there is a carbon neutral financing. But the Korean industry has been very carbon or coal intensive. And so for the companies, that is the industries, to become carbon neutral and thereby for the financial institutions to support carbon neutrality is a difficult challenge, but it's something that we have been working on very hard. But I do believe there has been increase, that is improved understanding about ESGs. So with that, I would like to conclude my presentation.
He mentioned how Korean government actually moved to green industries and then changes industry organizations. Let me introduce the second discussant, Mr. Dong-seop Lee from Korean National Pension Services, which this organization manages more than $700 billion. Mr. Lee is serving as the head of Global Responsible Investment and Governance at National Pension Service. Before joining in National Pension Service, Mr. Lee worked for several Korean investment banking firms. Mr. Lee studied business at Jung University. Please welcome Mr. Dong-seop Lee. Mr. Lee.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone.
소리가 잘 안 들리거든요. 좀 더 크게
Actually,
소리를
the voice is
키워주시겠습니까?
too small. Can you raise up the volume? Can you hear my voice?
소리가
It is still too small.
여기 테크니컬 스텝이 좀 해결할 수 있는 문제는 아닌가요, 이게?
Is it possible to increase the volume? Hello?
말씀해 보시죠.
Can you say anything? Can
예,
you hear
잘
my voice?
들립니다.
Yes, I can hear very well.
소리가 또 안
Suddenly, I
들리거든요.
cannot hear anything.
그러면
If that's the case,
이
can you hear my
테크니컬한
voice
문제를
well?
해결하는
Before we
하는
fix the
동안
problem,
다음
I think we
디스커션
need to go to the next discussant first.
We will get back to Mr. E. Let's discuss Sung-Woo Kim, Dr. Sung-Woo Kim's discussion first. Let me introduce Dr. Sung-Woo Kim. Dr. Kim is the head of Environment and Energy Research Institute of Kim & Jung, which is the largest law firm in Korea. He is also a member of Carbon Neutrality Committee of the Korean Presidential Office. Dr. Kim played various roles in climate change and sustainability at many organizations such as GCF, World Bank, International Emission Trading Association. Dr. Kim has he studied in Earth and Environmental Sciences in Korea University and Duke University. He has a PhD in business from Seoul School of Integrated Science and Technology. Please welcome Dr. Sung-Woo Kim.
네, 감사합니다. 좌장님 혹시 제 목소리
Oh, yes, thank you.
들리시는지요?
Can
예, 잘
everyone hear me
들립니다.
well? Yes.
네, 우선 이렇게
First of all,
시적절한 때
I would like to
녹색금융과 ESG라는
thank
탑픽의 세션에
the
너무
organizers
감사하고
for
또
inviting me
오랫동안
to this very important conference,
기후
especially
에너지에
to
대해서
this
고민이
session
많았던
where we are
우리들의
discussing very
미래와
important, timely
카이스트에 주최하는
topic.
행사에 참여하게 돼서
And it's truly an honor
영광입니다.
for me to take part in this conference co-organized by Graduate School of Green Growth of KAIST and the Coalition for Our Common Future. I'm working at Kim & Jung, which is a law firm. So I have been researching the environmental science for the past 29 years. And in the past 2 years, I've seen a trend that I have not witnessed before. And the change, the speed of change is something that I have not witnessed before. It's something quite concerning. I have prepared a few slides. I've worked at POSCO a few years, about 10 years, and I have also provided advices to different companies related to carbon neutrality as a member of Kim & Jung law firm. And so based on my work with the Korean companies, I have prepared this slide. Can people see this slide? How much time do I have? Is it 5 minutes? And so I will talk very briefly about green finance and ESG in a carbon neutral era. I will talk about what companies need to do in this era. As you know, there are many companies that are declaring carbon neutrality. And also there have been over 5,000 companies that have declared the carbon neutrality. For companies to become net zero, they need to have strategies. They also need to have agreement from the BOD, stakeholders, and shareholders. And therefore, it's not an easy thing to make that declaration. And if you look at the industries, there are some industries that can rather easily or relatively easily achieve carbon neutrality. But at the same time, there are companies or the industries that would be quite difficult to attain carbon neutrality. However, we do see companies in these industries making declaration for carbon neutrality. The signals have been coming from government for carbon neutrality. However, those signals have not been what I see as sufficient. But now, those sectors or the companies that would have hard time implementing carbon neutrality are saying that they will do the carbon neutrality, and that is because of ESG requirements. And state shareholders that have been applying that pressure, and of course the shareholders are applying that pressure because of climate change. Climate Action 100 Plus, which is an investor organization, have been have been engaging with companies related to carbon neutrality. So they have been making demands on the companies to become net zero. So that's the strong signal that has been coming from the investors. And so the demand for the ESG has been moving very quickly. If you look at in case of market cap, let's look at the asset managers. So these are the major shareholders, and the AUM of these asset managers has increased from $9 trillion of last year to $43 trillion in June of this year. So it's moved from it's not just billions of dollars, it's trillions of dollars, and such demand has become mainstream. And the fact that the asset managers are asking for carbon neutrality, they are asking their portfolio companies to become carbon neutral. This is what this means. In case of the financial industries, I mean, of course, the financial companies can their portfolio companies have about 700 times more emission than these financial companies. So it's for this to be really meaningful, these portfolio companies need to become net zero. So asset owners and asset managers, so these are the what I define as the investors, they are engaging with their portfolio companies, or that is to say the companies they're investing in, to become net zero. So in terms they are making active communication, they're even saying that they will retreat from investment if those companies do not become more carbon neutral. In case of the shareholder resolutions, that is on the right upper corner, this is a famous story. In May, at the shareholders meeting, there were small shareholders have made demands to have three independent directors to be changed. They were able to make that change because there was support from large shareholders, such as BlackRock. So this was something that happened for the first time in the world. And litigation. There were, of course, a lot of litigation in the past. They were related to loss and damage litigation. That's in the past. But the new litigation model you see is related to business models. And so there was this decision made by the court to reduce carbon emission by 45%. So that was one of the results of the litigation. And so global companies are responding in these 5 ways. This is from our research center based on the information provided by the economists. So please take a look at those. And this is a slide that will back up the green finance. The clean tech venture capital, as you can see, is increasing. In terms of deal values and in terms of number of deals, you do see a recent rapid increase. And as for the data for 2020, it's only up to September. But that is also already 1.5 times the size of last last year, that is 2020. And so is the market value of these companies are increasing. You've heard about Rivian and the Lucid that have not been able to make much sales. However, since their IPOs, their market cap have increased dramatically. And that is because of the signal that these companies are sending, which is to go carbon neutral. And so what sort of technology should companies buy? So that's the kind of questions that we have seen companies asking. Whether the government is sending sufficient signals or not, what's really important for companies is to know what sort of technologies that they need to buy or secure. And companies also need to know where their technology falls as compared to their competition. So this is an example of advice that we provide to our clients. So we are doing this sort of analysis to find the needed technologies. And so there are needs on the part of the companies to know the technologies that they need to become net zero. So with that, I would like to conclude my presentation.
Previous three presenters discussed about the public sectors, but Dr. Kim discussed about how quickly private companies move toward the ESGs. Let me get back to Mr. E. Are you there?
네, 안녕하세요.
Hello everyone. Can you hear me
잘
well?
들립니다.
Yes, we can hear well.
국민연금 스타트
Okay.
책임실장
I'm
이동섭입니다.
the head of the Division of Global
연결이 좀
Responsible
매끄럽지 않아서
Investment
죄송합니다.
at National Pension. I
먼저
apologize for technical glitch. First,
말씀드릴 순서는
I'd like to
국민연금이
talk
어떤
about
규모의
the
회사이고
size of the national
책임투자
fund
체계가 어떻게
and what kind of
구성돼 있고
responsibility
그
division
관련해서
we
환경
have,
관련해서 기후변화
especially
관련해서 어떤
relating
활동들을
to
하고 있는지
environment and what kind of activities we are doing for the environment
먼저
improvement.
국민연금의 책임투자는
First, our
그
responsible
기금의 장기 수익성과 재정의 안정성을 위해서
investment
하고 있는데요.
are
규모 자체가
doing
900조
has been done
이제
for the
넘다
stability
보니까
of the
그
asset.
실제로
The
전
size is over
자산군에
900
대해서 전
million
세계적으로 이제 자산을
dollar.
소유하고 있는 그런
So
구조가
we have our asset presence
그래서
across the
국민연금의
globe.
책임투자는 일단 전
Our
자산과 전 세계에 영향을
responsibility,
준다라고
our responsible investment affects not just a single region but multiple regions. So let me explain what kind of principles we have or structure we have. First, we have an integrated strategy. So while making a decision investment, we consider the environmental impact. Second is called the negative screening. Third is voting, and fourth is engagement. So we have four major principles. So if you see that each sectors, they have their own respective field of activities. First, let me talk about the integrated strategy. In order to integrate our strategy relating to ESG, first we need to do the evaluation, and we have our own internal evaluation system with 13 items and 52 indexes, which is used to evaluate our portfolio companies. And 12 out of 52 are related to environmental issues. Especially recently, we are trying to weigh on the climate change related items. So that's why we are seeing whether they are actively engaging in the international climate change effort. Second is negative screening strategy. In May 2020, we looked into the coal exploration and drilling activities. And back then, all the coal-related plants were evaluated, and we decided to stop our investment in any coal plant in and outside of Korea. Portfolio companies that has anything to do with the coal power plant has been reviewed with experts and the stakeholders, so that what kind of procedures and what kind of investment proposal will make to those portfolio companies. It will be decided within this year, I think, and at the early of next year, we'll be able to provide some basic guidelines for such investment. Third would be the voting rights. We are exercising our voting rights across the globe, and in case of Korean companies, shareholders' right has not been exercised to that direction. But if you see the case of EU or US, you can see such an example a lot. When that kind of proposal is received from shareholders, we usually talk with the people working in the same industry to see what they have been doing. Usually, shareholders ask the company to improve the carbon emission reduction effort and look into their supply chain and make a report on it. So we compared the similar industries to understand the reference or standard of their activities so that we can accept the proposal or reject the proposal. Final one is engagement strategy. Our engagement has been mostly done with the domestic companies, but we will expand this effort to include overseas companies as well. And these engagements are mostly related to the governance, but going forward, environment and society will be all considered in our engagement effort. So those companies have high exposure to the climate change will be listed so that climate change related engagement can be expanded mainly for those companies. So we have 4 of those strategies, and on top of that, we are doing many international cooperation and domestic cooperation. And AIGCC is one example of the partnership we joined so that we can expand our partnership network. This concludes my explanation on our activities.
He discussed about the national pension, how national pension fund is managed related to ESG. Since we have a little time, so let me ask each one one question, and can you briefly comment on that? First of all, Dr. Sanjasren, as we can see from the current pandemic COVID-19, the collaboration is critical to COVID, the global problem, especially cooperation between developed and developing countries. The leadership of the international organization can play a key role for this one. So how can GCF show the leadership to induce the collaboration among countries, especially between developed and developing countries, to achieve a carbon neutrality target? And also, what role do you expect from the Korean government to perform those leadership?
That's a very, very relevant and, of course, very important question. And, of course, we all know that the COVID-19 has actually influenced quite dramatically the situation, financial and fiscal situation, especially in developing countries, whereas the OECD countries could come up with the trillions of dollars in the green recovery measures. It was very, very difficult for developing countries. So what, for example, GCF has been trying to do is to adopt an approach. Well, the first one was sort of what we call adaptive approach, where, if there are complications or difficulties, challenges in implementing the project, then of course we will give some extensions or some additional funding if needed. And also the other, of course, approach was that whenever the pipeline of projects comes in, on top, of course, of climate rationale and the standard investment criteria that we use for our projects, we also, of course, spoke and discussed with our partners, accredited entities and countries, that it will be also best if this investment create co-benefits for COVID recovery, including creating jobs. So some of our readiness projects also included some of the readiness projects, which is also used for the planning processes, government planning processes, have been also used for planning green resilient recovery measures as well, for the countries to develop and implement those. And more recently, we've been also experimenting, not yet implemented, but discussing with some of the countries whether some of the innovative debt for climate, debt for nature swaps can be also discussed. So absolutely, it's very, very important that the benefits both towards the climate, but also green resilient COVID recovery as well. Thank you. Over back.
Okay, thank you. It is quite difficult issues working with both developing and developed countries. Okay, next question is Dr. 곽수근 이사님 한국말로 질문을 드리겠습니다.
So I'm going to ask my question to Dr. Kwak in Korean. The Korean government had said that it wants to receive ESG report from all KOSPI listed companies by 2030. And ISSB is preparing to establish sustainability standards. So what's the timeline like? As Korean companies are making preparations for 2030, what sort of work needs to be done on the part of those Korean companies? Yes, thank you. Thank you for the question.
ESG 관련된 정보
ESG related information.
지속 가능 보고서를 만드는 기업들이 한 130개 정도 되는 것
Well,
같습니다.
I understand there are about 130 companies that are making ESG related reports, and I'm sure that in the future there will be more Korean companies that are issuing ESG reports. And ISSB is developing international or the global standards. And the Korean companies where the global investors are making investment in will have to disclose their information based on the ISSB standards. However, smaller companies, such as the SMEs, it's not going to be easy for those companies to make their disclosures based on the standards from ISSB. And I believe that this has to be a multi-phased approach. So initially, there has to be ESG-related standards from, for instance, KSSB and ISSB. And the companies will first voluntarily abide by these standards. And for those companies that are making high-quality disclosures, will be receiving good feedback from the market. And then they should, and I believe, initially receive incentives. That is to make a more standard-based disclosures. But for companies that is of certain size, they need to be obligated to make disclosures. And for smaller companies, it has to be voluntary. By 2030, important information, especially the information related to climate change, the Korean government will be making mandatory those information related disclosures, and the companies will have to prepare for that. Yes, thank you.
And next question would be Mr. Kim.
Well, Dr. Kim. You have talked about how quickly the companies are moving towards ESG and ESG related reporting. So what should smaller companies do? The companies that have not been covered in your presentation. Yes, thank you for the question. Companies are experiencing difficulties because the scope of ESG is so wide, and also because the ESG has come to them or has become an important issue for them in a very short period of time. So this is something that I say, when I talk to the BODs. I know I'm stating the obvious, but the companies need to find what's important to them. So when I do the training, I say that what's really important is the relevance, which means that the companies have to find something that is relevant to them as they try to deal with these disclosure issues. And in most cases, well, the companies have no choice but to do the transformation, and which means that all the companies need new technologies that will enable them to make those transformations. And as for those companies to prepare for the transformations, they need to be able to identify the technologies that will enable them. And there are more than 1.7 million patents on the technologies that are needed for the transformations. And so the companies need to know, what sort of technologies they have and also what kind of technologies they need to do that transformation.
Last question goes to Mr. Lee Dong-seop. As previous speaker said, in case of ExxonMobil, minorities proposed to change the members of the BOD, and that actually happened, but that kind of change is not seen in Korea, but it will come surely. So if you have that kind of opportunity to propose your voting right, what kind of principles you will follow? Do you have that kind of standard or principles? Also relating to coal power plants, you said that you stopped the investment into the new coal power plants. But what about the existing coal power plants? Do you have any additional strategies you applied to existing coal power plants? First, regarding the voting right, in case of Korean companies, shareholders' proposal is not as free as overseas markets. So I don't see any shareholders propose the first to change the members of the BOD or something else. But in case of the Australia or UK or US, that kind of proposal has been made actually. And one common phenomenon is that I do agree with why they propose and for what they proposed, but actually companies are already doing so much extensive activities in the climate change related field, but they are seeing bigger demand. So if that's the case, we need to compare their case to the other companies of the same industry to understand whether the proposal is too much or not. And especially when it comes to the sector that are doing the sufficient effort for climate change, we don't agree with the proposal from shareholders usually. Also, in some cases, they single out a certain sector to propose the climate change actions, but sometimes they randomly propose their ideas to random companies. So we need to see each cases whether that kind of proposal is really necessary and relevant to a certain company or a sector. So that kind of evaluation are being done. Also, it is not just about a company, but sometimes they propose climate change actions to the entire supply chain. And from the perspective of company, changing the entire supply chain is not something possible. So if that kind of impossible proposal is received, we also do the analysis whether that kind of proposal is doable or can create any meaningful values to the market. So we do that kind of extensive kind of evaluation before accepting the proposal. Your second question about the phase out of coal power plants and extraction of coals, our future plans. And there are so many companies who are doing the investment, and if I make a sudden proposal to them to stop any investment in coal, that will create a huge implication across the market. So we need to be very selective, and we need to set the right timing. That's why we outsourced actually on research so that we can understand the situation. I think we'll be able to see the preliminary result as early as the early of next year. Mr. Lee Se-yoon had to leave because he had other important appointments. So I think this concludes this session.
This conference and especially in this session. Thank you.
감사합니다.
Thank you all for your presentations and discussions, which have elaborated on how the importance of environmental risks are being absorbed by and taken up by the financial sector, both in the public and private sectors. Now, Plenary 5 will begin on the subject of waste-free society and circular economy. Please welcome back to the stage our moderator, President Kim Sang-hyuk.
Thank you. Good afternoon again. Yeah, this is a session for waste-free society and circular economy. But as long as we are living in this planet, we cannot be without waste at all. To be more precise, we want to be free from waste problem. And the waste has become a serious problem. It is reported that we have accumulated more than 1 billion tons of waste since 1950. And on top of that, due to the coronavirus, we are throwing away billions of masks and one-time use-only plastics per month. So another name of uncontact economy is called a kind of garbage economy or trash economy. And that's why we need circular economy evermore that should reduce our waste problem fundamentally. And the EU is leading the circular economy for certain. And for that, Mr. Christopher Haida, the president of European Chamber of Commerce in Korea, is here with us for lead speech. Mr. Haida, thank you for being with us, and the screen is now yours.
Okay, thank you very much, and a warm welcome from my side to this important conference. I have two kids, a 9-year-old daughter and a 5-year-old son, and naturally, I'm thinking about their future. And in the first years, together with my wife, we were talking more about the potential future skill set of our kids. But since fine dust became a problem here, the topic gradually changed towards sustainability, to discussions if our Earth will still be a good place to live for my kids when they're in my age. So the terminology circular economy was introduced by the British economist David W. Pearce in 1990. 1 year later, I graduated from university. And in fact, at that time, I haven't heard about circular economy at all. I first learned about circular economy in 2015, so 6 years ago, when I was participating in a conference here in Seoul called EcoApp. In 1990, circular economy has been known only to a very limited number of people. It definitely has become more known to people nowadays, but I very much doubt that circular economy is nowadays known to the majority of our population. Mm-hmm. 31 years have passed since then, and yes, we have made some progress, or we are making some progress, but the progress made in the last 31 years actually has not been very overwhelming. As a consequence, the European Commission has launched its Green Deal in 2019, which can be rightly seen as a game changer. The same is true for the Korean Green Deal. And a few weeks back, we had the COP26 in Glasgow, and also a few weeks back, the European Commission is informed that they have adopted 3 new initiatives, such as deforestation regulation, waste shipment regulation, and the EU soil strategy. So I'm cautiously optimistic, as recently there's more and more things being happening right now. The European Commission has adopted its second circular economy action plan in March this year. Sorry, last year, in March 2020. And this means moving more towards the 3 R principles: reduce, reuse, and recycle. Korea tackled first plastic waste, but recently has joined the Global Alliance on Circular Economy and Resource Efficiency. And in parallel, Korea is working on a Korea Circular Economy Action Plan. Of course, politicians have the difficult challenge to balance interests of different stakeholders, or to be more precise, they have to ensure prosperity, further economic growth, by at the same time reducing the ecological footprint. So you might know that the European Chamber I'm working for is an agent between a middleman between business and government. Mm-hmm. why I would like to raise 4 recommendations or requirements through the eyes of business. The first one I would like to share with you is international standards. And it is good that many countries are now launching various initiatives on circular economy, but believe me, if those initiatives are not reconciled on an international level, it will actually be counterproductive in many areas. International standards ensure that a product can be produced in one way, can get tested, certified in one way, and can be approved by authorities in one way, or even better, to have reciprocity. In case governments come up with their own country-specific rules for circular economy, companies have to produce different models for different markets. There is losing efficiency due to the large scale effect. Customer products need to be tested differently, different certification procedures, and so on and so forth. If this needs to be done, companies will need to spend additional resources, manpower, but not only, but also raw materials and other resources. Second point I would like to make is evolution versus revolution. I like the initiative from policymakers to come up with new ideas on circular economy. Nevertheless, what business needs is not a revolution, meaning a quick implementation of a specific law requiring changes in product design, labeling, and so on. What business needs is a reliable blueprint. What needs to be achieved by when, what is expected, and what is coming next. Naturally, those targets must be smart, or in other words, specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time-bound. This is especially true for foreign business, depending on imports, as the shipping time is often not considered when introducing new laws. Thus, a realistic time management, including grace periods, needs to be adopted. It is my personal view, if you rush too much, then you make mistakes. If you have enough time for a careful planning, implementation will be much smoother, and the probability that targets can be achieved is much higher. The third point I would like to make is change management. Circular economy is a two-way street. It is business, but it's also consumers. Business has to come up with new solutions, but consumers also have to accept those new solutions. In the past, we have seen new technologies introduced, but failed to be accepted by consumers. Some of the products occurred later on when the timing was better, such as, for example, video streaming or the first smartphone from IBM, which was released in 1994. A more recent example, of course, is electric vehicles. At the very beginning, it was a pretty rough start, and only when the infrastructure was more and more extended, that consumers were buying electric vehicles. It might be that some of the circular economy might not have the same benefit as non-circular economy products, but the main advantage that those products have is that they are much more sustainable. And this is what it matters nowadays. Sustainability must become a key criteria for a purchase decision, and therefore sidelined by PR measures, by business to educate, to move consumers to the right product. The best would be actually to rewrite some textbooks for elementary, middle, and high school to educate students that green is good, and this is what we should be striving for. The same is true for companies. The launch of a circular product should be the highlight of the year. Currently, companies are still focusing too much on the well-known selling arguments, but we have to change those marketing approaches as well. The last point I would like to make is incentivization. The development of circular products costs money and needs investment. In some areas, even massive investment for new technologies, replacing current technologies. In some cases, products are, as of now, even less profitable than those considered non-circular. And a key element for selling products is the selling price. And sometimes the price elasticity doesn't really allow to increase selling prices to ensure the current level of profitability for companies. The EU and the Korea taxonomy is one step in the right direction, but we might need additional incentivization for a transitional period. Here, I count on governments to come up with clear and committed guidance. Lastly, I would like to recommend to the private and public sector that a quick win approach needs to be adopted. As a consumer, it's not always easy to navigate through your shopping experience other sustainable products are simply not available or not recognized as such. This is why we have to have an updated labeling system providing information about the sustainability of products, but not as a physical label, but as a digital label, which can be easily updated by certification institutes. But even more important, that consumers can check which product is the most sustainable one when they do a purchase selection.
Okay.
So, yeah, together with change management, acceptance in our society will increase, which then lead to more speed towards a sustainable society for the benefit of us, our children, our grandchildren. I would like to close here with, because I know that time is a critical factor. Thank you very much, and I will stay.
Thank you indeed, Mr. Haider, for your thoughtful and very systematic recommendations. And we will get back to you when we have an interactive section. Please stay with us. And plastics is at the core of our waste problem because it does not decay. It does not go away for a long, long, long time. So we need something drastically new that can replace plastic. Maybe biotechnology might be an answer to that. In this context, we have a very famous Professor Yi Sang-yup, who is Vice President for Research of KAIST and also Distinguished Professor of Chemical and Biomolecular Engineering. Hello, Professor Lee. Thank you for being with us. And the screen is now yours. We don't hear you. Well, I think yours is muted. Please check the audio.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Okay.
네, 김상엽 원장님 오늘 중요한 컨퍼런스에 초청해 주셔서 대단히 감사합니다.
Thank you, Professor Kim, for inviting me to this very important conference. I will now begin my presentation.
오늘 저는 그 간단히 짧은 시간 동안
I have a very short period of time to make a presentation on bio-based and biodegradable plastics toward a circular economy. As you know, we are very dependent on fossil fuels such as gasoline, diesels, jet fuels, and we are also very dependent. We're using these fuels to produce things like plastics and solvents. And the plastics that we have produced in the past decades and centuries, well, according to UNEP, it's about 9.2 billion tons of plastics have been produced so far. And as Professor Kim has mentioned, well, plastic has excellent property, and we can easily you can mold the plastics, and it's relatively cheap and do not decay. And that is why over 9.2 billion tons of the plastics are being used. And about 50%, that is about 5.3 billion tons of plastics have been discarded. And about 1 million tons of plastic have been incinerated. And the plastics that have been discarded are become fine plastics or microplastics and have been attacking us. And before COVID-19, that is before 5 to 7 years of that is 5 to 7 years prior to COVID-19, we have been making efforts to reduce plastics. We have been making laws and others. But with the COVID-19, we have no choice but to wear the masks. Well, I'm here alone in my office. That is why I'm not wearing a mask here. But because of COVID-19, especially such variants like Omicron, people have to wear masks. And there are over 139 billion masks that are discarded on a month, and they are used. Polypropylene have to be used, which is a plastic, to make these masks. However, in order to prevent infections, we are not reusing these masks, so that is contributing to discard of more plastics. And there have been increased delivery of foods. So these one-time use plastic has been, so let's say about 8.3 million of such plastics they are being used and discarded. And nobody is talking about this because because COVID-19 we cannot go out, so we would have to order in. And so the biomass and CO2 have to taken out from the deep earth, and we need to. And so with the CO2, but if we could use this biomass to produce these products that we use using biorefinery, we would be able to solve many of these problems. And petroleum plastics and bioplastics could be solutions, and they could be recycled. Especially if we use bioplastics to produce the bioplastics and to recycle them, we would be able to reduce the problems. Of course, we're not able to make all these plastics, bioplastics. And so for the synthetic plastic we use, for those monomers that go into those synthetic bioesters, well, then it would be possible to reduce these plastics. And these monomers would come not from the petroleum, but also from CO2, that is biomass, and that we will be able to reduce the plastics burden. And as for the bio-based plastics, polyethylene and is from biomass. It's fermented into ethanol. It's created into ethylene and made into bio-PE. And in case of PET, which is the water bottle, they come from MEG, and they can be created when a combined MEG and TA. And MEG could be created from ethylenes. And so if we could do this, so with this we could replace by 30% of these plastics with bioplastics. And we could also use similar plastics with different chemical structures. And as for the biodegradable plastics, well, we cannot say the plastics are evil because they are not degradable. Plastics are excellent materials because they are not degradable, and they have because the plastics are so cheap, we have used too many of them too easily. So we have to deal with this dispensable, that is one-time dispensable plastics. So if we're going to use dispensable plastics, we have to make them biodegradable, and we could and currently a PLA and PHN, and so these sort of new types of plastics are being developed, and the microorganisms are used to produce these sort of new types of plastics. I'm not going to talk about metabolic engineering here because these are too complicated, but however I can say is that in order to produce this, the one that is shining here, if we could get rid of the unnecessary byproducts, and if we could optimize the network, we could create the polymers, and so that is through the metabolic engineering. And so this is the polyester here, and you see the cells here, they are the bio-based polyester that has been synthesized by the microorganisms. And I'm not going to the details here. And so the glucose will be in the later created into plastics. And here you see a bacteria here, and but there could be plastics here. So this is called a plastic bacteria. So this is something that we could create. And in terms of productivity, it has excellent productivity as well as excellent yield. Because this is so efficient, it's possible for us to set up a production facility. And so there are a few cases of commercialization around the world. And so if it could use these different structures of monomers, and if these monomers can be incorporated into the PHs to produce the type of biodegradable plastics that we need. And PLA and copolymers are especially PLA, non-natural polymers, and so we need to go through a process. We need to first have the lactate, which has to go through a chemical processing, and fermentation can be done in order to do plastic, but not with the PLA. And the PLA, as I said, is not natural and does not have the necessary metabolism process. But we could have these enzymes that could put the monomers into the polymers, and there could also be a one-step fermented production of polylactate co-glycolate, and this is something that can be produced through a fermentation process. And also for the aromatic polyester, if we could do what I say, a metabolic engineering properly, then we could use a one-step fermented production for these aromatic polyesters. But there are polymers that we are not, or the polyesters that we are not able to produce. For instance, aliphatic polyesters, there are we need diacetyl and diols, and they can be produced through metabolic engineering. And so with this process, these are C5 dichloric acid. If we could produce about 100 grams per liter, and so we now have that process to do so. In case of this PET, I mentioned this briefly, we need two things. And in case the companies such as Coca-Cola, and they have up to 30% plant-based, 100% recyclable bottles. And what's the problem is here? Here they create the ethanol and then they go through the chemical reaction. And this is aromatics because this is not produced. And so we could deal with these issues. And why do we need ethanols? And why do we need additional chemical reactions? Can we do this in one step? Yes, we could do that with the metabolic engineering, and that has been developed by our students. And with the Karaboksha group, with a bit of a twist, we could have also developed a process to produce the structure here, and also from the chemical reaction from the biomass, we could also efficiently turn we could have a bio-based renewable TPAs. And we need diamonds in order to make polyamides. And we could have these processes and have the regulatory circuits that will be possible to produce bioamides as well. And I have talked about different plastics that could be produced using different types of microorganisms. The fuel or the raw materials that we have used are glucose from biomass, which are not edible. And so the best is if we could use the CO2 directly. But cells, it's all the microalgae, they eat the CO2s. But what we want are bacteria, we grow very quickly. But these sort of bacteria grow very slowly. And so by these, the metabolic process of the circuitry, if we could optimize these bacteria, and then we could have these formic acids as we could develop ECOLYs. And that has been validated through our experimentations recently. Because we have produced so many chemicals, we need to organize them. And by looking at this chart, you would be very confused. But I'm sure if you think hard, it is something that you have seen in the biology class. And here, the microorganism would eat glucose, and they will go through the intermediates here. And these are so many chemical materials from the chemical processing plastics can be produced, and it has already been shown. This is the Google map of bio-based chemicals. So in conclusion, so these not edible biomass or the CO2 can be used as raw materials or the fuels to develop this sort of system metabolic engineering to be able to produce a bulk chemical as well, fine chemicals as well, polymers, plastics, biofuels, as well as the natural products that are needed to make us healthier. And so the systems of metabolic engineering could play an important role in the circular economy. And if I'm just going to talk about the plastics here, and so I will not be able to take part in the discussion because of another appointment, but I want you to talk about the 4 R's. I mean, reduce, reuse, and recycle, replace. So we have to find ways to replace fossil fuels with the bio materials. And of course, we need to reduce. We have to have a frugal economy. And in order to recycle, you need energy. But before that, we should do what we can reuse. We have to do reuse as much as possible, including upcycling, that we do the recycling. And then if you could replace the synthetic materials with the bio materials, that way we will be able to deal with the climate as well as the energy issues. With that, I would like to conclude my presentation.
Professor Lee, as you know, he's simply one of the best top-notch metabolic scientists in the world. But as a person who studied liberal arts and social science, I don't think I fully understood what you have said. But I know you are making very, very important things for us. Please save us from the plastics, and you will get Nobel Prize within a few years. Thank you for your speech.
Thank you so much.
And now we are going to focus on real cases, real examples of Korea's businesses with business leaders and experts. And as they are all Koreans, I will speak in Korean from now on. Simultaneous interpretation is prepared. 자, 실제로 사실은 우리가 놀랄 정도로 이런 순환 경제적으로 진전하고 있는 회사들이
There are many companies that are moving into a circular economy. And the first company that I want to present to you is a cement company. And cement industry, as you know, is the industry along with steel industry that are emitting the GHG the most. And our speaker is the head of the Korean Cement Industry Association and is also the CEO of Sang-Yong-Sieni. So we'll hear the presentation from CEO Lee Hyun-jun.
안녕하십니까?
Good afternoon.
My
name is Lee Hyun-jun. I'm the CEO of Sang-Yong-Sieni, also the head of the Korea Cement Industry Association. I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to make the presentation. I'm going to talk about cement industry for circulating resources as society. I'm going to talk about circular resource recycling by the Korean cement industry. Then I'll talk about the 2050 carbon neutrality scenario of the cement industry. And then I'm going to talk about how the cement industry can contribute to a waste-free society. Here in Korea, there are over 380,000 tons of the waste are produced from our daily lives as well as from the businesses. And there have been about 140 million tons have been sent to the landfills. And the waste that have been landfilled or have been incinerated because of various reasons, and they have caused, of course, of environmental issues. And the waste is an issue that we cannot avoid anymore since this has a significant impact on our society. And the cement industry has been solving these very difficult problems. I do not believe that you know these activities by the cement industry. In order to produce a cement, raw materials such as limestone, clay, and silica stone iron and iron ores are needed, but these resources are limited, and that is why the cement industry is using the byproducts to replace these natural resources. And these waste and byproducts, we are calling them circulatory materials. From thermal plants, there are the fly ash that are coming out, and also the steel slags are used to replace the coals. And we are also replacing, for instance, bituminous coals. So we're using synthetic tires and others to replace the use of the bituminous coals. And this is a trend that can be seen globally. In case of Europe, through the national social consensus and the policy support in the cement industry, there is an increased use of recyclable or the circular materials, and the substitution rate is about 46%. And Germany has about 70% of replacement rate. And the video that you're looking at is a video from Wisang. This is the illegal waste, a mountain of waste. And this, you see these mountainous waste that have caused environmental problems have been reported by CNN and has received international attention. And it was expected that about 7 years will be needed to deal with this mountain of waste. But the cement industry selectively chose the waste from this mountain and recycled them and was able to resolve the problem within a year and a half. And that is a case that shows that the cement industry is best equipped to deal with this sort of wastes. As we can see from this case, the cement industry can use these waste as the source of the fuels, and so will be able to reduce the import of bituminous coals and will be able to reduce environmental issues. Now, I want to talk about cement industry's 2030 NDCs and 2050 carbon neutral scenario. The Korean government has said that the cement industry by 2030 has to reduce and have 12% or more than 50% of CO2 emission reduction. And by 2050, the cement industry wants to reduce about 18 million tons. And through the substitution of the sodium carbonate as well as the increase of admixtures, the cement industry is to reduce the use of the emission of CO2. And our company has the largest cement factory in Donghae, and we have the largest cogeneration plant. We have energy storage system here, which is the largest here in Korea, and we have been able to replace have been supplying about 30% of the energy or electricity we need here, and we have been replacing bituminous coals with our from the waste-based the fuels, and so we're going to begin a coal-free plant in the near future. Our business vision is to achieve Green 2030. We are going to increase the use of the circulatory resources so that we have carbon zero status, and we are going to have cogeneration so that we'll be able to supply 100% of the electricity that we need. Over 100 billion Korean won has been invested in the past 3 years to finish our heating system room, and that is the first phase of our innovation, and then we're going to begin. We have almost finished the second phase, and the circular materials or the replacement is about 41%. And once we finish our second phase of innovative work or the project, our replacement rate or the substitution will be about 60%. And through additional research and development, by 2030, we are going to have net carbon or zero carbon. And so we, through the reduction of CO2, in order to do a cogeneration and to be able to supply our electricity completely from our own site, we have established renewable, eco-friendly power systems. And so by 2030, all the electricity that we need will be supplied from our own sites. So through these efforts, Sangyong CNE will have the industry-leading competitiveness. And we do have excellent results to show. In case of our profit, last year was about 19%, and in the first half, it's about 15.4%. We have twice as high the profit margin as the industry average. And I hope that you will continue to watch how we perform. With this, I would like to conclude my presentation on the activities of Sangyong CNE and our industry to reduce emissions. And waste what can become important resources. So the waste can be recycled into important fuels and the resources. And Sangyong CNE is leading those efforts. And in order to ensure that the world has carbon neutrality, Sangyong CNE will continue to make the efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lee Hyun-jun, for your case presentation. That is one of the most representative brown industries, the cement industry. And even the cement industry are trying to be greener, which is quite encouraging sign for us as we are marching towards carbon neutrality. So I think the outlook could be more positive. And next presentation will be made by one of the prize of the Jeju Island. And actually, do you know the brand called Samdasu, the spring water brand? And the water you all enjoy are manufactured by this company. Mr. Kim Jung-hak, CEO of Jeju Province Development Corporation, will make a presentation. Hello? I think you are muted.
들리십니까?
Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you.
원장님 이렇게 여기서 보니까 더
Dear
반갑습니다.
Kim Sang-young, it is my great pleasure to see you. I'm so delighted to see you here. Also, it is my great pleasure to be part of this outstanding conference. So please allow me to make my presentation. Greetings. My name is Kim Jung-hak, CEO of Jeju Province Development Corporation. It is my great pleasure to be part of this conference held to combat the global issue of climate change and to improve the diversity, sustainability, and eco-friendliness of energy resources. And I'd like to begin my presentation from now on. My presentation first started with the introduction to Jeju Province Development Corporation, what kind of efforts we made to serve as a leader in eco-friendliness and practices strategies for sustainable growth. First, let me introduce my institution. My institution had a mission of contributing to the lives of local residents by creating value using the resources of Jeju, so it was established in 1995. Our business areas include Jeju Samdasu spring water drink, whose market share has been #1 since the launch in 1998, citrus processing and beverage business, which boost farmers' income and the citrus industry, regional development business for housing stabilization, and public interest project for common good and human resource generation. The GPDC since inception has been growing continuously for the last 26 years. The revenue has also almost have been doubled, and the net profit has grown by 70%, a testimony to the robust fundamentals we have. Building on this growth, we are doing various CSR activities. Around 46% out of 650 billion of net profit have been spent for these CSR activities. Also, 634 jobs we created for 5 years contributed to the employment stability of the island. Then I'd like to talk about the eco-friendly efforts we are making as a front runner. To create a circulatory system of plastics generated in Jeju, we initiated a project called the Restoration for Resuscitation. Korea's plastic waste per capita is around 88 kilometers, the third largest. Yet, only 59% of them are recycled. Jeju's island plastic waste per person is the highest in the country. However, the recycling rate is the lowest. Modern consumers are now required to work for ethical consumption. Given that companies need to manufacture recyclable products and consumers need to separate waste properly so that waste product can turn into new resources or product, a circulatory cycle we must have. The JPDC built a life cycle eco-friendly management process in order to create such a circulatory cycle tailored to the island. As part of this effort, product research and innovation projects have been done to make better product, and we worked hard to build a resource circulatory society. Let me first explain our first strategy, establishing an eco-friendly production system. We implemented 3 no's: no color cap, no color bottle, and no label for easier waste separation, and it obtained the best recycling grade. This effort will result in the plastic waste reduction of 46 tons. Also, as you can see in the slide, multiple testing and surveys have been done to reduce the weight of PET bottles. The weight reduction was 14.5 grams, which related to 2.4 billion production cost saving and 5,000 tons of plastic waste reduction. Seeing the emergence of the eco-friendly consumption trend and policy changes, our environmental impact data are disclosed to public in a transparent and quantitative manner. This data is disclosed on environmental certification sites, and some of them are even written on the label of a product. Our second strategy is the formation of a circulatory system for plastic resources. If PET bottles, caps, and labels are mixed with other properties of different properties, recycling becomes quite costly and need to go through multiple extra processes. To tackle this issue, from 2019, we worked with private companies to run cap collection campaign and let the public know a proper way of doing waste separation, all in order to raise public awareness. As a result, in 2020, we collected 3.62 million caps, and using the profit earned from selling these caps, we provided financial supports to 21 people in financial hardship jointly with our CSR team. Also, we created and supported a upcycling startup student club, and they succeeded to make an upcycled product of caps we collected. Our efforts was recognized by the Ministry of Public Administration and Safety in 2021 by receiving the Best Public Administration Presidential Award. To improve the recyclability of PET bottles, we installed 19 PET collection and compensation machines on the island and created a monitoring team to let more people know how to use this machine. As a result, a total of 30,000 citizens put PET bottles into these machines, and the number of the bottles and caps collected tallied 6 140,000 and 328,000 respectively. The JPDC, as part of its upcycling effort, signed a multilateral agreement to manufacture clothes out of recycled fibers and thereby add environmental values. Also, it opened a public competition to collect creative energy recycling ideas and even commercialized some of them, standing out the most so that new venture companies can be born. As a result, between 2020 and 2021, as you can see on the bottom, a variety of the products were invented, creating 17 jobs and attracting 500 million won investment. As such, the JPDC has been working hard to build a manufacturing process for greener products, as well as a resource recycling ecosystem. Finally, I'd like to talk about our strategies for sustainable development. The JPDC designed three-phased strategies. In the short run, more compact package and no-labor products will be manufactured, and waste separation campaign and pad upcycling businesses will be promoted. In the long run, more eco-friendly packages and local-based resource circulation startups will be developed so that the resource circulation can be fully realized on the island. Moreover, we announced ESG conscious management principles in 2021 so that we can set a global standard not just for environment area, but also for the entire management field, and we will work harder to remain as a pioneer in this field. Once again, I'd like to congratulate and thank you so much for your kind invitation. We will work harder to be a trendsetter in climate change battle and environmental preservation. Thank you so much for your kind listening.
Yes, thank you. Well, your water, 삼다수, is equivalent to Evian. And you said that you will set highest possible environment-related standards as you do your business. Well, next presentation will be made from Amore Pacific. I just learned recently that this company is very much involved in resource circulation or the recycling. So Jung Hwa-oh, who is responsible for the sustainability business, will be making the presentation. Good afternoon. My name is Oh Jung-hwa from Amore Pacific. So let me share my presentation. I would like to talk to you about a more beautiful process. I am responsible for the ESG at Amore Pacific, and my name is Oh Jung-hwa. And it's an honor for me to be able to present our case. And I want to thank Professor Kim in particular for inviting me and our company to be able to make the presentation. We have this motto which says that we make a more beautiful world. And why is Amore Pacific so much engaged in work related to plastics and waste? And that is because our mission is to make the world more beautiful. And because we have a philosophy to make a world more beautiful, and that philosophy is well reflected in our products. We have cosmetics as well as tea, as well as health as supplements. So we do health and beauty related businesses. So when did we first started thinking about environment? It can be traced back to 1993. We announced what's called unlimited liability for environment. At the time, our company was called Pacific Taepyeongyang, and at the time, we announced that we're going to be held liable, that is unlimitedly, for environment. And we continued on these efforts on in 2000. We have been issuing reports about our efforts. And so that's what we've done in the past. So what are we doing currently, and what are we going to do in the future? In June of this year, we have made these 5 commitments or 5 promises. And these promises, promise number 3 and 4 are related carbon neutrality and plastics. So I will talk about promise number 3 and 4. And this is climate and energy conference. So let's talk about our carbon neutrality related effort. And so we want to achieve RE100 and carbon neutrality by 2030. And in case of RE100, our achievement rate is about 10%, and next year it's going to be about 35%. And so we have started what's called the green costing and pricing system, and we also have signed MOU for to purchase renewable energies. And so we want to achieve, before that is 2030, we want to achieve RE100 and carbon neutrality. And our fleet, they have become electric. So we want to have 100% electric fleet. That is the cars that we use to deliver our products. And then now I want to talk about plastics. Carbon neutrality is very much related to plastics. So we have what's called less plastic strategies. We have three C's. One is 4R, the other is collaboration, and the other is communication. And out of 4R commitment, one is to reduce. And what we need to do first is to reduce. So unnecessary plastic use has to be reduced, has to be replaced with other materials if possible. And so we could use recyclable materials, or we could use unnecessary plastics such as container supports. Plastics are usually used for containers. So we have been thinking about ways to reduce plastics, and that is why we came up with the shampoo, which are solid form of shampoo, which means that the shampoo does not have to go into plastic containers. And we have also been thinking about ways to better recycle plastics. And so we have been working on developing containers that are better recycled. And we have also been focusing on reuse. Of course, a container, it's not just the containers that need to be changed. Maybe the way the products are put in could be changed. And so we have these so-called refill stores. And so these are called the refill stations, and we're going to increase this number of refill stations going forward. And next R is the reverse. For the past decade, we have been working on ways to decorate our stores with eco-friendly materials. And we have been collecting plastics and then have been recycling them and finding ways to reuse them. And the second C is collaboration. We cannot do the work that we need to do cannot be done alone. So we need to collaborate with other companies as well as industries. And for the past 20 years, 30 years, we have been working with many different companies in many partnerships. We have been working with such companies as TerraCycle, as TK Chemicals, as well as Eastman. And we have also been working with other cosmetics companies to reduce the use of plastics. And what's really important is our communication with our customers. We need to provide information to our customers so that they can reduce the use of plastics. And Amore Pacific will continue to work to have a positive impact on society, and that is to become a positive beauty. And with that, I believe that the company can contribute to a more beautiful world. Thank you very much. Thank you. That was Oh Jung-hwa of Amore Pacific. She talked about very active circular economic actions taken by the company to contribute to a more beautiful world.
I'd like to collect some feedback from panelist members. So, the circulatory economy has been studied much by this gentleman, Mr. Hong Soo-young, and he is with us. And do we need to start from Professor Che first, I think? Okay, we will start from Mr. Hong, then with Professor Che. So can I make 5-minute presentation? Actually, Korea is trying to reduce the emission by 40%, and the majority of the reduction has to come, and the biggest reduction has to be made in the field of waste. So, what is the relation between waste and carbon neutrality? And listening to the 5 keys presentation, what were your impressions? So, the circulatory economy can contribute to the carbon neutrality because they use less resources, and with the recyclable product, they can minimize the need of processes, and also the carbon reduction made by the waste can be minimized. But what matters the most is that the carbon emission made in the production processes must be optimally used through either recycling or reuse. This means that we need to restructure our existing economy. So I think there should be 2 major tasks. So how to minimize the use of resources is the first. In the narrow scope, the use of the raw material must be optimized in any production processes. And in the larger scope, we need to create a larger economic effect with newly developed economic models. For example, the spread of the sharing economy or concept of shared resources can help people to meet their needs with less materials. So that kind of concept must be materialized. And some scholars propose the concept, but it has not been materialized yet, especially that is one of the biggest challenges when it comes to the recycling economy. Second is the sustainability of the supply of raw material. Like Mr. Lee said, bio raw material supply must be expanded than non-bio supply. Of course, minerals are in nature not recyclable, but they should be used to some degree. Whether it is biomaterials or non-biomaterials, the supply of them must not destroy our ecosystem, and we need to improve the ratio of biomaterials in our material mix, which means that production liability must be enhanced. Through better design, they need to create a recyclable product, preferably 100%, and the ratio of recyclable products should be ultimately also 100%. So, the production is what we need to focus. The first speaker already talked about this. We need to set the right target or direction for companies. By 2030, we need to set a specific target for businesses at the society level so that the companies can prepare themselves for such a target. And consumers also need to be given with the right information. Finally, the stable supply of recyclable materials. This requires the technology development. So existing chemical-based products need to be replaced with other technologies, or we need to find a ways how to combine those technologies into this circular economy system. So we need to reconstruct our existing industrial structures and economic structures, and those structure changes will be mainly led by larger companies. And we need to make sure that smaller companies are not lagging behind. So adaptation capability of smaller companies need to be considered to achieve a fair transformation, especially when it comes to Korea. We are too much focusing on technology changes, but not much on the possible fallouts or social issues coming from such technology changes. So I believe that if you want to reconstruct our existing economic structure, role of the larger companies, of course, would be significant. But we need to also think about whether smaller companies can adapt to such changing environment. So coexistence model between the two must be decided at the same time. Yes, as you said, car manufacturing industries are trying to electrify their existing fleets, and they are having so much troubles and hardship, and some companies will not be able to survive in this transitional period. So you said that we need to pay more attention to smaller companies. College students, graduate school students also need to pay more attention to this circulatory economy. So I believe that there are so many students who want to do the research in this field. Are they going to the right direction? Circulatory economy has a potential of an infinite expansion, but my one concern is that they might think it is just a fad. So if they going to the same direction too much, that is not the right way forward, because everyone knows the importance of it. So you can kind of make it red ocean, but I believe that we need to be more creative so that we can expand our boundary of activities, because there are some blind spots we haven't paid attention to. So you need to challenge yourself to find that kind of blue oceans. So you don't need to jump on the bandwagon, but find your own items. So I will come back to you later. And next is Professor Che. He is also with us.
Professor Che? Well, so you have been you actually worked for the Ministry of Environment, and you've been responsible for such a policies as climate and waste. And so, Professor Che, what would you like to say? You are on mute. You are muted. You need to unmute yourself. Good afternoon. I would like to thank Professor Kim for organizing this excellent conference and inviting me to take part in this session. And as I was listening to various speeches, what I need to talk is about leadership. And I believe that in the latest environmental policies, the most important topics are climate change and carbon neutrality. And I think we need to add waste here. But waste is very much related to economy and the lives of the people. And in order to have waste zero, in order to have the waste zero, we need to change the infrastructure, which means that we need ambitious policies. We need ambitious programs. And what's needed here is leadership. We need to set high goals, and we need to have ideas to achieve the goals, and we need strong leadership to put those ideas into action. Last in Jeju, there was a declaration for waste-free Jeju. And so Jeju is trying to become a carbon-free island as well as a waste-free island. And that means that the island is trying to have carbon neutrality as well as waste zero. And they have set very high goals, and they have set up a commission under the governor to achieve those goals. They have also plans to set up the clusters, and they have specific plans as well as the leadership. Jeju has the necessary basis, and now they they see, I believe, the recycling industry as a growth industry. In 1990s, that is in Taiwan, the mayor of Taiwan, or the Taipei, was elected as the mayor on a platform of zero waste. Now, zero waste has become an important agenda of municipalities as well as governments, and also zero waste can also help to create jobs. And so, with that, I would like to conclude my remarks. Yes, thank you.
So waste issue and climate change issue should be the top priority of the leadership of any nation.
Mr. Christoph Haider, are you still with us? Thank you for staying with us. Well, the Professor Chen mentioned that not just climate change and energy policies, but also waste and circular economy should be the top agenda of national leadership. Would you agree with that?
Of course, I agree with this. Yeah, so it's. I think so. So circular economy was first popping up as a definition in 1990s, and I think that leadership, at least from 1990 to 2010, was definitely missing. And I'm pretty happy. A couple of years, I think, also starting with the Paris climate conference. Sustainability has finally achieved a top priority agenda, become a top priority agenda item. So this shows already that presidents, prime ministers, chancellors have understood that this must be a leadership issue.
Great. So among the many 3 Korean cases, water, cement, and cosmetics, what impressed you most?
This is so. I wouldn't say
this is a silly question. I know.
No, it's not a silly question. It's a good question, but I cannot answer. Yeah? So, okay. So my lesson learned is let's phrase it a bit different. So the lesson learned for me was that we have new solutions for various aspects. Yeah? So we have, for example, plastics. We have biodegradable plastics, we have bioplastics, we have concrete, new ways of concrete. We have the move towards renewable energy. In Jeju, let's say facilitation or make recycling easier. The same goes towards a more Pacific. I like the slogan, a more beautiful way.
What about the Korean cement company, the Sangyong Cement Company? Is it now a kind of became normal to Europe, that kind of cement industry?
I think cement industry is a pretty challenging one, and so here I think, as I said, so we have technology, we have some solutions already here, but it is overall it's not yet mainstream. This is maybe what I would like to say. I'm not so much an expert in cement. I used to work for Bayer, which also produced plastics. So the market for biodegradable plastic is around about $2 billion US. The total market is about 600 billion. So we're talking currently about a little fraction of market share of biodegradable plastic. And we just have started here, but I'm pretty much impressed by all speakers about the determination, about the focus on the next years to come to drive each organization into the right direction.
Okay, I'm afraid our time is up, and well, as we would all agree, waste and circular economy should be one of the top agenda for the next president, I think. Now let's move to the next, the most important session today, which is the voice from the young. Thank you for being with me.
Thank you all for your presentations and discussions on how we create a more beautiful world that works for all of us, whilst discussing how we bring fringe technologies and solutions into the mainstream. Now we will begin the final plenary of today's conference, where we will hear voices from young people on the subject of climate change. Let's start Voices from the Young. I would like to introduce our moderator for this session, Kim Hong-jin, the head youth representative of Coalition for Our Common Future.
Thank you very much, Corinne. Sorry for my sudden outburst into the scene. I was very excited to be moderating this session. So I hope you can understand that part. So as Karen so kindly mentioned, my name is Hong-jin Kim. I'm currently a researcher at the Coalition for a Common Future, specializing in the Green Big Bang model, particularly in Jeju. Today I'm here as the head of the youth representative of our Coalition of our Common Future body. And so it's a privilege, as it was the year ago and 2 years ago, to be moderating this very important and exciting session, where in fact, I'm moderating, but after all, it's a session where I learned the most. So without further ado, I would like to first invite a man of supreme integrity, His Excellency, the Ambassador of Germany to the Republic of Korea, Ambassador Michael Reifenstuhl.
Many thanks, dear President Kim Sang-yeop, dear President Tae-yong, dear Kim Hong-jin. It's a great pleasure for me to participate in this session in the Seoul Climate Energy Conference. And let me say on behalf of the German Embassy, it's our great appreciation that we have for KAIST, Graduate School for Green Growth, and the Coalition for Our Common Future for organizing this. I think this conference, especially with this plenary, it offers an excellent platform for the young generation. And the young generation, this is actually our future. Initiatives like this are highly important. We need and we should hear what the young people have to say. And let me add, I think you also should listen carefully. In Germany, climate action and protection the environment are, we could say, hot topics for young people. There, the first demonstrations of the so-called Fridays for Future took place in December 2018 already. And in March 2019, at the first global climate strike for future, more than 300,000 pupils from Germany participated from more than 230 cities. As the Federal Environment Minister put it, young people are much more politically minded than many had assumed. They are networking, they are fully aware of the responsibility of their action, what it bears for the future. According to a representative survey, environmental protection and climate change mitigation are the most important issues for young Germans in the age between 14 and 22. On 25th of November, by the way, the German Embassy organized together with Seoul National University a student conference for global sustainability. It had the title From Climate Change to Climate Crisis. And students of the Seoul National University who qualified in a contest for the final conference on this date, they showed us their presentation as results of their studies. 14 teams with more than 30 students from various faculties and countries participated in the contest. They prepared presentations on issues like, for example, carbon border tax, effective governance of the climate action regime, decarbonizing food industry, transitioning climate change education, and appropriate technologies. The content and results of the students, let me underline this, were very impressive for us. And one student, who later, by the way, turned out to be an award winner, dedicated her presentation to the importance and effectiveness of environmental education on environmentally sensitive behaviors. The positive influence on environmentally friendly attitude and behavior has been highlighted by many studies, by the way. In other words, improvement in the education on climate change has the potential to make a wide range of people internalize the climate conscious attitudes and even much more important, also to behave in such a way. For a long time, Germany has been active in incorporating sustainable development in its education curriculum by adopting actions plans related to the Sustainable Development Goals developed by the United Nations. The future generations are important and matter. We therefore need to consider the time and the efforts beyond 2030 to reach certain goals. And in Germany, by the way, the Federal Constitutional Court made this very clear in a groundbreaking ruling in March 2021 regarding the federal climate change law. At the highest legal level in our country, this ruling acknowledged the intergenerational justice as one central motive for effective action to protect the climate. Following the ruling, the German lawmakers had to amend the Federal Climate Change Act with more ambitious climate protection goals and, very important, with concrete measures that reflect the interest of the young generation. So I only can underline, I'm looking very much forward, and let's listen to young voices now. I'm convinced that this will give us very valuable insights into how we can move green recovery and just transition forward. And I'm very confident that this will very much enrich the discussions on climate-friendly solutions for the future. Thank you. Kamsahamnida.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Now, I remember when I first heard the word climate change, it was almost 20 years ago. And during that time, I was anxious, I was worried, but then 20 years passed, and now the mainstream jargon is climate crisis. Now, I come to think about it. What has happened over the past two decades? I can maybe summarize it in 2 words: inaction and incompetence. Now, the ambassador has mentioned that it's an intergenerational justice issue. And perhaps who better to explain this from a fellow colleague of mine from Germany, who's also studying at the KAIST Graduate School of Green Growth. Valentina, please share your sentiments or the sentiments of the German youth with our audiences here today.
Thank you for your kind introduction, and thank you also, Ambassador, for your kind words. It's a great honor to be able to speak here today, and I would like to thank especially Professor Kim for his support. My name is Valentina Salai. As mentioned, I am a KAIST graduate student of Green Growth. Coming originally from Germany, what I would like to talk about today is strongly in line with what the ambassador mentioned in his introduction to this conference. Voices of the youth, especially voices of young Germans in light of climate change. In recent years, the direct impact of global warming has become almost tangible in Germany. This was most obvious when we had to witness close friendships such as Turkey and Greece burn up in flames following years of overly hot summers and droughts, while in Germany, unprecedented floods in April cost the lives of hundreds, and we were still zipping up our jackets trying to stay warm in June. Having climate change play out so directly in front of us, something that has impacted the lives of young Germans for quite some time has now become crystal clear. Fear. Fear for the future, fear of not having a future. Apparently, there's even a scientific term for it, climate anxiety. And as far as I can stand here today and speak for the German youth, I would say climate anxiety affects the grand majority of us. Not only do less and less Germans want kids, and that's not because babies are a lot of work and costly, no. Much more is this due to the fact that people don't want their children to grow up in the world we're currently heading towards. In my experience, young people in Germany are frustrated and hopeless. Because why should we still try? Why should we try to do well in school? To get into a good university, to get a well-paying job? What for? To fuel the economy that is de facto currently costing us our future? Against this rather grim picture, however, I want to touch upon what the ambassador has mentioned before, and that is the historic 21 Supreme Court ruling that determined that parts of Germany's climate law are unconstitutional. Why historic, you might ask? Because this court ruling gives some sort of legally binding grounds to the Paris Agreement and the 1.5-degree goal. And most importantly, the ruling is based on concerns for future generations. Now, let me elaborate a bit. In 2019, the German government updated a climate strategy in which CO2 reduction goals until the year 2030 were outlined. Not much later, however, legal action was taken by citizens, the majority of which are people from my generation. They argued that the law does not sufficiently address the issue of climate change, and indeed, in 2021, Germany's Supreme Court ruled that the outlined reduction goals were insufficient and, most importantly, unconstitutional. Why? Because the law does not outline carbon reduction goals after 2030. As fleshed under the Paris Agreement, however, Germany is supposed to become carbon neutral by 2050. Hence, a vast majority of the carbon reduction work would have to be done after 2030. And when I use the word vast, I quite literally mean so. If Germany would proceed as outlined in its current climate law, most of the available carbon budget would be used up by 2030. And that would force much more ambitious and strict CO2 reductions in the following years. Now, one point to consider is that CO2 emissions are basically tied to any part of human life. So thinking about it, in order to meet the carbon neutrality target, people would have to severely restrict themselves in their daily activities, their travel, their consumption, and so much more. And that is exactly where the German Supreme Court ruling found the law to be unconstitutional. The German Constitution says clearly that the government has the obligation to protect the life and freedom of future generations. With current 2030 goals, this freedom of young people like me would be severely infringed upon. Historic. Thinking about it, this court ruling basically says that when designing laws today, the most important aspect to consider isn't how many cars with diesel motors we're still allowed to sell, or how to ensure certain politicians' re-election, or how to make lobbyists or the pharmaceutical industry happy. No. Rather, it's all about how to secure the freedom of future generations to live a decent life. Now, remember what I said about climate anxiety and the hopelessness among the German youth. In April 2021, this court ruling, it might be a beacon of light, as it considers us young people as the most important stakeholders in the climate debate. Hence, I would like to close with this. Speaking for the German youth today, I will say I am still scared of the future, scared that I won't have a future. However, since April 2021, I'm scared, but I also have hope. I have hope that my concerns will no longer be ignored. I have hope that I will have a future worth living in. I have hope, and I hope you share this with me. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Valentina. I surely hope that we construct a better future, and the best way to do it, I find it, is to gather forces, muster forces of the young, of the youth, not just from shouting out and going to the streets, but actually going to study something, experimenting with new technologies, learning about scientific experiments. And what better way to do this when we have a wonderful professor in Kim Sang-yup who have gathered a wonderful cohort of presenters. Now in the following 30 minutes, we're going to sprint to the various ideas that concerns youth empowerment. So beginning with Sejin, our Climate Scout representative. Climate Scout is a program launched by the Coalition for a Common Future. Sejin will review the outcomes of the pre-COP Milan and how it affects our society, how it affects the youth and our future. Sejin, microphone is yours.
Thank you. I'm Sejin Kim of Climate Scouts, a youth program for the Coalition of Our Common Future. Thank you for allowing me to share my opinions at the Honorable Seoul Climate Energy Conference. Through this session, I'll talk about the results of the youth's actions regarding pre-COP26 in Milan.
While Sejin is preparing his presentation, I encourage you to upload any questions you might have onto YouTube. I think our panelists and discussants will be ready to answer them whenever they're ready. Sejin, are you ready?
Sorry, let me share my screen.
All right.
Okay, I'm ready.
Go ahead.
So from September 28th to 30th, nearly 400 youths gathered from 186 countries to share the priorities and key agendas of climate behavior. Participants used their days to develop a manifesto featuring a discussion and a declaration between the youth delegates and ministers attending COP26. The youth delegates formed 4 working groups according to the following thematic areas: youth driving ambition, sustainable recovery, non-state actors engagement, and climate conscious society. From now on, I'll briefly tell you the summary according to the 4 working groups. The first working group is Youth Driving Ambition, divided into 3 keywords. First keyword is meaningful participation. This involves requesting stakeholders to ensure youth engagement, including decision-making on climate policies at the multilateral, national, and local levels. Secondly, is capacity building, which requests countries to foster the engagement of youth in driving climate ambition and action. Lastly, funding. This requests public and public institutions to dedicate funds to support youth participation. Nextly, to the second working group was sustainable recovery. It can be summarized into 5 words. Firstly, energy transition and green jobs. In this case, youths call for an energy transition by 2030, keeping a plus 1.5 goal within reach. This includes transition with decent jobs, providing adequate support for vulnerable communities. The second keyword is adaptation, resilience, loss, and damage, which demands the safety of the most vulnerable groups and regions through locally owned adaptations. The third subject is nature-based solutions. They require NBS to be prioritized as a key to protecting indigenous people's rights and place-based knowledge. Fourthly, financial flows, urging decision makers to create a transparent and accountable climate finance system with a robust regulation of carbon emissions. Lastly, tourism. They call for the inclusion of all stakeholders in capacity building towards green tourism and corporate. The third group is called non-state actors engagement, which can be summed up into 3 subjects. Firstly, infrastructure and finance for non-state actors, which supports the participation of young entrepreneurs, artists, athletes, and on. This can be done by facilitating access to financing, as well as the development of critical infrastructure. The second topic reports to non-party stakeholder alignment with net zero goals. This requires them to align operations to net zero emissions with clear reporting of milestones on an annual basis. Thirdly, fossil fuel influence on non-state actors. This indicates that the abolition of fossil fuels industry must be done by 2030. Non-state actors must not accept any fossil fuel investment, especially in relation to international negotiations. The last group supports their ideas through manifesting climate-conscious society, which can be summed up into 4 topics. First topic is showcasing impact and solutions. Decision makers need to be held accountable in working with youth to amplify diverse voices. They must support the creation of multi-stakeholder mechanisms for sharing climate information. Secondly, we must take education into account. This involves calling on governments to ensure comprehensive climate change education. In addition to education, youth should have access to funding and capacity building activities. Thirdly, public awareness and mobilization are needed. We need to empower every person in the world to be part of the climate solution and also ensure that everyone can participate in the decision-making processes. The last keyword is media. This regards training communicators to convey the implications of the climate crisis in an accessible manner. It also involves preventing greenwashing and harm. So following the simple summary, I'll tell you my impressions of this decision. In my point of view, the most important thing to pay attention to in this manifesto can be summed up into 2 words: embracement and finance. First, it's embracement. Through this declaration, youth urge special attention to those who are especially vulnerable to climate change. In this case, vulnerability mostly refers to relative incompetence in adaptation. The manifesto includes the word vulnerable region and community in almost every topic to be fulfilled, hoping that the steps toward net zero will not be the exclusive property of the ahead. We're particularly wary of the logic of the strong that allows only a few precedent countries or companies to get most of the benefits and safety regarding climate change. Responding to climate crisis should be a risk and an opportunity for everyone as a whole. We'll make sure that there will be no stakeholders falling behind in the flow of green, and I also encourage your participation in it. Secondly, finance. The key driving force behind youth streams and justifications in climate change lie in sustainable financial flow. This is because a sustainable response system cannot be created without a steady and circulating inflow of funds. In fact, the word related to finance was mentioned 80 times in this manifesto. To this extent, youth recognize that the role of finance is essential to fulfilling their goals. Therefore, we need ways to internalize green into finance so that the funds can circulate throughout the system. So at this moment, I urge the business and financial stakeholders, as well as the government, to put their efforts in building a green business infrastructure by internalizing green and ESG in their business models. This will allow youth to grow up and participate freely in various projects with proper funding. To sum up, this event has great significance in that the international community is recognizing the youth as a central pillar of responding to climate change. However, despite their importance, the detailed arguments delivered to COP26 discussion fail to materialize all of our ambitions. We'll never stop until our ambitions are realized, so I hope that the primary decision makers will be able to listen to us and our thoughts as key stakeholders regarding climate change. That's it for today's speech, and thank you for listening.
Wonderful sum up of the pre-COP Milan and a hint of your idea. Very good. So next we move on to Jihu, who will talk about the intergenerational justice, also mentioned by the ambassador. So Jihu, take the mic.
Thank you, Hongjin. Good afternoon. It's a privilege to be speaking in front of you all today. My name is Jihu Park, and I'm from the Republic of Korea. I'm currently a master's student at the KAIST Graduate School of Green Growth. Scientists claim that we have already entered the era of Anthropocene, which involves human beings permanently changing various Earth systems, including the climate. News of the extinction of species, extreme weather events, food shortages, and global pandemic are just a few of the consequences of climate change that we already see on a day-to-day basis. These climate-related disasters are only going to exacerbate exponentially, affecting not just us, but future generations. However, in the current mode of capitalism, which prioritizes short-term economic gains, taking future generations into account seems unrealistic. So it might seem natural to wonder whether we have an obligation to look out for the future generations. Intergenerational justice and the interests of future generations have been a hot topic of debate among philosophers, lawyers, and political leaders for centuries. Some argue that future generations, especially those who are not born, cannot possess rights, legal or otherwise. And this is more or less reflected in most legal systems around the world today. So I go back to the question at hand. Do we have a moral obligation to children as well as future generations? And my answer to this is absolutely yes. Morally speaking, at the core of it, this really is not a controversial issue. Put simply, climate change is killing people, and it will continue to do so. As a society, a fundamental basic moral principle that we all have is to not do serious harm to others. The youth and future generations to come are the ones who will have to bear the brunt of the consequences of our action or inaction. Therefore, they have the right to hold us accountable, but as they are unable to voice their opinions, both due to the fact that they are not included in current power structures or not yet born, we have a moral obligation to do right by them. Additionally, climate change is undeniable, and it will only get harder to solve as time goes on. The longer we hold off on making meaningful change, the greater the burden the next generation will have to bear, and the more difficult any kind of action to undo the damage will be. Passing off this issue, which will determine their survival on this planet, is morally wrong. To achieve intergenerational equity, we should aim to leave the next generation with a robust planet that is in no worse shape than how we received it. Finding a solution to climate change should not be seen as zero-sum. Instead, we should look at the human community as a partnership among all generations. And since future generations have the greatest stake in whatever solutions are developed, they are entitled to participate in creating these solutions. This should be the norm and not the exception. Giving youth activists a voice at global conferences like COP is simply not enough. The current power structures need to change and create seats at the table for younger generations. Finally, I'd like to wrap up with some recent discoveries in science. Ecologists have discovered that trees collaborate and communicate intergenerationally to support not only their own offspring, but other species too. And this collaborative effort is actually what makes the forest at large thrive. I think we can all learn a lesson or two from the trees and forests around us, and hopefully we humans can also find solidarity across generations. And with that, I'd like to pass it off to the next presenter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And one of the ways to not be left out in this global charge against climate change or climate crisis is education, training ourselves, learning more about what's going around. And who else than to tell this about than Amy. Amy, the microphone is yours.
Thank you, Hongjin. Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor for me to be here today. I am Amy Aditya from Indonesia. I'm currently studying social entrepreneurship MBA at KAIST. In this opportunity, I would like to discuss my perspective on the importance of capacity building focusing on education for tackling climate change issues. As we all know that, according to the COP26 result, there is still a huge gap on 1.5 degrees targets. To cover these gaps, what should we do? What should we, especially the young generations, do? Do future generations aware of these targets, of these climate change risks that are coming upon us? Before coming to Korea, I never thought climate change was severe. I believe it is due to the lack of awareness that I failed to be aware of. So as a young generation, I would like to emphasize the importance of capability building focusing on education for the young generation to build up awareness towards climate change to the younger generation. Why education? Whether we realize it or not, we never stop learning. Life never stops teaching us new things. Thus, capacity building on education could be one of the many ways to tackle this problem, to become a concrete measure to achieve 1.5 degrees targets by increasing awareness within the society. Therefore, any industries such as schools shall be enforced to increase awareness of climate change. Green growth shall become common knowledge for everyone, regardless of age. After all, the extent to which climate change will impact our society depends on exposure at all levels, local and international. However, we should take care of the capacity building from the grassroots level, especially in developing countries. Thus, we need to strengthen the national capacity to tackle climate change by taking care of it from the grassroots level. Hence, focusing on raising awareness through education in schools is one way to do it. Again, capacity building and mass education are crucial enablers to achieving strategic and sustainable objectives, specifically climate change. Now, we are far from achieving the 1.5 degrees target, which would still have severe consequences for our societies and even more significant impact on the most vulnerable countries, groups, and individuals. To tackle climate change, we need ambitions. We need more people to act, move, and initiate the solutions to cover the gaps to maintain 1.5 degrees Celsius. We need more people to be aware and act together to reach 1.5 degrees to keep on living. So please put more faith in the young generation. Let's focus on capacity building on education to raise more awareness of climate change within the young generation globally. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Faith in the young and faith in education goes hand in hand, in combating climate crisis. Now, as an engineer who was trained at KAIST, this next topic regarding science will be one that interests me very much, and Suming will help me elaborate on this fact regarding youth empowerment.
Thank you, Hongjin, and hello, everyone. I'm Suming Kim from Republic of the Korea, and I'm also studying in KAIST Graduate School of Green Growth as previous student Valentina and Jihu. And first, thank you for having me in this session, especially for Professor Kim Sang-yeop. It's a great honor to be here and have this opportunity. And today, I would like to present about why science, research, and innovation must lie at the core of climate change debate. The COP26 summit brought parties together to accelerate action towards the goals of the Paris Agreement and UNFCCC, UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. UNFCCC was established following the 1992 UN Conference on Environment and Development in Rio, so-called the Earth Summit. And since then, it could be possible to say that the world has been trying to avoid the world's worst climate impacts and maintain a livable climate, making the world more sustainable for future generations. However, to do so, how can we find out what the future generations will need? I would like to talk about it here, refer to John Linhans from his book. For him, in the language used by economists, it is a matter of analyzing the stocks of resources that are passed on from one generation to the next. Stocks can be exhaustible, like minerals and planetary carbon sink, or renewable, like water. So the well-being of future generations depends on the stock of resources passed on to them, as well as their quality in the case of renewable resources. Other important capital stocks are human capital, determined through expenditure on education and research, and the quality of the institutions bequeathed to future generations. Also, as a capital stock, more representative and more participatory governance processes are likely to enhance and widen the choices available to future generations. The important ingredients for future-oriented policymaking is an effective way to channel relevant science to decision makers, as well as for them to share policy questions with scientists, the so-called science policy interface. COP26 also contains the structure for engagement on science policy, and in doing so, adds to the conditions for future-oriented policymaking. Science and research are the key for future-oriented policymaking, as they can help us understand the potential implications of our actions for future generations. For example, the exhaustion of a non-renewable resource or the crossing of thresholds and tipping points. So accurate knowledge on the state of the environment and natural resources can serve to prompt the research the search for alternatives and substitutes, whether in response to market signals or through government-funded research and development. So it'll be important that decisions affecting future generations are made in transparent way, as discussed on COP26, with the underlying assumptions made available. It is also important to select and use discount rates appropriately for the particular issue being addressed, and if possible, to assess an array of scenarios covering whether and by how much future generations will be better off. Relevant, reliable, and timely data are important to measurement of progress. And COP26 significantly expanded the demand for data, and it recognizes the importance of building capacity to meet this need. And thank you very much for listening.
Neat presentation, Sumin. Thank you for that last remark, that COP26 was not all despair, as many of the media are touting. Look into the details and we can find that science will be the basis for policy building. Now, regarding policy, it's a very difficult topic when politics interfere with the discussion of climate change or climate crisis. You've seen what happened in the United States. Now, Rory can expand on this, having been through this similar situation in Australia. So Rory, please tell us about the role of politics or the ombudsman, a topic that you're a very expert of.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction, Hongjin, and good afternoon, morning, or evening to all attendees and esteemed guests of the 8th Annual Seoul Climate Energy Conference, wherever you may be joining us from. My name is Rory, and I'm a first-year student at KAIST Graduate School of Green Growth. It truly is my pleasure to be given this opportunity today to present to you on this topic of functional politics and its importance in our long-term ability to address climate change. So I must first be honest, last month when I learned that I would be presenting on this topic here, I wondered to myself, what salient example can I point to that might highlight how strongly we as a community should feel about this issue? Well, fortunately, or truly unfortunately, I suppose, I didn't have to look very far. As I pondered my question, media platforms across the globe were flooded by the same story of outrage. That is, while government delegations sat inside the plenary at the 26th Conference of Parties, making decisions that condemned the global community to yet another year of anxiety and suffering at the hands of the climate crisis, activists from all walks of life rallied together outside the venue in Glasgow, protesting for their voices to be heard. Now, we can say whatever we want about the outcomes of COP26, but one thing that it showed us all is that governments are not listening to the people. And whatever one's interpretation of what functional politics might mean, this surely cannot be it. If we are to address the climate crisis, then we simply must demand urgent action from global leaders and find ways to hold them accountable if they fail to deliver. But this quest for government accountability has been an age-old challenge for civil actors. In my view, it hinges on two fundamental ideas. One, that the public have the ability and autonomy to actively inspect and scrutinize policy, and two, that this criticism is able to be converted into tangible consequences that are deliverable to those in power. So how then can we enforce this? What institutional models do we have at our disposal to encourage functional politics? If you couldn't already tell from my accent, I grew up overseas in Australia. Like many other states, Australia largely relies on an institution known as the Ombudsman to critique public administration. For those unfamiliar, an ombudsman uses the power vested in it by legislation to investigate complaints made by the public that concern the misconduct of government agencies. On paper, this sounds like a healthy, dare I say, functional system. But you see, despite its independent status, the Ombudsman is made static by the archaic frameworks of administrative laws that dictate it, and its continued reliance on the public sector for its resourcing. When looking at the case of my home country, the inefficacy of such an institution at holding the government to account on emerging issues such as climate change that do not yet have well-defined legal and ethical guidelines is blatantly clear. Despite global warming frequently ranking as a primary concern of Australian citizens, our government's performance at the most recent Conference of Parties saw it rank dead last out of all participating countries in regard to its policy response to the climate crisis. Truthfully, I would find this more laughable if its consequences weren't so dire, not least for us in Australia, but for our island neighbours in Oceania, who, as we know, will be the first to feel the impacts of our inaction on climate. Moreover, my government's lack of action exemplifies the clear schism on climate change that exists between the public and the governments that are meant to represent them, even in countries like Australia that are considered among the most stable democracies. In this sense, one key lesson that we can learn from the shortcomings of Australia and its ombudsman is that it seems, so long as that we let them, governments will use formalized layers of bureaucracy to elude the issues that subvert their authority. But we can't afford to treat climate change like any other political issue. It is far too complicated, and more than that, it's far too urgent. Where existing institutions like the Ombudsman fall short in reprimanding governments, through collective action, we must demand the establishment of new institutions with formal mandates that facilitate negotiation between public office and civil society. It is only when we are able to establish a more direct, dynamic, and constructive dialogue between policymakers and the public that they are meant to represent that we will truly have a functional political system which might just be capable of providing long-term solutions to the climate crisis. I understand I don't have much time left in my speech, so I'd like to wrap up with a message to fellow youth climate activists. While COP26 was certainly disappointing, we should not label its outcome as a complete failure. Dealing in such binaries shatters hope, and that is something that we, as the youth, cannot afford. When traditional institutions prove ineffective at reprimanding governments, I urge you to not give up. Rather, we must remain disruptive, we must remain unapologetic, and we must remain consistent in our demand for a more functional political system that promises to enact change on climate. Thank you so much to the organizers of today's conference for lending me this platform, and I hope that all the viewers enjoy the rest of today's session. Thank you, Hongjin.
You're welcome, Rory. I hope that in next pre-COP, you'll be alongside me walking in the streets of wherever pre-COP will take place. Shouting out slogans, but not only that, actually trying to be there to bring about a change. You mentioned about Australia being a very stable democracy. Korea may be close enough, but there are concerns about the democratic system and its role in how to solve the climate crisis. And Miriam will talk about this short-termism that underlies, that may damage our efforts, our democratic system's efforts to combat the climate crisis. Miriam?
Thank you so much, Hongjin, and greetings to everyone. My name is Miriam Jung, a student at the KAIST Graduate School of Management, and I am from Cameroon. I am grateful for the opportunity to present at this conference, and I will be talking on the danger of short-termism. The advances witnessed in recent decades promise a future which is full of opportunity, but sadly enough, highly uncertain and characterized by growing systemic risks, which in most cases are consequences of our success. Today, we must, more than ever, be aware of the implications of our actions on future generations, because from the trend of events, it is obvious that we are among the last generations with the chance to stop the long-term, irreversible devastation of our planet. The late French politician Pierre Mendès used to say, "Gouverner, c'est prévoir," which means governing is foreseeing. Preparing for the future, however, seems a luxury for today's governments, who are increasingly preoccupied with the present, which offers quicker and potentially easier payoffs at lower costs at the expense of long-term rewards and security. This phenomenon is referred to as short-termism and has fast become a natural human tendency. Most probably for the rest of humankind, climate change will be the challenge around which short-term thinking and long-term consequences will collide for businesses, governments, and citizens. Meeting the challenge of climate change calls on all parties to assess the risks and act before the economic and environmental consequences of failure become irreversible. Likened to a disease, short-termism poses several threats in the fight against climate change. The interests of current generations are favored over those of future generations, with politicians being generally unwilling to commit to and reluctant to engage in long-term and intergenerational policies. The needs of the future generations are discounted and their rights violated. It is worth noting that the approach to meeting the needs of generations varies depending on whether they are viewed from an intragenerational, intergenerational, transgenerational, or multi-generational perspective. Short-termism prevents proper investments, that could mitigate future impacts of climate change, placing the burdens and repercussions of the actions of the present generation on future generations. Given the prospect of a very positive, but also a possibly disastrous future, government's responsibility to address current needs and build the foundations for vibrant generations in the decades ahead transcends their obligations to today's citizens and relates to future generations, requiring us to leave the world better than we found it. Unfortunately, some governments from across the world have for years put their energy policy in the too hard to think about box, and they are unwilling and unable to decide whether or not to commit to renewables. Of governments, however, like Finland, Hungary, Germany, and Wales, are reassuringly trying to intentionally reframe their work to meaningfully include the generations to come and plan further into the future. They have done so far. In the attempt to fight short-termism and its effects on the future generations, there is need for strict implementations of the resolutions of the COP26 summit, which saw, among other outcomes, the adoption of a Glasgow Climate Pact to keep the 1.5 degrees centigrade pledge alive, the need to urgently revisit and strengthen climate pledges by the end of 2022, stronger commitments towards quality climate finance, and the prospects of allowing countries to earn credits, not only from emissions reductions, but also, and even more, from emissions avoidance. The Republic of Korea pledged at COP26 to reduce emissions by 40% by 2030 and to attain carbon neutrality by 2050. So how does the present leadership and those aspiring to take over in the days ahead plan to bring this to reality? With a short-term political cycle in Korea, how will sustainability, continuity, and transparency be ensured even after leaving office? It is clear that the world faces long-term challenges, and they will only become more acute if we keep deviating from the truth. More often than not, we neglect the well-being of our future selves, so it will even be harder to muster empathy for our descendants. Saving the planet by doing away with short-termism will take a man-on-the-moon commitment, which begins from extrapolating how our different acts as individual persons, communities, and nations might affect the wider world and its population today, let alone hundreds of years into the future. It is so hard to change, firstly because our institutions and systems were built for the well-being of the present and not necessarily the future. And secondly, the outcome of combating short-termism will never be known by the present generation, given that there is no control group. May I end by saying that taking a longer view is good, but being able to strike a sustainable balance between short-term and long-term interests is the best, because you will agree with me, the long-term is now, and soon may be too late. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Miriam. Very powerful speech. Thank you once again for all the speakers who went before, because Sivantek right now will sort of give a summary of why this is important to the future generation. Go ahead. The microphone is yours.
Okay, first of all, I would like to thank Professor Kim and Hong Jin for having me. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ivan Saknek, coming from Cambodia. I am currently pursuing social entrepreneurship MBA at KAIST. Regarding intergenerational independent institution for the future generation, across the country in European Union, various institutions for future generation has been established amid strong agreement among the policymakers, scientists, and environmentalists. In spite of the growth of the legislation and policy implementation, we could see the huge gap and might be potentially led to the policy failure because of the tendency of the core remit of the policy. Let me illustrate about the Germany case. In the parliamentary context, the German committee is focused more broadly on sustainable development in comparison to the Finnish parliamentary committee on the future generation. There is obviously a difference in name here, but this has translated into function as well. Before the SDG, the German committee used assessment framework which assess and scrutinize legislation and policy through three principles, one of which was the intergenerational equity. However, because the focus of this committee is sustainable development, when the SDG were agreed, the committee reframed their work around the SDG more broadly because of the institution core remit is not explicitly focused on the future generation. For instance, in 2016, when the political priority transitioned to prioritize the SDG, the priority of the committee were pushed to another direction. How about EU level? We could see that within the EU institutions themselves, there is also the possibility to include rights or concern for the future generation in various ways. The clearest opportunity can be found in relation to the Charter of the Fundamental Rights of the European Union, the charter that brings together the most important personal freedom and rights enjoyed by the citizens of the EU into one legally binding document which came into force in 2009. In this chapter, the Article 2 mentioned about the rights to life has been used on the multiple occasions in some countries. For example, in India, there is a win case at the state level about the future generation. In addition to that, Article 6, the rights to the liberty and security, it could be more rapidly used to defend the rights of young people and children. While they are not unborn future generation, their expected lifespan extend into the future in a way that it makes it possible to draw the connection in principle. In our thought, the well-being of the future generation acts require the public bodies to take account with the clear of the structuralization of the impact that their decision could have on the people living their lives in the future. I truly believe that what we are doing today, for example, fight for the climate change, gender equity, sustainable development, are all to reserve for the next generation. But still, there is no specific declaration mentioned to credit all the work for the future generation. Core of the design of the institution for the future generation is the part of process of future making. To conclude, the future is not something to be defended, it's something to be created. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Very sharp presentation. Now, Taha, you're the last of the presenters before we move into the discussion. So what questions remain in terms of empowering the youth? Over to you.
Okay, thank you and good evening, everyone. It's a great honor for me to speak here today. My name is Taha Al-Wahsh from Palestine. I'm a student of Social Entrepreneurship MBA at KAIST. Today, I will talk about some of the important questions in order to achieve the accountability. The first question is, should accountability be linked to an independent judicial system that guarantees fair enforcement and protection for all parties? And is this possible in reality? Where complex webs of personal and institutional relationships exist in our real world, then how do we ensure that different streams of accountability do not conflict with each other? To what extent do rigid laws and administrative procedures inhibit our ability to exercise ethical, future-oriented decision-making when it comes to public policy? What are the means to ensure that government meets its accountability obligations? is attempting to embed accountability into existing frameworks of administrative law and best step to go forward, or there is more innovative approach required to achieve that? So to answer these questions, it's necessary to think about proposed pathways, like in order to implement accountability in an effective manner, relevant legal frameworks must hold power over the public office, while not hindering its work. Political interferences in the work of regulatory, judicial bodies, and institutions must be prevented. Legal frameworks are imperfect, and there's a dire need to address existing loopholes and proposing new legislation, particularly at the administrative level. Administrative law needs to be developed to include clear foundations for organizing the accountability process within the state. Also, it's incredibly necessary to empower civil and local society to play a more effective role in contributing to its ongoing dialogue on governmental policies that will affect future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Taha. Well, empowerment of the young generation, we began the discussion with that and eventually ended. So what's left, I believe, is the empowerment of the young generation in the era of climate change. Now, we're running out of time, just as Earth is running out of time. So, Jack, I would like to introduce you as a very close colleague of mine who have participated in our last CEC and who was kind enough to participate once again. So, Jack, please give us a brief summary of your take of today's Voice from the Young session. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Hongjin. It's a great pleasure to be here again, having been here last year. My name's Jack Baith. I'm from the United Kingdom. And I have to say, it's really wonderful to have heard from all of our colleagues so far today. And as someone who was here last year, I think the diversity in backgrounds this year really is a testament to the efforts of the conference organizers and to the common urgency we share globally in facing the climate crisis. I think what we've heard today is very powerful. So to briefly reflect before I move on to a small message of my own, what we've heard so far consisted, well, we heard from Aditya to begin with, who spoke of the need to transform our somewhat niche knowledge of climate change and green growth into a common knowledge. And I really agree with that. I think that's a very poignant point that she brought up. I recently wrote a paper to be published in Chungang University here in Korea, which focuses on that emerging element of common knowledge to form a global climate change culture. And the analysis in that paper suggests that we're all expecting more from our governments. That really echoes what we've heard today from our speakers. Those in power must do more. So just a short while ago, we heard from Savansek, who spoke of how our future generations must be considered as we create our future. And it's worth remembering they are our future generations. They're not some mysterious other, they're extensions of ourselves. Jihu talked about the idea of intergenerational justice and the basic principle of not doing serious harm to others. And Rory noted that functional politics is, well, to be plain, not so functional, archaic even, and that we must have mechanisms available to us to deliver appropriate consequences to those in power when they fail to represent the interest of society. Miriam pointed out that we need to find a balance in our long-term and short-term thinking. And as I said, the culmination of what they've said today is extremely powerful. It's an ideal goal which we must work towards achieving. However, there are some hurdles in our path, and Rory encouraged being unapologetic in demanding action. I'm going to be extremely unapologetic in what I'm about to say. So, a small message from myself. Let me bring your attention to some news from the UK. As we're all aware, the COVID-19 pandemic has meant that societies around the globe have needed to make uncomfortable adjustments in the pursuit of our common well-being and safety. And this time last year, the UK had some very strong restrictions on social gatherings, especially over the festive period. Yet most recently, a video recording came to light showing staff members of number 10 Downing Street, which is the home of the Prime Minister, laughing and joking about having a party despite restrictions, and openly thinking of how to adjust their terminology so to avoid calling it a party. One member of staff joked, it was not socially distanced, and I can assure you not one single member of society to have obediently followed government guidance found this to be a laughing matter. But why am I talking about this? Well, this sparked well-justified outrage in the UK. When our leaders ask us to make accommodations for the common good, we must be able to believe that they themselves are working in aid of that goal. When those in power cannot lead by example, they inevitably forfeit any authority they might have on the matter. So to tie this into climate change, at COP26, Prime Minister Boris Johnson decided to fly back to London from Glasgow on a private jet. Yet later in the conference, he travelled back to Glasgow by train, following considerable public backlash, proving that it was entirely possible in the first instance. Now, we've heard plenty here today from our speakers on the need for intergenerational cooperation and the need for those in power to open the door for the young. But what can the youth do when those at the top aren't willing to act as conduits for this cooperation? What happens when their actions make them so illegitimate that any semblance of authority is washed away? How can we believe in that? What I would say to the youth is that we must vote well. As ex-President Barack Obama said at COP26, politics isn't something you can ignore. And you have to vote like your life depends on it, because it does. We must en masse vote strategically to ensure these pathways can be made. As Rory mentioned, ombudsmen can be installed to oversee the government. But to what extent do we really expect the political elite to hand over the keys to their freedom to act with relative impunity? We're beginning to reach this critical mass at which our votes can install those working to bring government into a new era. And really, we no longer have the time to afford benefit of the doubt to those in power who believe themselves to be an exception of the rules and apologize only when caught breaking them. This rapid change is required, and those with the ability to enable intergenerational cooperation must be installed as a priority. I think my message reflects that largely of the speakers here today, and I hope it's been very informative for you. Thank you for you.
You're welcome, Jack, and thank you for your very strong message. You do realize, despite my calm composure right now, I share your anger and I would burst out. Now, there is one man still listening to all of our conversation, an esteemed man who is determined to solve or set an example of the intergenerational conflict. I would like to re-invite His Excellency, the German Ambassador Michael Reifenstuhl, for a closing remark. Ambassador.
Jung, many thanks and congratulations to all who participated. When I said at the very beginning, I'm really eager to listen to it because I think we, the older generation, it is a task that we listen to you. I realized in the past 45 minutes, it's more than worth listening to you. So one remark as a representative from Germany, and then I would make also 1 2 remarks simply as a parent of 3 children that are also now grown up and that are studying and that are concerned about the environment. So there was a lot of mentioning also about the issue how to involve the younger generation more in the political process and how also to give them a vote. One example, for example, that we have done now in Germany with the new incoming government. You know that we have since Wednesday late afternoon we have a new government after 16 years of former Chancellor Angela Merkel. Is that they decided in the coalition government program that will be now implemented in the next years, actually that the age of voting for the parliament will be lowered from 18 years, that it has been for quite a long time. At the very beginning of the Republic, it was 21, then it was lowered to 18. And then they decided now in the government program that it will be lowered to 16 years. So I think this is one way, but it's only one way how this really also can be more reflected. So two remarks, perhaps not as a government official, but as a father. And I think we also talked a lot about this intergenerational dialogue. And I think this is indeed important because when I'm talking with my 3 kids, we do this always once a week over WebEx because they're all studying in Germany. I realized and I made the experience the learning process is mutual. Yeah, it's a two-way road. I'm also learning a lot of simply listening to my daughter and my 2 boys. First remark. Second remark would be it was mentioned, and I think this is always personally important to be credible. We, the older generation, also have to set the right good examples. I think this is for everybody very, very important. There was one sentence I really liked very much in the speech when it was said, we never stop learning. I think this is one of the most fundamental sentences you can say, because I think it's not a question of age, but it is simply a question of having an open mind, that you're always able to learn, also to realize perhaps that you have to change your own behavior. Second remark on this one would be, it was also said, you, the young generation, the next generation, is actually, you are the stakeholders, because you are the one actually who have to live with the climate change much more than my own generation. So I simply wanted to say, challenge us. It's your future, and we should listen to you. And again, many, many thanks.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And on behalf of the senior members of KAIST professorships and the management at the Coalition for a Common Future, not only thank you for your service here in the Korea-Germany relationship, but also for your fight against climate change. That's coming directly from my heart. And building and wrapping up on your second comment, we are indeed the stakeholders of this planet. We will be, and our children will be, in the near future. And as Harry Truman said, imperfect action is much better than perfect inaction. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you very much for your very moving stories and thoughts, which I'm sure we can all agree were inspirational, critical, and I believe optimistic. Today was a very meaningful opportunity for us to reflect on the progress that has been made and to consider the numerous opportunities that lie ahead of us. Now we will begin the closing session of the 8th Annual Seoul Climate Energy Conference 2021. First, Yo Hoong-gu, chairperson of the Seoul Climate Energy Conference, will provide us with some closing remarks. He is chairperson of Coalition for Our Common Future, attorney at Kim and Chang, and was a presiding judge at Seoul's Central District Court. You may begin.
네. 안녕하십니까?
Good afternoon.
사단법인 우리들의 미래.
My name is Yo Hoong-gu, the chairperson of the Coalition for Our Common Future. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to all distinguished guests who took the time to attend the 8th Seoul Climate Energy Conference. I would also like to express my gratitude to those who took an interest in climate change and actively participated in presentations and discussions, making this conference a very high level or high quality forum for discussion. The Seoul Climate Energy Conference is an annual event that started back in 2014 and is now in its 8th year. In particular, this year's conference has been more meaningful in that we were able to listen to the presidential candidates' climate energy policy directions ahead of the presidential election in March next year. In particular, as the main theme of this conference, there will be many challenges we face in the process of transitioning to carbon neutrality. And there will also be opportunities to work together to solve those problems. In order to achieve the goal, we will have to pursue unfailing multilateral cooperation and strive to reach a balanced agreement. The role of young people in responding to climate change is becoming more and more important. In his keynote speech at COP26, President Moon Jae-in proposed annual Youth Climate Summit and actively encouraged and emphasized the involvement and engagement of young people. However, the young people have pointed out that the older generation's attitude toward climate change is very lukewarm and that there's no sense of urgency. The real stakeholders to climate change are the 2030 generation, not the older generation. Our generation must listen to what the young people really want and pray for in order to protect the well-being of our next generation. Our future, like Climate Scouts, my organization, that is the Coalition for Our Common Future, just like the Climate Scouts, has provided a forum for young people to directly express their opinions by becoming the main players and actors in responding to climate change. Young people want to have a place where they can express their full voices and express their opinions freely. The suggestions and opinions of young people for responding to climate change will serve as a valuable foundation for Korea's climate change response policies, including carbon neutrality in the future. We are approaching a tipping point from which Earth's time cannot be turned back. We must remember that our planet's resources are not inherited from our ancestors, but rather borrowed from our descendants. Nature is neither eternal nor infinite. In order to prevent the global temperature rise, we must raise the response to climate change to the core agenda of our generation so that global citizens from all over the world can cooperate and unite together. I sincerely hope that today's event will be an opportunity to strengthen cooperation and solidarity between young people and older generation, as well as between nations. Distinguished guests from home and abroad, once again, thank you so much for taking part in this conference and sharing your insights. To respond to the climate crisis, we must all act and work together. I earnestly request that you continue to actively participate in responding to global climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Jung. Finally, Ji-young, co-organizer of the Seoul Climate Energy Conference, will wrap up the conference. He is also head of KAIST Graduate School of Green Growth. Welcome to the stage.
I wish we had more time, but time is up. The 2021 Seoul Climate Energy Conference has been held in this crucial moment with only 28 years left to carbon neutrality deadline. I do not have much to add to what has been already discussed in this insightful and transgenerational conference. Now it now remains for us to keep pressing forward and take concrete and science-based policy actions to turn carbon neutrality into reality. Reinventing the wheel of climate technology investments green finance and disclosures, establishing waste-free and circular economy, and having our younger generations participating and leading climate discussions. Although this year again the conference was held online due to COVID-19, all international and domestic speakers and participants stayed much closer, and they all participated much more actively than ever, expressing our determination to take concerted and concrete actions to address this climate change without delay. As a co-chair of the conference, and also on behalf of the other conference co-chair, President of Jeju Research Institute and KAIST Professor Kim Sang-hyuk, and all faculty members of KAIST Graduate School of Green Growth, I'd like to express my deepest gratitude to all international and domestic speakers and participants joining online, including our young generations, for sharing invaluable insights and expertise with us. I was very impressed by your great interest and engagement. Let's applaud with each other. Thank you. And I'd like to thank you all for all those who made this meaningful conference possible. In particular, special thanks goes to staff members from KAIST Graduate School of Green Growth and Coalition for Our Common Future. Please join me applauding them. Thank you. Thank you. And finally, I should not forget to appreciate financial and technical support from Korean Ministry of the Environment and KAIST Global Strategy Institute. Now this concludes this year's Seoul Climate Energy Conference. I will look forward to meeting you all next year with significant and tangible progress in our pursuit of carbon neutrality. Thank you very much, and I will see you all next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor It is time to wrap up the 8th Annual Seoul Climate Energy Conference 2021. We thank all attendees, both online and offline, for joining us today. It is your participation which has made today's discussion more insightful, more pertinent, and more impactful. We hope to see you again at next year's conference, and until then, please stay safe and well. Thank you.